You can measure the size of an elephant. You can clock the speed of a cheetah, but you can't quantify the heart of a kings, queens, and in-betweens. Welcome to Dr. Boxing Talk. Stream starts now.
The champ is here! 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 The champ is here!
If I tell you I'm good, probably you will say I'm boasting. If I tell you I'm no good, you know one line.
Yo, 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 yo. What it do, what it do, what it do. Y'all, man. We out here, man. My bad, I'm trying to get myself together, man. I was eating this cookie, boy. Golly, boy. Don't nothing taste better than that last piece of cookie. You know what I'm talking about? Appreciate y'all rocking with me, man, on this wonderful Monday. Hopefully everybody's weekend was great. I know I just saw y'all on Saturday. You know what I'm talking about? Don't forget to smack that like button. You know what I'm saying? But brethren and sistren, boys and girls, ladies and lads, hermanos mi hermanas, kings and queens, and everything in between. Y'all know what time it is. A doctor's in the house. And you said, Lord, Doc already eating. Yes, sir. Need that sustenance. You know what I'm talking about? But yeah, man. I know y'all seen the news. You know, there's a lot of things going on in the boxing world, man. There's some cancellations, some people passing. And we're going to talk about everything, man. We have some unifications, cancellations, and some other stuff too, man. A lot of disrespectful stuff in my personal opinion. I don't really like it. But we're going to talk about it, man. We're going to talk about it, and let's just see how it goes, man. But before we get to it, before we get to the nonsense, let's go ahead and say our prayers and thank the Most High. And please join me by bowing your heads if you indulge. If not, sit back, have a coke with a smile. We'll get right to the show shortly. Dear Heavenly Father, Lord, we thank you for your blessings. Thank you for this wonderful Monday. You know, we ask that you lead us or keep us going into the week with a renewed sense of appreciation not just for what we have, but also for the people around us, and your mercies that you give to us, most importantly, your mercies and your blessings that you bestow upon us, and things that we just take for granted that we don't even realize, whether it's us having our limbs or the ability to be able to feed ourselves or have mobility, not just from a transportation standpoint in a vehicle, but just have our legs, have our legs and a roof over our head and things like that. Lord, we just want to thank you for that. And just anybody that we have to say that is a loved one, whether it's a friend, it's a family, whatever, in any capacity, Lord, we just thank you for that. And we ask you to guide us in the right direction, to make the best choices as well, and not just and when we are going down the wrong path, correct us and put us back on the right one, and let us have the ability of discernment, and use our discretion when it comes to not just handling other people, but handling ourselves. Let's have some mercy on ourselves as well. And please forgive us for our sins. We also want to give our most condolences, our sincerest and deepest condolences and thoughts and prayers to the Conti family and everybody that's suffering from losses in this day. In Jesus' name, amen. Amen, amen. So let's hit this roll call real quick. I got some good brothers and sisters in this building, man. I got my brother TSO Bodega Ty in the building. Hit this roll call, man. We got my brother George, the last dragon born, in the building. You know what I'm saying? One time for the for the Elden Ring games and all that stuff, man. You know what I'm saying? I picking up what you're putting down. You feel me? Shout out to my brother Unity, KD, aka Kendrick, in the building. We got Pinoy Sakalam in the building. Yes, sir, man. So let's get to talking. Man. And first off, let's just get right into it. I'm not gonna pull any punches. Let's get right into it, man. Let's get to the Victor Conti situation. First off, me in this channel, man. There's some people. I'm never one to. Don't get me wrong, I critique and I compliment when necessary, but I try my best not to judge, especially when it comes to who deserves to rest in peace or not. So whenever somebody passes, whether it was somebody that has like a questionable past from a racist standpoint, like Hulk Hogan or something like that, or somebody that had different political views than me, like the Charlie Kirk guy or whoever it is, or if it's the biggest gangster, whoever it is, I have no problem saying rest in peace, because you're going to have to answer for how you lived with the Most High. So that's nothing, I didn't really care about you, but I didn't really have I have anything to do with you living, so I don't have anything to do with you dying. So I have no problem saying rest in peace. And so once again, with Victor Conti, despite how you feel, it's just boxing, man. It's just sports. And I know he was involved in the scandal in baseball and stuff like that. And I know boxing is a very intimate sport. So if he is not working with somebody that you like, then you might have a negative opinion on him or whatever it is, but I have no problem with that. Just saying rest in peace, man. So rest in peace to Victor Conti. And everybody has loved ones, so I want to send my sincerest condolences. And because he's a big part of boxing, especially in the 2000s, whether it's with Vada or Balco or Snack, he's a big influence on the current state of boxing in 2025. So I want to give a 10 count to Victor Conti. If you don't want to respect it, that's up to you. But he's a big part of boxing, so I'm gonna give him his 10 count as part of being just give him his boxer respects, man. So please give a little moment of silence, a little 10 seconds for Victor Conti. Yes, sir. Once again, rest in peace to Victor Conti, man. He passed away at 35 years old with pancreatic cancer. You know what I'm saying? As a victim of pancreatic cancer. And I want to say, too, public service announcement again, man. Try to be careful with your diet and your lifestyle, because, a lot of things, sometimes cancer is hereditary, and sometimes it's going to happen. You know what I'm saying? To some people, sometimes it's going to happen. But there are things that you could take that will not eliminate the risk, but mitigate the risk and reduce the risk, So and some of those things are, If you do smoke, smoke in moderation. If you do drink, drink in moderation. You know what I'm saying? Control your alcohol consumption and your processed food consumption, particularly meat and red meat, you know? So just try to, exercise, obesity increases your chances of cancer as well. So just try your best to, try to reduce the risk, of cancer. But pancreatic cancer is the second leading, or is in the U.S. is approaching to be the second leading cancer-related death. Number one is lung cancer, obviously. Number two right now is colorectal cancer. Number three is pancreatic cancer, but it's closing the gap. So yeah, man, we just gotta just try to be conscious of that. You see what I'm saying? And shot. Let's see. He said, shout out to very in the building. Shout out to Big Dog Willie in the building. We got my brother Oster in the building. He said I sound low. Oster says I sound low, man. Do I sound low for everybody, or is it just Oster? Cause I don't want to adjust my mic, and do I sound low for everybody? Shout out to George. He said my current name's for Skyrim. I have Elder Scrolls Skyrim, and I never played it, bro. Never played it, George. I'm tripping, man. I never played it, bro. I never played it. Fredo says Victor Conte helped fighters cheat to hurt other fighters. He didn't care if his opponents lived or died. Victor is the biggest drug cheat in American history. I mean, that's your opinion. That has nothing to do with me saying rest in peace. I can say rest in peace to anybody, but yeah, that's how you feel. I'm not here to defend Victor Conte. I was critical of Victor Conte, but I was critical of him in a boxing sense. I appreciate it, Kendrick. Yep. I was critical of him in a boxing sense. As far as, I think that, part of Balco was wrong, and, especially with the baseball, but I thought, in boxing, we all have our opinions, but I think that a lot of people's opinions on Victor Conte and Snack stems from, I would say this, a lot of hatred from Devin Haney and Terrence Crawford stems from Snack, and you can have your own opinion on that. Like I said, I'm not a proponent or an apologist for Victor Conte. But Victor Conte, what I would say is that I just always find it funny that when people talk about Snack, they talk about Devin Haney and they talk about Terrence Crawford. There's a lot of fighters associated with Snack. Like, there was this dummy, this idiotic buffoon, this ignorant piece of crap. I don't even know his name on Twitter. He said, "Oh, I wonder what people would say if Devin Haney goes on a losing streak now that Victor Conte's dead." I said, huh? He said he wonders what people would say if Devin Haney goes on a losing streak now that Victor Conte's dead.
What?
So I responded to him. I said, I don't know. I would assume that they should say the same thing that they would say if Bam Rodriguez suddenly loses, if Virgil Ortiz suddenly loses, if Boo Boo Andre loses, if Clarissa Shields loses, if Caleb Plant loses, if Ivan Redcash, who just fought last year, if he comes back and he loses, if Mikey Garcia unretires and loses, or maybe they blame Snack for when Mikey Garcia lost to Errol Spence. Maybe they said, oh, okay, maybe, I don't know, they parted ways. But mostly every Robert Garcia affiliated fighter, if you pay attention to boxing, they have a big old Snack label across their chest or on their hats. So it's not just Terrence Crawford and Devin Haney that is a Snack affiliated fighter. In fact, it's very easy to see who's affiliated with Snack. You can go to see Josecito Lopez was also Snack. I think I said Boo Boo Andre already. Sean Porter was a Snack affiliated fighter, endorsed fighter. All you have to do is go on their website. But ignorant buffoons are going to be ignorant buffoons, and they're going to say stupid stuff and speak out the side of their neck without thinking. You see what I'm saying? So Snack, if you are suspicious of Snack, then be suspicious of Snack and everybody that it encompasses. Don't just be suspicious of one particular fighter, because that means you're not really concerned about Snack. You're just using that as a reason to masquerade your hate for a particular fighter. You see what I'm saying? Because if Snack is suspicious, which I'm not saying is not, but if you are going to be suspicious of Snack, then there's a whole lot of fighters in addition to just Devin Haney and Terrence Crawford that you should be suspicious of. That's all I'm saying. But yeah, so Tank Davis had a reaction to Victor Conte. Shout out to Oster. He said, could be me. Okay, appreciate you, bro. And also make sure that you're live too, Oster, because I know a lot of times, sometimes you my boy, and I know you don't be tripping, but sometimes people be thinking for whatever reason that I be ignoring them or something. I'm not ignoring. I might miss a couple messages, but I'm not ignoring you. But a lot of times, Oster, you be behind. You be like 30 minutes behind. So shout out to you, bro. Just try to make sure that you are following the live feed as opposed to being 30 minutes behind, because I'm not ignoring anybody. But George said, is it weird that he died on pancreatic cancer month? I don't know, man. Like I said, hey, I don't know, man. I don't know. But I will say this though, people are having mixed reactions. You know what I'm saying? Devin Haney and some other people, promoters and boxing pundits alike, have said rest in peace. Some people said, like my guy Fredo in the chat, like they said F Victor Conti. Essentially, they don't like him, and that's cool. And I'm so glad that you said that, because I'm not here to fight with you, brother. You have your opinion. I have mine. You know, I'm not like I said again. I'm not pro Victor Conti. I wouldn't consider myself anti him either. But you know, I would call stuff out. Me and him went back and forth on Twitter before about some nonsense before, and that I disagree with. So but to me, like, you don't. In order to wish somebody the best, you don't have to. I don't have to hate them. You see what I'm saying? Or I don't have to love them either to just say rest in peace. I didn't say that. Oh, rest in peace. He's a good guy. I didn't say that. I just said rest in peace. You see what I'm saying? But Tank Davis had a reaction. You know, a lot of Devin Haney said rest in peace to him, and a lot of people he worked with saying rest in peace or flooding with rest in peace. A lot of positive, sincere wishes for him. But Tank Davis had a reaction, and he said, F him. I want to show you exactly what he said, because I don't want to mix up his words. I'm going to show you exactly what Tank Davis said, and this is what Big Dog Willie was saying. I'm going to show you exactly what he said, and I'm going to be honest, I didn't like it. I don't like it, you know, because that's just not how I operate. You see what I'm saying? I think it's wrong, me personally, but I'm not gonna crucify him for it, because here it is right here. Let me show y'all real quick. This is what this is what he said. This is Gervonta Tank Davis. He said, "Good day in boxing. No more snack for you bustards." I guess it's supposed to say bastards, right? And I'm gonna be honest, man. I didn't see this and cringe. I don't really care. I'm gonna tell you why. Because I can't tell somebody how to feel. I don't know how him and Victor Conti interacted in life. So if they had a bad interaction in life, why would Gervonta Tank Davis suddenly feel some emotions and sympathy for somebody because they died? Some people will, but some people won't. Like some people like myself, I don't really wish death on anybody, but some people, like, I'll give you an example. 50 Cent, when Irv Gotti died, they literally had physical altercations and stuff like that, had a long year, decades long beef. When Irv Gotti died, 50 Cent and them didn't come out and say rest in peace and feel bad. You see what I'm saying? And there's some people that, you know, the guy who, Charlie Kirk, who just passed away, right? A lot of people, he said a lot of hurtful things to some people. So a lot of people reacted in a way that they almost celebrated his death. That's not the type of time I'm on, but I didn't agree with him either while he was alive. So some people don't forgive in death. So I don't really have a problem with that, because I don't know their interaction. But I will say this, me personally, I don't think that's a nice thing to do. I think it's wrong, quite frankly. You see what I'm saying? But what I also think is wrong is this reaction right here. This guy, Wade Plemons, says, kind of shows Gervonta's character. Didn't have to like Victor Conti, but celebrating the man's death is pretty shitty. Also, Tank has a lot more to worry about right now. So basically he's referencing the DV case, right? The domestic violence case, that the allegations that he has with him and his girlfriend, right? So I responded and I said, this is not a good look. You know, Tank is wrong for this. This is me responding. I said, however, I've seen and heard y'all, meaning like the zone commentators and people in similar positions as Mr. Wade Plemons. I said, however, I've seen and heard y'all speak on life situations of others. And I said, you're doing so right now with the worry stuff, by the way, because he's saying Tank has a lot more to worry about, which has something to do with Tank's personal life. So I said, you think it's different talking about a person's personal life in death? I said, both are pretty shitty. I said, rest in peace to Conti. So what I'm saying is that people like this guy, they made a living out of talking about people's personal life. Whether Tank did that with his girl, I think that's wrong. I think any responsible, respectable human being could say that a man hitting on a woman is unequivocally wrong, categorically wrong. But I don't think that that it makes you better, because God forbid, if somebody passed away that was a woman beater, would you not call him a woman beater anymore? So what I'm saying is that if somebody did something to you while they were living, you're suddenly going to like them because they're dead. Some people might be celebrating people's passing. It depends. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, me personally, I can only speak for myself. I don't think that's right, but I'm not going to judge them. I don't know their interactions. I do know that Victor Conti worked with a lot of people that Tank is beefing with, right? Like Devin Haney, like Terrence Crawford, like Clarissa Shields. I don't know his relationship with some other people on there too. So I just don't know. You see what I'm saying? So I think it's wrong to talk trash about somebody who doesn't care if somebody is alive or dead. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think morally it's wrong, but at the same time you have to check yourself, homie, because what does Tank domestic violence case have to do with you? It's a personal attack. We do personal attacks on boxers all the time. Look how many people personally attacked Devin Haney and called him soft because he was filing a lawsuit over a guy that cheated him. They drug him through the mud. You see what I'm saying? We talk a lot about people's personal life. So how dare you try to question somebody's character because they don't agree or show sympathy with the same person that you sympathize with? I just think it's corny. You see what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. I think it's corny. Look how many people dragged Jermel and Jamal Charlo, made fun of them, and they had mental health issues because they were drunk driving and stuff like that. I think that's wrong. Don't get me wrong. I think it's wrong. Don't get me wrong. But I'm saying I think it's wrong as well. But how dare you try to act like sit on your high horse, Mr. High and Mighty, and act like they did no wrong? And I want to show you another example. I'm gonna give you another example of people doing that. I'm gonna give you another example, right? I'm gonna give you another example. He said Charlie Kirk used words though. Victor juiced up fighters to buy. Once again, you're I can see that this is probably the last message I respond to you. I'm not judging what somebody did compared to what somebody. I'm talking about people's opinion on them. So if you can't see past that, you're trying to compare Victor Conti with O.J. Simpson and O.J. Simpson with Hitler. That's on you because you don't have the mental capacity to keep up. But when you're an idiot, I ignore idiots. You know what I'm saying? That's what you're supposed to do when people are ignorant. All I said was that I don't care who you agree with or who you disagree with, and I don't even know how you just made that comparison right there. And I'm not taxed with the responsibility of understanding the mindset of a dummy. You see what I'm saying? And you're clearly a dummy.
You dumbass.
But yeah, so I want to go to another example. Shout out to my brother Tech Dumb Dad, man. I appreciate it with the gifted membership, man. Shout out to you for renewing your membership for another 30 days. My guy Tech Dumb Dad said he's not going nowhere.
I'm not leaving. I'm not fucking leaving. The show goes on.
Shout out to my brother Tech Dumb Dad. And shout out to my brother Al Booger in the building. And shout out to Ty. I never knew what SYBAU means, but that's how you know we here, because I just read it and I know what it means. Shut your ass up. Shout out to my brother Al Booger. He says, I wonder what Victor Conti could have possibly done. Bro, and I'm gonna say this. Like I said, I already said I think it's wrong, right? Shout out to you, Al Booger, because I like having intelligent conversations, you know? I'm not saying that Gervonta is justified. I don't know. He might not have did nothing. Gervonta is aloof. You see what I'm saying? He be saying stuff that I don't know what he did. He possibly never did nothing. You see what I'm saying? And like I said, I think that is wrong to react like that. However, I could give you another example, right? Like Young Dolph. Rest in peace to Young Dolph. There's some people that said they don't care. I could think of some other rappers. I ain't putting nobody business out there, but if you pay attention to the rap scene, especially Memphis rap scene, there's some people that celebrated his death, right? I think that's wrong, but I also don't have a beef with Young Dolph. You see what I'm saying? So like we talk about how people should react to certain things. Like you saw what happened when Breonna Taylor got killed, right? You think everybody sympathized? No, there are some people that actually defended, you know, people handling situations like that, especially law enforcement. You think when Mr. George Floyd passed away, there's people like Ryan Garcia that made jokes about resurrecting him and killing him again. So everybody didn't sympathize or cry with that either. You see what I'm saying? So I'm not here to judge how people react. What I'm saying is that this is nothing new. So when you're going to jump on somebody for reacting what you deem as negative in a negative manner to somebody's death, I think we should be careful, because a lot of times we be sticking our nose in people's personal affairs too, and it ain't got nothing to do with nothing. It's just that person's alive, so we think it's okay. Nah, bro. I mean, hey, man, some people have different standards and different morals and stuff like that. But I want to show you another example of hypocrisy at its finest, like this right here. Check this out. Now, I'm not here to say whether you should agree or disagree, but this is Floyd Mayweather at Israeli summit or something like that, and he's speaking in support of Israel, right? And you know the current war. I'm not telling you to, once again, I want to emphasize, I'm not telling you to pick sides or who to be with or who not to be with. But this is Floyd, right? And this guy right here, Lee Gormley, whoever he is, a boxer, right? He says this. He says, I really can't make this any clearer. F Mayweather. He said, a complete scumbag of a man. He says, human trash, horrible, rotten sellout. I don't know who he's selling out. But he says, hoping this genocide backing weasel comes back for Pac-Man to end him. And I'm going to tell you why I have a problem with this. He said Pac-Man to end him because he supports Israel, right? He's saying that he doesn't think you should. That's his business. But don't you all find it funny how easily it is to attack an American? This donkey, he says that he hopes Floyd comes back so Pac-Man can end him. You know why that's hypocritical? Pac-Man also supports Israel. You freaking goofball. You freaking idiot. This man says he wants one guy that supports Israel to get ended by another guy who supports Israel. So I responded and I asked him. And oh, look at this. Manny Pacquiao's supporter of Israel. Somebody Googled it. He said Pac-Man isn't Eddie better, bro. So I said I love how some people are so emboldened to attack Floyd, and I said I wonder why. You know why? I said not only is he selectively outraged, but this guy, the guy that he wants to end him is Pacquiao. One that expressed similar beliefs. So I asked him, I said, are you afraid of Filipinos, or are you just doing it for likes because he's American? Like some people in this world, so that's what I'm going back to with the Gervonta Davis stuff. Like I said, I think that is wrong. However you feel, that's how you feel on the situation. But why is it so easy for certain people to attack certain people with similar sentiments than it is to attack others with the same exact sentiments? You know why? Because some people are easy targets. Same reason why Max Kellerman, out of everybody in boxing, he said Gervonta Davis wasn't a real champion. He didn't say he didn't say Nick Ball wasn't a real champion. They have the same qualifications as a champion. He didn't say Rafael Espinosa wasn't a real champion. He didn't say Zurdo Ramirez wasn't a real champion. He didn't say David Benavidez wasn't a real champion. He said Gervonta Davis is not a real champion. Why do you think that is? I'll let y'all figure it out. You see what I'm saying? I think that's corny, man. If you don't stand on business, if you don't like it, then say it for everybody, but don't get triggered by certain people that look a certain way because you think they're easy targets and there'll be less blowback. I think it's a form of cowardice. I think it's a form of cowardice. Exactly, Tech. Just mad that Floyd is a GOAT. Or it's because he's American and that guy wasn't American. I don't know where he's from. I think he was from like England or something. But it's always easy to attack the Americans because, you know, it's somewhat cool. You see what I'm saying? But anyway, but yeah, I think shout out to Shawa in the building one time for the ladies. Yeah, we come on now. Tech is preaching. He said we are all sinners and fall short of the glory of God. Amen. Amen. And I know I am. But yeah, so I just think that with Victor Conte, man, like I said, my personal opinion, I always say rest in peace to him. I think that you can have your opinion. There's nothing wrong with having your opinion on people. That's why we live, right? We live life. Life is a test. You see what I'm saying? So if I do something that may rub you the wrong way, you might have a negative impression of me. If I do something that might rub somebody else the right way, pause, you might have a positive impression of me. You see what I'm saying? No Diddy. We're gonna pause that.
No Diddy.
So I just think that you know, that's all it is. So I'm not here to knock anybody. You know, I never really talk trash about anybody that passed away, but that's, you know, about anybody's passing. There's people that I will talk about how they live their life, and I would judge that on things that I know. But as far as me, like Victor Conte, I have no problem saying rest in peace to him, and cancer sucks. You feel me? But it is what it is, man. He lost his long battle with pancreatic cancer. 75 years old. Rest in peace to him. Doesn't make him a saint. I'm just saying rest in peace to him. So moving on, speaking of Tank, man, which I thought that reaction, my personal opinion, was whack, but it is what it is. I don't know their relationship, so I don't really speak on it. But I will say this though, Tank is talked about being replaced. They're talking about replacing Gervonta Tank Davis due to his run-in with the law and the domestic violence case, the DV case that he has with his girl, which I think also, again, I like Gervonta as a fighter. I don't defend Gervonta for everything he does, and any man that hits a woman is wrong. You know what I'm saying? Now, don't get me wrong. I mean, we're not talking about, don't go overboard now. I'm not saying that women should hit men or anything like that. And I'm not saying that there's not certain situations if a woman is attacking you or something like that, you try to restrain her, but you shouldn't be attacking a woman, especially as a man, is what I'm saying. So, you know, people like the other person I was here, Fredo or whatever, like try to twist your words and because they're idiots. You know what I'm saying? But overall, a man should not be hitting a women. It shouldn't happen. A woman, and it shouldn't happen habitually with different women. Now, I don't know this case here. You see what I'm saying? There's allegations right now. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's true or not. That's not my business. I don't really care. I let the investigation take place. But because of this situation, what has to do with boxing and where this is my jurisdiction is the fact that the fight is going to be canceled, or it's looking like it's about to be canceled, and it's looking like he could be replaced with plethora of people. I've done heard people say Terrence Crawford could replace Tank Davis. I heard Shakur. I heard Devin Haney. I heard Ryan Garcia. I heard Francis Ngganou. I heard what's it? One of the Diaz brothers, Nate or Nick Diaz. I don't even know which one. I heard Anthony Joshua. And I think that, not saying that he can't be replaced by some of these fighters, but I think the majority of people that are being proposed is just a bunch of
Bullshit! Bullshit! Bullshit, 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 bullshit.
like, don't get me wrong. Like, I'm just like, to me, I'm not saying that he can't fight Anthony Joshua, but if you pay attention to boxing like we do over here, you know that Anthony Joshua was already explored, right? So that doesn't mean that things can't change. Boxing moves with fluidity. There's nothing rigid about boxing, right? That's number one. But Jake Paul first approached Canelo, right? He wanted Cinnamon, and Turkey Al-Sheikh intervened, and we got Cinnamon versus Bud, right? That was well documented. And then Jake Paul pivoted towards who? Anthony Joshua. And that was about to be signed, but they couldn't iron out the details, particularly the clause in AJ's contract with his exclusivity, meaning he could only fight on DAZN. DAZN has exclusivity to AJ. That's why that deal broke off. So why would he go revisit the AJ fight? AJ still with DAZN, right? AJ still with Matchroom, right? Jake Paul still trying to fight on Netflix, right? So I'm just giving you an example of people just throwing out nonsense. You see what I'm saying? Now, like I said, maybe they could grant an exception. You know, with contracts it could change. But as it sits, the reason why he went to Gervonta Davis in the first place is because he missed Canelo and he couldn't get the deal with Anthony Joshua. So why would he go back and visit Anthony Joshua? What changed? Nothing. It's just people just be making stuff up. But anyway, like I said, it could have changed, but I've seen no evidence as to why he would go towards AJ when AJ has an exclusivity deal with DAZN. But I will tell you this though, another fight that I thought was nonsense was Francis Ngganou. But I want y'all to listen to this right here. Francis Ngganou has actually came out and talked about his potential to fight Jake Paul. So let's check it out here. Hopefully I don't get copyrighted. This is what they say. You got to say it's for entertainment purposes or education purposes. Hopefully it plays. They're running an ad right now. I'm gonna play it afterwards. They're running an ad right now, y'all. Let me wait till this ad is done. Fury need to get off the couch and grab it. Bro, they're talking about Fury fighting Logan Paul. Don't even get me started with that, Kendrick. Don't even get... I was going to make a video out of it, but I was so mad. I said, nah, I'm not even going to make a video, bro. They're talking about Tyson Fury fighting Logan Paul, bro. I think it's going to come to an end soon with all these nonsensical circus fights, but right now we just have to endure, man. We just have to endure. That's the rumor right there, though, that Tyson Fury could be coming back to fight Logan Paul. I ain't mad at it though. It's an exhibition. Do what you want to do, but stop making these fights where it's hard to tell if it's a real fight or an exhibition. But here, check this out though. This is what Francis Ngannou says about the he spoke to TMZ and he spoke on him potentially fighting Jake Paul.
Francis, we see your name popping up as a potential replacement for Gervonta Davis. We had to go right to the source.
Shout out to Johnny Gill. Yes, sir. What you know about Johnny Gill? Well, I know you know Al Booger. Shout out to New Edition to Johnny Gill.
Is there any possibility that Francis Ngannou will step in for Gervonta Davis and fight Jake Paul?
No, there's no such of thing happening.
So as you hear right there, Francis Ngannou says no. There's no such thing happening. He's not fighting Jake Paul. But I'll let you go watch the interview in its entirety on your own. It's on TMZ. I don't want to get copyrighted, right? So what Francis Ngannou goes on to say is that they approached him for Jake Paul. Or Jake Paul did. They approached him for Jake Paul. And he said, don't disrespect me. And he's saying not because Gervonta Davis is not a good fighter, but he's saying that, you know, how you gonna go for Gervonta to Francis Ngannou? And I love that response, you know. And they were like, oh, what's a price point? He was like, no, I have no price point. He said when they first approached me, he said that he was confused. He didn't know what they were calling him for. So I will say this, though. I'm glad he's not gonna fight him. But if he did, I wouldn't have a problem with it. But most importantly, I will say that this does show that they really are shopping around for different guys. So maybe there is some truth that they're revisiting AJ, despite what I said. Maybe there is some truth that they approached Terrence Crawford. Maybe they are approaching Andre Ward. Maybe they are approaching Ryan Garcia, because they definitely approached Francis Ngannou. I don't see the Cameroonian fighting phenom, Francis Ngannou. I don't see him as a liar. So he just said he turned it down. They asked him for a price point. He said, there's no money that I really want. That's not where he's going for. He's fighting for legacy. And he said, I can't see myself replacing Gervonta Davis. He said, that's just not for me, you know. And shout out to him. You know, he has a sense of pride about him, right? He's like, I'm not anybody's replacement, and good for him, man. I think I'm not saying good for him because not to fight Jake Paul, because I actually think Jake Paul is good for boxing right now, the current climate it is. I wish that he was fighting guys his size in real fights, you know, at cruiserweight division. But like I was looking forward to the undercard with the American Gary Anton Russell, WBA 140-pound champion, defending his belt against the Ghanaian Japanese junior welterweight contender Andy Hiroka, right? I was looking forward to that. I was looking forward to Alicia Bumgarner defending her belts, plural, against Layla Badoin. So I always look forward to the undercards of Jake Paul. I don't really care about the main event too much, so I'm gonna be honest. I like Tank, but I was not interested in this fight. I think this fight is trash, and I don't care that it's canceled, but I do care that these other fights will get postponed because I'm looking forward to them. You know what I'm saying? Wholeheartedly looking forward to them. But so Ngannou says that he's not going, you know, but they are still looking for a date in December, and that date that they're talking about in December that they're targeting is December. I've seen a couple of days. I've seen the 9th and I've seen the 16th, but what I have not seen is the 14th. And I want to show you that a lot of people have been referencing this online, and you know, y'all know me, man. Y'all know me by now, man. You know I'm gonna do my research, baby, and it's just what I do, you know. So a lot of people are thinking that they found some hidden information because they see this. I'm gonna pull it up and show you, and this is on the IBF website, right? So they think because they see this that they know when the fight is going to be relocated. They think they found some blues clue, right? It's the IBF female junior featherweight title 122 optional defense, Alicia Bumgarner versus Layla Badoin. And this is the IBF schedule, right? So I don't blame people for thinking it's real. And then you see another fight, Shaneka Johnson going against Amanda Gale. And this also, which is a fight that will be on the most valuable promotion on the undercard of Tank versus Jake, right? Well, I want to show you there's a couple things that are wrong with this, right? Number one, what stands out is that Alicia Bumgarner does not fight at super bantamweight or junior featherweight. She doesn't fight at 122. So that's mistake number one. She's not fighting her at 122. That's mistake number one. Mistake number two, December 14th. Well, bitch, that's a Sunday. And you know when they play on a Sunday? They play the NFL, this game called Americans' favorite pastime, right? Well, that's baseball, but you get what I'm saying? They love American football in America. So the last thing they would do is schedule a fight on the day of football. Sunday night football. I don't think I'm going. So I think that they made another mistake, and instead of being December 14th, they accidentally meant November 14th, which is coincidentally the original date for when the fights are supposed to be taking place, right? So that's what I think. That's more. I think it's just a mistake on the IBS part. I think they actually just put the wrong date, but you never know. Maybe they are right and they're gonna fight on a Sunday. You see what I'm saying? But people be so thirsty to break news first. That's the thing about like this TMZ era of news, right? People don't care about integrity. They care more about being first than they care about being correct. And that's the problem, you know. That's how a lot of fake news gets started. This could be just an honest mistake by the IBF, or it could be real. I think it's more of a mistake. I don't think that they would disclose this information right now, especially when they don't even have an opponent for Jake Paul. We don't even know if Tank is not fighting definitively. All this stuff is rumors. Tank could still fight. You see what I'm saying? So we'll see how it goes, man. I think it will be smart for them to cancel the main event because at least until the investigation is complete, that just seems like it's common sense to me. But you never know how it goes, man. I don't know. I can't call it. Shout out to my brother Tech Dumb Dad dropping that hello yellow on a fellow with that bread, that cheese, that butter. My brother Tech Up Dad dropped a 10-piece on me, said, never shit talk a dead man. Amen. That's how I feel about it. Or woman. Amen. Let the dead rest. Amen. They are judged by the Almighty, not by us. Amen. Again, everybody. Hey, man, hold on. My brother preaching, man. Everybody face forward in your pews. We got Pastor Tech Dumb Dad approaching the pulpit. Hold on. He about to preach. Hold on. He said, never should talk a dead man or woman.
Yeah.
Let the dead rest.
Yeah.
They are judged by the Almighty, not by us.
Yeah.
That is God's job. Amen.
Yeah.
I missed you, DBT fan. Been in Ireland visiting some family last. Oh yeah, I remember you told me you was going, man. Hope you enjoyed yourself, and hopefully you have a safe trip back whenever you decide to return, and hopefully you have a great time for the duration of your stay, man. And tell your family I said hello, man. I missed you too, bro. I appreciate you coming through. You know what I'm saying? It's always good when the Tech Dumb Dad's in the building. Shout out to you, man. Yeah, man. I just think I don't know, Tech. I just feel like we do pass a lot of, and I'm guilty of it too. Don't get me wrong, but I try to keep the main thing. That's why you see me, man. I say whenever somebody, I don't care if it's Aaron Hernandez who passes away or I don't know, give me somebody else. recently, you know, I always say rest in peace. I don't mean I agree with what they're doing, or OJ Simpson, or Charlie Kirk, whoever it is. You know, I don't mean I agree with what they're doing and what they said or what they stood on or what they lived for. I probably the majority of times do not. You know what I'm saying? But as far as death goes, that's between you and God. Because one day I'm gonna have to answer the same person, or not person, but you know what I'm saying. There's the Most High as well. So you know, I ain't trying to. That just ain't my business, man. That's not my jurisdiction. You know what I'm saying? But I definitely could talk about things that you did, and I will call that out and be, you know how I get, very passionate and stuff like that. But there's lines that I have for myself. You see what I'm saying? But that's just me. It's not about being high and mighty. Like I said, I'm not knocking anybody who doesn't feel that way, because some people say when it's up, it's stuck. You know what I'm saying? Once it's up there, hey, through life or death, hey, I'm not going. You know, I'm not rocking with you. You know? Hey, that's how certain people feel. I'm not here to knock that either. You know what I'm saying? Mama Not Iraqi says Jake Paul's helping female boxing. Tank beat. Hey, yo, this man said Jake Paul is helping female boxing. Tank boxing females. Big difference. That's crazy.
Yeah.
I ain't gonna lie, that was funny. Like I said, allegedly, yeah, that's what it seems like, man. But yeah. I can't. I have no rebuttal for that. It just seems bad. I'm gonna wait till see what happens. But like I said, that is wrong. You shouldn't be hitting no woman. You know, you just shouldn't do that. You shouldn't do it, man. You know. But I will say this though, it's not a rebuttal. I just want to add to it. Anybody that hits women should undergo the same persecution. You know what I'm saying? We should not be selective. That was the whole point of me showing those guys that were saying stuff like sometimes it's okay to just shut up, because you don't know what you're talking about. Like the guy was knocking Floyd for his beliefs, but then praising Pacquiao, not knowing that he had the same beliefs. And I'm gonna be honest, I think he knew he had the same beliefs. Like I said, I just think that when you attack certain people, it comes with a certain amount of pressure. You know what I'm saying? Let's face it, America, we don't stick together like that when it comes to defending our own as a nation. In boxing, you know what I'm saying? Like you mess around saying something against Pacquiao, boy, all the Philippines gonna be on your head top. You say something about Canelo, all the Mexico gonna be, and they should be. You know, I'm not saying it shouldn't be like that. You know, I'm just saying that's what it is and what it ain't. Johnny Gill rub you right the way, rub you the right way was playing when I got laid more than once in school. That's crazy. Hey, yeah, Shaw, we gonna pause that.
No diddy.
Oh yeah, they get freaky out there in the school, man. No diddy. Shout out to my brother. Let me see. George says, I see Jake Paul being good for boxing as a promoter. Yeah, that's how I see it. Not as a fighter. I agree. That's exactly how I see it, as a promoter, right? Tank will settle out of court because he can in the bag for Paul, as most compared to that settlement. Yeah, it's more compared to that settlement. Yeah. And like I said, and I'm gonna be honest, man. And when it comes to that stuff, like I said, I don't know. Ain't none of my business. But I just think when you settle, I will say yeah, I don't know, man. Because if he did it, he should be punished. If she's lying, then she should be punished. I don't think both parties should walk away without somebody being punished. So if he did it, he should be punished, even if you settle. And then if she's lying, she should be punished, regardless. So somebody should be punished, in my personal opinion. But it ain't none of my business, man. You know what I'm saying? I tried to take say I'm guilty of it too, but I always repent. That's why you got to come on now. That's what you got to do. Amen. You feel me? So I think that with Tank, Shawa said how they flub up all this. I don't know. They was up there. Hey, maybe they was having a party or something while they was typing all that stuff on the IBF platform. They was wilding. They put the wrong division, the wrong date. They put everything wrong. The time was wrong. I'm surprised they got the right fighters. I'm surprised they got the right combatants, man. But yeah, so we'll see how it goes with the new date. But I will say we do have a new date, which is really confirmed. We should have known this, right? I'm just glad they actually made it official. Is that Frank the Ghost Martin is officially back on December 6th. He's been officially added to the card that we thought he was going to be added to anyway, because they just didn't make an official announcement once the date between Roach and what's my boy's name? Cruz was announced, Pitbull, right? So now Frank Martin is added to that. So this card is crazy, man. So you have Esau Pitbull Cruz defended his WBC interim champion, the Mexican interim champion, going against the American WBA 130-pound champion Lamont Roach. You have that fight. Then you have, who else on that card? Stephen Fulton going against O'Shaquie Foster. for their version of the WBC belt at 126 and 130 respectively. You have Janibek Alimkhanuly defending his the Kazakhstan, two Americans, Stephen Fulton and Oshki Foster. Then you have Janibek Alimkhanuly, where's he from? Kazakhstan, right? The Kazakh, he's going to be defending his WBO and IBF belt against Erislandy Lara, the Cuban WBO champion. So that's 3 fights. And then you have Shane Mosley going against Jesus Ramos. And now you have Frank Martin going against Rancis Barthélemy. Bro, that card, I feel like I'm missing somebody still. I feel like I'm still missing somebody. I don't know who it is. It'll come to me anyway, but that card is nasty, man. That card is fire, bro. For a standalone card by one promotion, fire. You hear me? That card is fire on December 6th. Good Lord willing, man. I feel like there's, like I said, I feel like there's another fight I'm missing on that card. Don't forget to smack that like button. I appreciate it. But in addition to that, though, that being announced, there's also another fight that is seemingly announced, chat. And I don't like it. I'm gonna be honest, man. I don't like it. Yo, my brother 2-4 in the building. What up, folks? Shout out to my brother 2-4. He said Roach is moving up to a second division and still out here saying it's too small for him. I don't even look at moving up to say no. I'm telling you, bro. This junk it's been different, man. Hey, it's different now. Shout out to my brother Ty. He says facts. He said facts to the help it and beat him by. Yeah, that was funny. I ain't gonna lie. That was funny. Shout out to my brother Take Them Days doing not dong. He said doing not dong. Damn, man. No, I got to do this. Yeah, you got to pause it now, bro. He said doing not dong. Yeah, you wildin'.
What do you mean by that?
Yeah, you wildin', bro. But I will say this though. You know, we have another confirmation, and I don't like this. You know, and you know me, man. You know I'm a fan of my guy Edgar Berlanga, man. You know, that's one of my favorite fighters to watch. He's always entertaining, whether he's entertaining on the stage or in the ring, whether he's winning or losing. I like Edgar Berlanga, man. Edgar Berlanga is rumored to come back, and I'm gonna tell you why I don't like it though, because he's rumored to be fighting Armando Resendez. And you'd be like, Doc, what's the problem? You know what I'm saying? It's great. You got a Puerto Rican American versus a Mexican, you know, Puerto Rican versus a Mexican. That's great for boxing, right? You love that rivalry, right? You got Edgar Berlanga coming off of a loss, fighting Resendez, who just had an upset win over Caleb Plant. It's great, right? No, it's not great. And I'm going to tell you why it's not great. Because Edgar Berlanga is coming off of a loss to Cinnamon. Then he had a bounce back loss against, what's his name? Jonathan Mantequilla, which is Jonathan Gonzalez, right? AKA Mantequilla, and his body looked like melted butter. It was soggy. He was supposed to win that, and then he lost to Hamza Shiraz. Got stopped, right? And now he's going to get a fight against Resendez. And you'd be like, Doc, what's the problem? You got to remember, Resendez is an interim title holder, specifically for the WBA. Meaning that if Berlanga beats Resendez and Terrence Crawford retires or goes to 160 or goes to 154 or has a rematch with Canelo, that means that Resendez or Berlanga, the winner of Berlanga Resendez, will get elevated to a full champion. I think that's terrible. I don't think Berlanga should get spoon-fed. I like Berlanga. I don't think you should get spoon-fed opportunity. He does not deserve an opportunity at the interim belt. At least let him get a win or two and then maybe get a shot at Resendez. I think Caleb Plant probably deserves a Resendez rematch more than Berlanga deserves a match with Resendez. It's kind of similar to what we're seeing with Ryan Garcia. I'm tired of all these fighters just getting these freaking gift of opportunities, man. They fumble the bag and then they just get a gift like, huh, here, it don't matter. You lost that fight. Huh, here, forget about all the people in the top 15. Forget all about all the other people who earned their position in the rankings through merit. Forget about all those guys with no backing or barely any backing because you have a big backing and you have a big name. Huh, just take this title opportunity. That's trash, bro. Now, if Resendez wins and he gets elevated, I have no problem. Resendez deserves it because he just beat Caleb Plant, and then that means he would also beat Berlanga. But it's like Ryan Garcia, right? Ryan Garcia just lost to Rolly Romero. They tried to spoon feed him another WBA belt, this time at the 147-pound division, and he fumbled that. And then now the rumors is that Ryan Garcia is coming back for another title opportunity against Mario Barrios for the WBC. For what? And by the way, there's a guy named Shakram Giyashov who's been the mandatory for the WBA since Amantis Stanionis had the belt. So it's just crazy, bro. We see it again with Emmanuel Navarrete, how he's seemingly about to leapfrog Charlie Suarez for the WBO and not give him that rematch. And he's about to fight Eduardo Nunes. Now, I love that Eduardo Nunes fight because it's a unification. It's going to be great. It's an all-Mexican showdown. I like Navarrete. I like Nunes. A great fight. But the circumstances in which the fight will come into fruition, I think is shaky at best. I think it's trash, man. I think that these type of things that happen habitually diminish the integrity of the sport, man. It makes it seem like it's just a wild, well, it is a wild west, but it seems like it's even wilder. You see what I'm saying? And you know, I just don't like it, man. I don't like when, because every time somebody gets an opportunity like this, somebody gets looked over. You see what I'm saying? Like, even with the WBC, I mentioned Ryan Garcia, right? Manny Pacquiao came out of nowhere and got the WBC belt opportunity against Mario Barrios, and there was this guy named Souleymane Sissoko, right? A Frenchman, right? He's in position. And then now he's in position again. I think he might be ranked #1 in the WBC. Somebody check it and let me know for the welterweight division WBC belt. I think Souleymane Sissoko might be ranked #1. And now you talk about Ryan Garcia getting a fight because we know Ryan Garcia. We don't know Souleymane. Like, come on, dog. Soleimane. So that jug is trash, bro. We gotta stop it, man. That jug is trash.
Know your fucking place, trash.
So yeah, I think it's garbage, man. But it is what it is. And now we just have an official announcement, man. We do have an official announcement from Ring Magazine, chat. Remember when I said that Gervonta Davis and Jake Paul is not officially off? Well, according to the Ring Magazine, it is now officially off. So now, yeah. So now the rumors are officially true, and it is what it is. It says breaking. It's just released at 9:10 p.m. It is 9:21, so 11 minutes ago. Breaking: Jake Paul versus Gervonta Davis will no longer be going ahead on November 14th, per Most Valuable Promotions. And remember that thing with the IBF? It said December 14th, right? This is November 14th. Remember I told you that it could have been a mistake. They just made a mistake on the month instead of people thinking that they were actually going to fight on a Sunday. And they also made a mistake with Alicia Bumgarner fighting at super bantamweight 122 when she doesn't. But anyway, let's keep it going. Breaking: Jake Paul versus Gervonta Davis will no longer be going ahead on November 14th, per Most Valuable Promotions. MVP is now targeting a new date and opponent for Paul to face on Netflix later this year. Buddy, later this year, we are in November. Later this year, you have about 30 days. Well, 60 days because you got, it's what, November 3rd. So then you also have the full of December. So, yep. So it is off, man. And, I just sometimes you got to go with your gut, man. I thank my mama for my intuition, man. My mama and my grandmother, rest in peace. I feel like I have a woman's intuition, right? Because remember when this fight was going on, and you know I'm in Florida, and I was like, man, I just don't even feel like going because you know I don't like exhibitions, but I just feel like it was going to be a waste of time. I feel like Tank don't like he happy to be there. I feel like the people were just going to be pompous and just not very approachable, and I didn't go. Remember that? I'm glad I didn't go. The fight's not even going. You know what I'm saying? Now, granted, I still probably could have met some people, but I don't think anybody was there. It was just a whole bunch of content creators and stuff like that. Like, this is a game. It's not like really, this is a joke. You know, it's like a circus. It's not really like for boxing heads like me. I'm a boxing head, man. I'm not really, I don't really, the event and the ambiance is cool, but what gives the fight the aura and the vibe is the actual fight and the fighters, not just being there or surrounded by people. That's just me though. Shout out to Detective Daddy. Said I got jet lag, man. I got home 2 hours ago. Hey man, I'm glad you made it safely, man. Shout out to you, bro. Shout out to you. Shout out to King Graces, man. He says so they're not fighting. Apparently so, man. Apparently not. So that's breaking news, King Graces. Now unless something changed, you know I'll keep you up to date. But for what I see, Jake and Tank's not fighting. And like I said, to me, the only problem is what it said about the date being moved. You know, I feel bad for Alicia Bumgarner, Alicia the Baumgartner. You know, hopefully her and Layla Badoin, they stay active and stay fit. Because when your fight gets postponed, you know, it's like, dang, I'm ready to fight right now. You know, especially if you ever fought, or even not even had to fight, but if you play sports, you know, when you in season shape, you in good shape. And then when your game gets postponed, it just kind of takes the wind out of your sails, deflates you a little bit. So I'm hoping that Gary Anton Russell and Andy Hiroka can stay motivated and stay, you know, just stay ready and stay in camp and stuff like that, and keep the eye on the prize and stuff like that, because that is deflating. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'd be worried about. I really didn't care about the main event, but I just care about like the undercards and stuff like that. People get pushed back and kind of deflate you a little bit. Well, nobody is missing it. Nothing with that clown. Yeah, man, ain't nobody missing nothing with that clown. So I agree with you. Shout out to 2-4. He says, yeah, they took them off the betting sites too. Ooh, already? Already they took him off the best sites. They gone, huh? But yeah, man. So that's really it, man. I just wanted to talk about Frank Martin being announced and added to the December 6th card. And I want to talk about the Berlanga stuff. Like I said, I have a major problem with Berlanga. Like I said, it's not against Berlanga. I like Berlanga, but I just think that's sour, man. You can't be getting a title opportunity all willy-nilly, because that, it's so funny that, I'm a proponent for the belts, right? And I like the hardware and stuff like that. Pause. I like the hardware. It's crazy.
No, did he?
But I like the accolades and stuff like that, man, and the accomplishments. And the trinkets. I'm not saying it means everything, but it means something. I think it always should, right? But when you give these title opportunities to those that don't deserve it, and you do it consistently and often, and it just waters down the belt, you know what I'm saying? It diminishes the integrity of the sport, dirties the sanctity of the sport, the purity of the sport, and it's just weak, man. So I'm not, it's nothing against Berlanga, but I just think that's weak, man. I think that's weak, and it's clear, right? They're not looking forward to Resendez winning. They want Berlanga to win, just like they tried to spoon feed Ryan Garcia a win. They didn't expect Rolly to upset, but hey, Resendez has to do it again if it comes into fruition. You just have to upset him again. And speaking of upsets, shout out to our Togolese German brethren, Abbas Barao. He put on his Instagram today, he said this is hunting season again. And he says, this is what he says in particular. He says it's time to do it again. And he showed a picture of himself when he fought Jonas Tellis. Remember, we were in the building for that, right? And if you remember that, he was an underdog, and he upset Jonas Tellis for the WBA interim belt. That's why he's the WBA champion right now, because he was elevated at 154. And he's saying he's about to do it again, meaning what I interpreted from it, I interpreted that he's ready to take on that role again as the underdog. You see what I'm saying? And I think that only means that he's going to fight, well, who we think he's going to fight, and that is Xander Zayas, a WBO top rank champion, Xander Zayas, man. And this is it right here. So he says the next one is coming, and he said hashtag hunting season. And that's the same night where he went in there and upset Jonas Tellis in Orlando, Florida at the Creed Royale. So, and I've announced the other day that it was heavily rumored that, the deal between him and Xander Zayas was gonna get finalized at the WBO convention in Bogota, Colombia. So I haven't spoken with him since, and he didn't tell me, and I didn't ask him explicitly, but he just told me that, hey, this is what he told me. He said, you're good at he said you do your research. I said, of course I do, man. I'm a research scientist, man. I'm an engineer. That's what I do, baby. You know what I'm saying? Literally my title. So basically he didn't confirm, but he definitely did not deny what my thoughts. So shout out to Abbas Barao. I'm assuming I'm reaching here. Not reaching, but I'm assuming it is. I don't have any conversation, but it seems like we are going to get that unification fight next between Xander Zayas for his WBO belt and Abbas Barao for his WBA belt. I think that'd be fire. So that'd be a great unification. Yeah, that'd be, it's happening. You feel me? And shout out to Tech Dumb Dad. He was talking about another unification, and that's Jai and Zerto. And I dropped a video on that as well. And I also want to talk about that, because that is another unification that could potentially happen. And for me personally, I already know, cruiserweight's not really. Cruiserweight's probably outside of like straw weight and flyweight, like the little baby weights. Outside of those, cruiserweight's probably the least glamorous division, right? Especially to be so big, because typically we like big guys, right? Pause. Hey, yo, we wilding today.
What do you mean by that?
Yeah, typically we like big guys. Is crazy. But what I'm saying is that we usually like the bigger divisions, right? And cruiserweight, it just doesn't have, they don't really have like the high profile people, right? The interesting people, the polarizing people, the correct charismatic people. But for me personally, I think one of the best fights in all of boxing is at the cruiserweight division. And that's between Gilberto Zurdo Ramirez, the Mexican unified WBO, WBA champion at cruiserweight, against the Australian Ja Pataya for an IBF or Ring Magazine belt, right? And we had some news coming from Eric Gomez, who's a key matchmaker for Oscar De La Panti and Golden Shower Promotions. I mean, Golden Boy Promotions. Golden Boy Promotions. You feel me?
You dumbass.
Yeah. Eric Gomez was interviewed, and he said that by Salvador Rodriguez, right? Who reports for ESPN Deportes, and he says that they want to fight David Benavidez. Zurdo versus the monster, the Mexican monster, is a great fight. You see what I'm saying? But I want to prioritize the unifications. prioritize unifications, handle business in your division before we talk about going in another division. Like at the cruiserweight, we have Zerto could fight Badu Jack. I like that fight. I know Badu Jack is fighting Noel McCain, but he can fight Badu Jack, who's a WBC champion. He can fight Ja Patai, who's the IBF champion. Benavidez, I still want to see him fight Bivol. I want to see him fight Beterbiev. He has to get by Anthony Yard. You see what I'm saying? Like there's so many fights and so much business to take care of and handle and get situated in your own division. So for me, I like Zerto and Benavidez. Who wouldn't like that fight? But I would prefer for them to prioritize the fights in their own division. And we have good news coming from Eric Gomez. Like I said, once again, a key imperative matchmaker, a big wig at Golden Boy. He said that Zerto could potentially be fighting Ja Pattaya in January or February. And that is great news, chat. I'm not going to lie. That is fire. Again, that is fire. But there's always a but. Preferably a big old juicy butt. You know what I'm talking about? On a melanated queen. You know what I'm talking about? But anyway, there's always a but. Not a B-U-T butt, but a B. Yeah, not a B-U-T-T butt, but a B-U-T butt. There's a but. And you know me, I pay attention to boxing, man. I just find it very suspicious because, you know, Ja Pattaya is about to fight his mandatory in Hussein Sankara, right? Hussein Sankara is about 40 years old.
Damn. I'm sorry.
But this is boxing, right? This is boxing. And you never know what could happen in boxing, right? Anything could happen. Somebody could lose, get upset. Somebody could get injured, right? He's fighting Sankara on December 6th. That's a hell of a quick turnaround to fight somebody in January or February. There's no way, logistically speaking, in any way, shape, or form that's reflecting any type of realism. There's just no way realistically that Ja Pattaya could dedicate a full training camp to prepare for Zerto. I think it's unfair, you know? So that's why for me, I just think, I'm like, oh no, now you got to fight Ja Pattaya in January and February, and Ja Pattaya has a defense in December on December 6th. It just doesn't make sense. Now, what I could say, maybe they're anticipating Ja Pattaya to just blow through Sankara, similar to what he did to Claudio Squello. I'm not saying that's outside the realm of possibility, but like I said, to depend on that is kind of crazy. But I will say this, maybe they're thinking like, hey, you know, Zerto's just coming off of surgery after he just beat Junior Dorticos, right, for his to satisfy his WBA mandatory. Maybe they think it's about even. I don't know, man, but I just don't like it. It's hard for me to get excited fully. But I do think the fight's going to happen. I just don't know about January or February. That just seems a little bit too soon for a fight of that magnitude. That's too quick of a turnaround. But I will say this too. They are being consistent because Eric Gomez said that Zerto would fight Ja Pattaya, and assuming that David Benavidez gets past Anthony Yard, and assuming that Zerto gets by Ja Pattaya, that Zerto and Benavidez would fight in May. That'd be another quick turnaround. Won't be as quick as December to January, February, but that's another quick turnaround. So maybe they just thinking about having fights back to back. I don't know. Maybe Zerto had a surgery and he got the freaking gamma rays that Bruce Banner got to turn into a Hulk. I don't know what happened with that operation, but that just seems a little bit unrealistic, man. I don't know. Yeah, that just seems a little bit. Maybe I'm being a skeptic. You know, maybe I'm too skeptical right now. I don't know. Shout out to Tech Up Dad. He said, Jai getting that Parker treatment even with the world title. Yeah, man. That's one thing I would say. You know me. I think it's a 50-50 fight. I know a lot of people got Ja Pattaya. I think that I would edge. Like, I think they are the bona fide 1 and 2, right? Jai and Zerto. A lot of people have Jai as number 1. Some people have Zerto as number 2 or Zerto as number 1. I personally think that people are overlooking Zerto. I don't think that Zerto's afraid of Ja Pattaya. I know a lot of people think that. Maybe so, you know. I don't know, but I don't think so. I mean, Ja Pattaya's been in there. I mean, Zerto's been in there with Bivol and, you know, and some other folks too, you know, and he moved up to cruiserweight and he's been handling business. So I don't think he's scared. I think the fight will eventually happen. But I will say this. So I do believe that Jai wants it. But I'm not sure. Sometimes he fights voluntaries like Claudio Squello and Jordan Thompson. Like, those are voluntary. So we'll see how it goes, man. I'm just keeping my fingers crossed and hoping for the best. Shout out to James Daly. He said cruiserweight more legit than bridgerweight. That's a fact. I don't even look at bridgerweight. I don't even count bridgerweight. So bridgerweight is nonsense to me. They need to throw that away. Throw bridgerweight away. If you have bridgerweight, either go down to cruiserweight or fully commit to heavyweight. Throw bridgerweight in the trash.
Know your fucking place, trash.
He said Turkey was already targeted Badu Jack for February, reportedly. Yeah, I heard about that as well. But Badu Jack has to get by Noel McKaylen again, right? For his mandatory. And I didn't see, I think they have a date for that, but I'm not sure if it was finalized yet. You let me know if it is. What the freak is Bridgerweight? Yeah, exactly. Tech Bridgerweight is between cruiser and heavy. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, we'll see how it goes. Shout out to George. He said Jake Paul versus Carol Latama at 175. The older brother of Moses. 13-12 with 8 knockouts. Solid fight to earn legitimacy. I mean, hey, why not? I mean, hey. But yeah, but if that unification can happen, man, I'll be like a kid in a candy shop, because for me, that is one of the best fights, man. Zerto and Jai. I think the best fight right now, to me, I know I might be in the minority in this, but I think Beterbiev and Bivol trilogy, I would love to see that chapter close. I want to see that more than any other fight. So that'd be the number 1 fight for me. Number 2 would be Zerto and Apataya. And of course, I want to see Tank and Shakur, but that seems less realistic now. But with Tank not even fully fighting. But that's another good fight I want to see. What else? Give me something else, chat. I want to see Boots and Virgil. Give me something else, chat. I do want to see Clarissa and Shadeja Green. I just don't think that, I just disagree with some people who think that Clarissa Shields needs to go down and do. I don't mind her going down, but I don't think that she has to go down. But I love to see Clarissa Shields and Shadeja Green. Shout out to Shadeja Green. I like her a lot too. I like them both. I like Clarissa more, but I like them both. And I like to see Katie Taylor and Chantel Cameron get a trilogy. You know what I'm saying? Because Chantel Cameron deserves a trilogy, not Amanda Serrano. Because when you lose twice, we don't need to see a third fight. I'm just saying. But when it's 1-1, like Dmitry Bivol and Beterbiev, I think a trilogy is appropriate. That's all I'm saying. Shout out to Boxer Wiz in the building. Says, damn, they just canceled the whole event. Yeah, they just canceled. Oh, Haney and Norman's a good one too. That's a great one too. But see, Haney and Norman, I wouldn't put up there with the ones I just named, right? Because the aforementioned fights I just spoke on, those are like dream fights. Like those are build-ups. Haney and Norman wasn't really a build. It's a great fight that just kind of materialized, right? It wasn't like people were saying, oh, we want to see Devin and Norman. Nah, they weren't even in the same division. Like all the fights that I said, Shakur, Tank, build up. You see what I'm saying? Even Clarissa and Shadeja Green's fairly new, but that's a pretty good build up, right? They both have Franson Cruz in common. Clarissa beat Franson. Shadeja lost to Franson. They both have Savannah Marshall in common. Clarissa, they both beat Savannah Marshall. You see what I'm saying? And so I think that there's a little storyline there, and it might not be like a long-standing rivalry, but there's a little rivalry brewing there. So, and then Chantel Cameron and Katie Taylor, like I said, they have the history. They're 1-1. Chantel Cameron actually beat her first, and then Katie Taylor got it back, and then Katie Taylor didn't give her an opportunity to close the chapter. So that's history there. Beterbiev, Bivol, we already know their history, 1-1. So every fight I said has some history there. Norman and Haney's a fight that's dope, but it just came out of nowhere. It's not like a what to call, like the fight that would have been a good fight, like as far as like a mega fight, if you will, or super fight for Haney would have been like Haney and Tank, or Haney and Shakur, or Haney and Tio. But Haney and Norman's not really like a. It's a great fight now that it's made, but it wasn't like a rivalry. You see what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. But yeah, Haney and Norman's fire. I have Norman, but I think it's a great fight. Shout out to Shawa, says the man wants to fight though. Everyone around him has told him the same thing, but they respect he's going to do as he wishes. But I agree. I missed that message. Shout out to Fernando, says Teofimo and Shakira. I don't think you think that fight's gonna happen. I don't think that fight's gonna happen, Fernando. I don't know, man. I don't have my doubts, man. Like shout out to Shakur and shout out to Teofimo if they make that fight happen. I love it. You know, whether it's at 140, which it'll be at 140 for Teofimo's WBO belt, but and Ring Magazine belt. But I just don't believe him, man. Teofimo hasn't been showing me any reason to believe him, right? Every fighter that he's called out that has been of any consequence, he hasn't fought him. He called out Devin Haney. He turned that down according to Turki Al-Sheikh and Devin Haney. He was lined up to fight Keyshawn. He turned that down according to Keyshawn and Turki Al-Sheikh. He was in talks to fight Richardson Hitches. We haven't seen that unification yet. He was in talks to fight who else? Brian Norman. He said he wanted to fight Brian Norman once Brian Norman got the full WBO title when he was elevated. We ain't hearing nothing from Teofimo. Teofimo wanted to fight Boots. We ain't hearing nothing. Teofimo talked about fighting Tank. We ain't hearing nothing. He talked about fighting Bud. We ain't hearing nothing. So I keep going. He talked about fighting who else? Subra Matias. Nothing. You see what I'm saying? He talked about even fighting, which I don't even care about this fight because this guy's a racist cheater, and Ryan Garcia. You know what I'm saying? We don't care about them gosh dang cheaters around here. We don't care about them gosh dang cheaters around here.
We do not let people who are on the juice discuss real athletes. That's all.
But truth be told, I'd be interested in Teofimo versus Ryan, but that hasn't happened either. So who's he fighting, bro? He's not fighting a whole lot more people than he's actually fighting. So I have no reason to believe that fight's gonna happen. But if it comes into fruition, I'm with you. That's a great fight. And it's so crazy because I actually think Teofimo, when I first heard about it, I was like, oh no, Shakur will beat Teofimo. But the more I think about it, the better chance I give Teofimo. I still think Shakur is gonna win. But man, the more I think about that fight, the more interesting it is, man. I don't know, bro. That's a especially if and that's a problem with Teofimo, right? He's another one that's aloof, right? And you can't really depend on him to show up. Like a lot of people give him the benefit of the doubt. I call it a little bit more. I'm a little bit more critical when it comes to Teo. I think Teo, like people say, oh yeah, if it's a good Teo or a bad Teo, there's no such thing as a good Teo or a bad Teo. Teo is Teo, and what's wrong with Teo is that Teo never implements a game plan. He goes in there and freestyles because usually what happens is that he's usually more athletic, usually more talented, usually more he's usually faster, he's usually has better reflexes than the opponent that he's standing across from, usually bigger too, not all the time, but usually, right? So I don't think he ever implements a game plan. So that's why I think his execution is so off when it comes to having a great performance all the time, because if you surprise him, then they don't really know how to do anything else. They don't know how to change up the game plan. I mean, his father, Teofimo Lopez Sr., said that his son doesn't need a jab. I don't care how athletic you are. I don't care how gifted you are. Why wouldn't you need the most quintessential tool in all the boxing, a jab? And then when he fought Jermaine Ortiz, what did it look like he could have used? The ability to cut off the ring and a jab, right? So, nah, man, Teofimo, I think he didn't look as good against George Kambosos, not because he wasn't himself. It's just that George Kambosos showed him something that he wasn't expecting, and he doesn't do a great job of adaptation. That's what I think. You see what I'm saying? He struggled against Sandor Martin because, first of all, Sandor Martin, that's a tough fight for anybody. So I don't really give him too much flack for struggling against Sandor Martin. That's a good fighter out of España, but I actually think Sandor Martin, you could argue that he could have won that fight, but I don't really give him that much too much flack for losing that. I mean, for struggling there. But yeah, he just doesn't have a game plan. So I think people over exaggerate. Oh, it depends on what Teo shows up. Nah, we know what Teo shows up. But Teo, if you have a style that is conducive with him looking good, then he's gonna look good. If you don't have a style that's conducive with him looking good, then he's not gonna look good. Simple as that. It's simple as that. I don't think there's anything else. It's not rocket science. It's just he doesn't have a game plan. That's why. He said, what makes Ryan Garcia racist? Go look it up. I mean, if you don't know what he said, then there's no point in me telling you. So it wasn't like he hit it. I mean, he's literally, why do you think he was banned? Well, first of all, let me give you a chance. What's your name? Dane? Let me give you a chance. Are you speaking honestly that you really don't know? I don't mind enlightening you now, but if you're just being an idiot, then you could look it up yourself. But if you really don't know, if you're really unaware, then I could inform you if you like. I mean, he was banned. I'm gonna give you a hint. He was banned by the WBC for being racist. He wasn't. Why do you think he was banned from the? Maybe you don't know that he was banned from the WBC. Maybe you don't know that. But if you know that, then that's your answer right there. Fernando says Teofimo at 135 uses jab, true, but stop using that 140, true. I'm with you on that. I'm with you on that. He needs to bring it up, set up everything else. I agree. It's not a secret. Thank you, Shawa. It's not a secret at all. So if you don't know, I tend to believe that you don't care more so than you don't know. You see what I'm saying? Because it wasn't like it was hidden. So I don't even know. And it wasn't like it was one time or two times. It was like about 3 or 4 times. So I find it hard to believe that you don't actually and legitimately don't know. I think it's more so that you don't care. But like I said, I'll give you a chance. If you honestly don't know, I don't mind explaining. He said, I honestly don't know. Okay, so he said the N-word multiple times and multiple platforms. He also said that he wants to resurrect somebody that was a victim of police brutality, and he wants to resurrect them just to kill them again. And he also called them an N-word. And then he also said that what was the other thing he said? He said something about, I can't remember exactly what he said about Clarissa Shields. He was going back and forth Clarissa Shields. He said something crazy about her. And then he said something about the LGBTQ community. which I remember what he said, but I don't want to say it and get in trouble. I don't know. Anyway, he said something about how he identifies. So if Devin Haney hit him, he said that he identifies as a woman. So if Devin Haney hits him, then he's gonna That's not funny, bro. It's so childish. But he said that he identifies as a woman. I want to say he said that specifically a gay woman or a trans woman or something like that. So if Devin Haney sues him, he's gonna he's gonna sue him if Devin Haney hits him or something like that. Something like that. So he said that word a couple of times, and he also said that he wants to resurrect a person that was a victim of police brutality, and he wants to just to kill him again. Yeah. So I mean, just Google it. I hate it because that's my favorite belt. WBC got favorites. Yeah, WBC be wildin'. I ain't gonna lie. WBA be wildin' too. President Gilberto Mendoza be wildin' more. That's just the tip of the iceberg. That's just the tip of the iceberg. So and then I remember he opened up a Twitter space and he said the N-word multiple times, the F N-words, the F black people and F Muslims. That's what he said. And, I mean, like I said, it's not. If you Google it, you'll find it. So you just talked about Ryan talking about George Floyd 15 minutes ago. I probably did, George. I probably did. You're right. I did. Shout out to George. Yeah, man. So, so that's what makes him racist. So being racist is what makes you racist. I didn't just say that because, like, you know, and I'm gonna be honest too. I'm gonna be honest. I don't like when folks use certain words, but I understand certain things are part of certain cultures and songs and stuff like that. So I wouldn't call him that whimsically is what I'm saying. So don't think like, for example, we could agree that I know Ryan Garcia is Mexican American, you know, and Edgar Berlanga is Puerto Rican. But, you know, Edgar Berlanga uses certain words, right? You never heard me call Edgar Berlanga racist. I may not like that he uses certain words that begin with N, but it's context, right? It's contextual and he's from a certain area. So I know in certain places, that's how certain people talk or whatever. But I might not like it, but I wouldn't call him racist. So don't think that I use that term whimsically or nonchalantly. No, I mean it because he was actually being racist. So don't think I'm saying because, oh, this person said it, I don't like the way he says it, or I'll let you know. No. You know, I don't really mince words like that. I don't really mince words like that. I don't pay attention to social media, but a huge litany of junk he said back. Okay, my bad, Dane. Shout out to you, bro. I wasn't sure if you were trolling because some people come in, they try to troll and get me to say certain things. So, but yeah, shout out to you, bro, for actually asking. Yeah, so that's why he was banned. And if you know the WBC and President Mauricio Suleiman, it's not like it's a black organization, right? Mauricio Suleiman is Mexican. So if they banned you for being racist, you probably said some crazy, wicked, demented stuff, right? So Mauricio Suleiman, he was literally banned from the WBC for being racist. And you can look that up as well. Yeah, so, and that's why it makes it even funnier because he's supposed to be fighting Mario Barrios for a WBC belt. That's why a lot of people are questioning, like, hold on, wasn't he banned for the WBC? I don't know how long he's banned. You know, it could have been a certain duration. Might not have been an indefinite ban. You know, it just maybe could have been like for 6 months. I don't know. I actually don't recall the length or if they even like assigned a length of time he was going to be banned for. But yeah, he was banned for being racist. Shout out to WBC for that too. You know, shout out to them. You got to give credit where credit is due. I don't want to question the sincerity of it. I just want to say shout out to them because, you know, when people do wrong, it should be punished, man. Because if things go unpunished, then people don't recognize their wrongdoing. So completely understandable. You feel that way, yes sir. I appreciate that, bro. If Foster's a favorite, I need to put money on Scooter. Shit, Foster's a favorite. Shout out to Shawa, said that part. Well said. I appreciate that, Shawa. I like Fulton, but I feel that Foster appreciate. Shout out to Shawa in the building. Hey, go check out Shawa, by the way, too, man. Shawa has a dope channel. Yeah, man. If you enjoy great, not good, if you enjoy great boxing talk and discussions and an environment where you could speak your mind, you see what I'm saying, and not be interrogated or attacked, check out Shawa. And just to support the women, you know what I'm saying? We need more women voices in the sport. One time for the ladies, especially those that are knowledgeable too. And she's very knowledgeable. So shout out to her. And shout out to Dane as well. My brother Tech Them Dad said Berlanga doesn't say the N-word from a color perspective. Is that what you were saying? Perfect. Tech Them Dad. He says it from from I don't want to say cultural because I'm not giving it, because like I said, I don't like it, but he says it from as a quote unquote product of his environment. You see what I'm saying? Like, you know, POME, product of my environment. Like, he's from the New York or from the boroughs, you know, the Fat Joes. You know what I'm saying? I don't get mad at Fat Joe. I don't like it, but I don't, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, exactly. He doesn't say it from a complexion standpoint or colorist standpoint. Exactly, perfectly said. You know, he says it from like a lack of a better term, from a cultural upbringing type of perspective. Be on that demon time in my chat. Like, oh yeah, I be on it now. I be on it. You know, I'm hey, shout out to Shaw. You know what though, Shaw? I ain't gonna lie. I feel like, and I'm not saying that you're not justified. I'm not saying that you're not right to feel this way. But I feel like you be extra sensitive to stuff I say. I feel like I don't be even saying nothing. Like, I be in the chat. I ain't gonna lie. If I just, I feel like, and now I want to ask you this too. If you don't like it, then I won't. But I feel like it just helps keep the conversation going. That's all. And you know me, I'm not one to hold my tongue. So I'm not one to bite my tongue. I'm gonna stand up. So, you know, and then when I say extra sensitive, I don't mean like in a bad way. I'm just saying that you be like you be thinking I'll be attacking. I don't be attacking. Sometimes I ain't gonna lie. Sometimes I be slick now. I'm not gonna lie. I be a little slick with it. You know, like saying a little slick stuff. I'm saying, like, you know, but I really don't be. I mostly be laughing. And shout out to you too. You acknowledge it too. You say, you know, Doc over there rolling. You be having me rolling, man. I ain't gonna lie. You know, and the people in the chat mostly. Like, okay, I'm so glad you said this. You know, I want to talk on this too, chat. And shout out to everybody. We have a good little. We on your head. No, I don't. Shaw, I rock with you. Shaw, you are dope. Man, you are one of the most highly respected content creators out there from my perspective. I want to say this though, and shout out to Tech. You know, Berlanga's one of my favorite fighters. So I could not like something and still not hate a person. Like, I'm sure that you don't like some things about me, Tech, but you still rock with me, and I appreciate that. We're not supposed to like that. That's what. When you really rock with somebody, you don't rock with them. Well, some people do, but you don't rock with them because you agree with everything they do, right? Just because there's other things that might overshadow that. You know what I'm saying? Like our brotherhood through boxing and stuff that we agree on is stronger than the little things that here and there that we disagree on. You know, like me and Shawa, you know the crazy thing? Clarissa Shields is probably the only thing that me and Shawa disagree with, but we disagree hard. I'm talking about like we really, really disagree on Clarissa Shields, but she's still here, and I'm still gonna be in her stream. You know what I'm saying? And I wish I could have popped up that day, because shout out to Shawa. Sometimes there are difficult and uncomfortable conversations, but I think that's what pushes us forward. You know, we gotta have these conversations, like, because if I don't know your perspective on something and how you might feel, it might bother you, then how could I ever change, and vice versa. You know what I'm saying? So I want to talk about this with Clarissa Shields too, and this is what. With Layla Ali, right? Just as one topic, because we have a mixture of people in here from a complexion standpoint, nationality standpoint, gender standpoint. I think it's a dope time to talk about it. Shout out to Shawa. But Layla Ali said this crazy thing, which I think is crazy. And I think you can't defend it, but I'm not mad because I don't know her. You know, you're not your parents, right? We all know Muhammad Ali's history, right? Standing up for social injustices and equality and stuff like that, and fair treatment of all, right? And there's this thing called All Lives Matter, right? We all familiar with Black Lives Matter. There's Asian Lives Matters and some other lives matter, and Blue Lives Matter, and All Lives Matter, right? Of course, all lives matter, right? But when you are a person, particularly Black, right? But an American, really, we should all have stand for it, but particularly a Black American. I'm not saying that you got to like the BLM movement. That's not what I'm saying. But don't change what something means, right? So when somebody says Black Lives Matter, I think a lot of people hear that and they just get turned off, right? But you got to listen to what people are saying. They're not saying Black Lives Matter only. They're not saying only Black Lives Matter or Black Lives Matter more. It's Black Lives Matter also. Black Lives Matter too. Black Lives Matter as well. Because the reason why the movement was created was because, statistically speaking, right, there's a lot of lives that are Black that are taken without accountability, whether it's from other civilians or from those that are supposed to protect and serve, like the police, right? So when people say Black Lives Matter, I'm not speaking for everybody, but the original message was that because Black lives are lost, like it doesn't mean anything and nobody's punished, nobody's held accountable. That's why they're saying, hey man, Black Lives Matter too. Like, it's not saying that Black Lives Matter more than a white life or a brown life or a girl life or a boy life or an old life or a young life. It's saying, hey man, people are dying and it's going unaccounted for. So when you're Layla Ali, you have your own stance, but that is a turnoff for somebody like me when you say all lives matter, because all lives matter was created to undermine Black Lives Matter. You see what I'm saying? So was Blue Lives Matter. It's not that police should die. I don't wish death on anybody. We already talked about that. But what it's saying, so when you say all lives matter, you're saying, oh, I don't care what they talking about. All lives matter. Like, it's created to say that there's no reason to say Black Lives Matter. No, the reason they say that is because Trayvon Martin, who was in Florida, was killed for having a bag of Skittles and walking at night by himself, and the guy got off. They say that because George Floyd had his neck kneeled on by a police officer. They say that because Arnold Sterling was killed for selling cigarettes. They say that because Eric Garner was choked out in New York. They say that because Sandra Bland ended up missing from a routine traffic stop, or not missing, but she ended up dying in a holding cell, unaccounted for. They say that because Philando Castillo in Minnesota was murdered while chilling in the car with his wife and his child. I could go on and on. You know, Breonna Taylor, another one who her house was raided because they made a mistake and she was killed sleeping. That's why they say Black Lives Matter. They don't say it because you're prioritizing this life more than others. They're just saying, hold on, man, we need to be treated fairly too. So I'm not saying that's what it always was. I'm not saying that's what it is now. I'm saying that's what it was originally. I'm not saying that's what it is now. But that's, so when you say things like that, then even if you don't agree with it, to say something like all lives matter, I think is very tone deaf, to be nice. Black Lives Matter equals, thank you, Tech Them Dad. You get what I'm saying? And Tech Them Dad, it doesn't matter. But, you know what I'm saying? That's my brother from another, you know what I'm saying? What are you again, Tech Them Dad? Irish, Italian American? I'm Nigerian, Jamaican American. So we definitely not the same complexion, right? You wouldn't think. Not saying that there's not white Jamaicans and Nigerians and, and black Italians and Irishmen, but typically speaking, you know, so it's just about listening, man, and not getting upset. You gotta listen, man. You don't have to agree, but you gotta listen, bro. Don't manipulate people's messages because you don't agree. I think that's wrong. Don't mince words. That's all I'm saying. Exactly. Don't mince words. Shout out to Shawa. I just got reminded by it. I'm not saying Shawa was saying that. Like I said, I was just talking about that Layla Ali part. I thought that was a pretty interesting part. So when I say all that to say that when I said that's crazy, you thought, I don't know, I think you thought I was talking to you or something. I don't even remember what you were saying. But I said, laugh my butt off. That's crazy. And Shawa said, what's crazy, Doc? What's crazy, Doc? I said, hold on. I said, no, that's why I said, Shawa, what am I even talking? You even know what I'm talking about? And I just you know, hey, man, don't shoot me. Marley, don't shoot me, Shawa. I put my hands up. Don't shoot me. Don't shoot me, man. Shout out to my brother Irony in the building. Hey, man, I ain't gonna lie, bro. Yeah, I definitely want to. You sleep if you think I just want to talk about boxing. Yeah, eventually, one day, you know, one day at a time. I love this boxing stuff, but yeah, man, you know, I done went and marched at the Capitol before. Shall I put my hands on? I said, hold on. Hey, man. Oh, man, that's too funny, man. Shout out to Kendrick in the building as well. I see you, bro. I love what you said, but what did Layla say, fam? What did Layla say? Oh, what you mean? When she was like, that clip that you showed, I saw that interview. She was like, she said that when it comes to sponsors and stuff like that, and I think that's that makes it even worse. To be, like I said, I don't want to dissect what she said because that's how she feels. But when you say, you have to be aware of what you're saying, because she was like, yeah, personally, I think all lives matter. That is taking it out of context. You say, if you respond to all lives matter, if you respond to Black Lives Matter as all lives matter, or anything, like if I respond, like they say Asian lives matter, I say all lives matter. Like I said, once again, that's undermining what they're saying. They're saying that crimes are done against whatever group of people it is. If you want to say dog lives matter, if dogs are being killed unequivocally, you know what I'm saying, or without consequence, then they're saying that, hold on, we got to reevaluate how we look at this situation and see why these certain lives in this category aren't being accounted for as much as these lives over here. So when Layla Ali says, you know, personally, I think all lives matter because I have white fans and black fans. Saying black Tech Dumb Dad is not black, right? You don't have saying Black Lives Matter doesn't mean that Black Lives Matter only, which is the point. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't mean that you are against anybody else because you're for that. That's what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? It's like anytime you stand up for equality, that's exactly what it is, right? It's not saying that you're against something else. And that's how she framed it. So it would have been, but even if she feels like she doesn't want to be a huge proponent for it, or she doesn't want to lose sponsors or whatever, then say it like, okay, that's not for me. But don't, when you say all lives matter, you fundamentally change the meaning of what it's supposed to be when you say BLM. You know what I'm saying? So, or anything, you know, it's not. Now, don't get me wrong. There's people that twist things, and there's some people that will use that for their own gain, and you know, with anything. I mean, everybody's not altruistic in nature, right? With anything, whether you're talking about, I don't know, gender equality, or you're talking about, it's like, let's for example, it's like with gender equality too, right? People will make it seem like, oh, you know, you just a feminist. The original, now feminist is a different thing, right? But when you're a feminist, you're fighting for women's fair treatment. But now if you say you're a feminist, people have hijacked the meaning to make it seem like, oh, you're prioritizing women and questioning the masculinity of males, or emasculating people. You see what I'm saying? And that's not what it was for. You see? So when you say things like that, it kind of diminishes, or just you change the meaning of things, and that's not right. That's all. Oster been ducking me. His name is Oster out here ducking. But yeah, that's all I'm saying. And it goes for anything, not just that. Or even like woke, right? Even woke, that's another hijacked term. When people say woke wasn't what it means now, you know, but when certain people that are against something, they hijack the meaning, and people forget what the original meaning was. You know what I'm saying? Being anti-woke, that's not, woke doesn't even mean the same thing anymore as when it was originally. You know what I'm saying? Shout to who you said ducking you? You said Oster ducking you? Hold on, I got you, bro. Heck yeah, hey bro, I got a couple in my family, George. Absolutely. You know, yeah. Hey man, and shout out to you if you have any family down there. Yeah. If you go to Jamaica, bro, there's definitely white Jamaicans and black Jamaicans and Asian Jamaicans. You know, you got your Spanish town. You got brown Jamaicans as well. You know what I'm saying? You got your Spanish town over there. You got your Chinatown. Yeah, heck yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. I got white Jamaicans in my family. Facts. Oster been ducking, his name is Duckster. That's crazy. I'm Cecilia Iris, the whitest of white. But all lives matter downplays the struggle and suffering of people who deserve to be recognized as the oppressed and most recent and evolved. Yeah, that's exactly. My boy, hey, my brother Tech out here preaching, y'all. Shout out to my brother Clone in the building. Don't do that to Oster. Oster gotta stop ducking, man. James Daly says, let's keep it boxing. He said, Zerto makes more money facing Benavidez than Apataya. Are you asking me? Or are you telling? You put a thinking face. Doc be trying to trigger me sometimes. I ain't gonna lie, Shaw. I ain't gonna lie. I'll be honest now. I'm always honest, but I really be okay. So I'm gonna get to. Hey, remind me to get to you, James, if I miss it. But okay, so you brought that girl up, right? I don't remember her name. That young lady. Sorry, not no disrespect. That woman up. You brought a woman up, right? And I don't know who it was. I think she was new to your stream too. I think you said, right? But she got on there. And I'm gonna tell you, this is when I started talking. So a lot of times I don't even be talking to you, Shaw. I ain't gonna lie. I be fighting the people in the chat. but this woman went up there and had the audacity. And I know you don't have a problem with it, Shaw, because number one, you dope. But number two, she was on the same side as you. But she made a fundamental mistake, right? Well, not really. That's her opinion. But I'm gonna tell you why. For somebody like me, she made a fundamental mistake. She said that she was talking trash about Clarissa, right? That's cool. If you don't like Clarissa, I'm not saying you have to like Clarissa, right? because I think she is off-putting with her personality sometimes. I just rock with her because I prioritize the sport. You know what I'm saying? I don't feel like I have to like somebody. It's like Tank. I like Tank as a fighter. I don't think I like him as a human. The way he's been, you know what I'm saying, allegations of hitting women, that's a no-no for me. When he talked trash about Terrence Crawford's mama, that's a no-no for me. I mean, not mama, wife. That's a no-no for me. And other things too. You know what I'm saying? Even with the Victor Conte stuff, I think that's whack. But I kind of separate that, you know. But but it's hard to sometimes because it does combine with the boxing. Like right now, I have to report it and talk about it because the fight's canceled. It has something to do with the fight. So usually if you notice, I don't really talk about people's personal affairs unless it has something to do with scheduling the fight or rescheduling the fight or canceling the fight. But what the lady said, she got on there and she said that, you know, I used to like Clarissa Shields, but you know, I see she's beefing with everybody, and I was on her side, but you know, she just kind of turned me off. Like she's fighting and talking trash about everybody, and she says, you know, I just found out that her and Alicia Bumgarner used to be friends. You just found out?
What?
So that doesn't seem like that's a big deal, Shawa, but it is a big deal. You know why? Because how can you make an assessment about a situation if you didn't even know they were friends? The whole beef between Clarissa Shields and Alicia Bumgarner started because they were friends. So you don't even understand what you're commenting on. You see what I'm saying? So that's why with some people, I just gotta laugh and I be talking in the chat because I be calling them out on the nonsense. You cannot tell me that you know enough to pick a side and tell me who is right or wrong in the situation. You don't even know why they beef, because their beef started because they were friends. That's how it started. But she said she just found out today, whatever day that was that you streamed, that they were friends. I can't help but laugh. I'm sorry, I gotta laugh, bro. I gotta laugh because how can you make a judgment on the state of their friend or the state of their relationship and you didn't even know they were friends? I don't get. That means you don't know the situation. You just want to have an opinion. You just want to have an opinion on something. You see what I'm saying? And that's how most people are, though. It's okay. I can't, you know, it's okay. But for somebody who pays attention like you do or like I do, that's not gonna follow me because now I know you capping. Shout out to my brother Clone in the building. Not trying to cook. I'm not trying to cook, bro. I'm just saying I don't get it. Joaquin in the building. I just don't get it, bro. I just don't understand. But it's okay to not know, bro. You don't have to know everything, bro. It's okay. You don't have to have an opinion on everything. You don't have to make an assessment on everything, bro. It's okay not to know, dog. So you can't, you know. And then I'm gonna be honest too. There was somebody in your chat. I don't remember her name right now. If I see it, I remember. They were a content creator too, but they were on Clarissa Hedge about something, saying, "Oh yeah, I rock with Clarissa." No, you don't. I know, like, bro. I be seeing stuff, man. Like Shawa. Let's be real, right, Shawa? How did I meet you? If you remember, I don't know if you remember. It don't matter. But the point, I met you because I went to your stream, right, Shaw? And then I just enjoyed it and I started typing and talking, right? And then shout out to you. You graced me with your presence the next time I streamed or sometime shortly after that. And we've been rocking ever since. What I'm saying is that sometimes I just float around, baby. Whether it's on Twitter, that's how I be finding like this little information and stuff like that. I just float around. So I see things. That's it right there. Nick J. I don't know. I know it's two of them, right? I don't know which one. But she was typing in the chat. No, I'm not knocking her. Hey, shout out to her. I'm not. I just talk and I poke fun a little bit. I'm not knocking anybody. Have your own opinion. I think it's great. Great for the conversation. You know, one time for the ladies. Always love the women speaking on things as well. But she tried to make it seem like she don't like Clarissa because she used to like Clarissa. You ain't never like Clarissa. I'm new to the boxing space and I know that. You see what I'm saying? I remember, and I'm gonna tell you, I accidentally saw this too as there's a God above. I did not see this intentionally, so I don't want you to think that I went back and I like Googled some research or something like this. But I remember I saw a tweet, and I don't know, because there's two of them, right? I don't know which one it was. But they were talking trash about Clarissa Shields. It was, let me check the hold on. It was about, it said, dang. She said something about Clarissa Shields. I don't want to hear nothing about Clarissa Shields can't fight Alicia Bumgarner because they're friends. Because I just watched Amanda Serrano beat up. Who did Amanda Serrano beat up? Who did Amanda Serrano fight that she confused her with? Essentially, she thought Amanda Serrano fought Holly Holmes. I can't remember the girl that she said, but she confused Holly Holmes with somebody else that Amanda Serrano fought. Heather Hardy. She thought Heather Hardy was was Holly Holmes. So she said, I don't want to hear anybody talk trash about Clarissa Shields not fighting Alicia Baumgartner because I just watched Amanda Serrano beat up Holly Holmes. I was like, Holly Holmes? You mean Heather Hardy? This is what she said. I'm sorry, Ty. I got to go in a little bit. This is what her response was. Just like the typical human being. She didn't say, oh, my bad. She said, oh, what I said still stands. They all look alike anyway. What? What? So it's okay. It's okay that you just talk some trash about Clarissa Shields and Alicia Baumgartner, what they are or aren't doing based on your misinformation or what somebody else did not do. And then your response was not, oh, my bad, I was wrong. I'm tripping. I thought that was somebody. Your response was that Holly Holm and Heather Hardy look alike, and what you said still stands. But what you said was based on a false pretense. So don't try to tell me that, oh yeah, I don't like Clarissa Shields because of this, that, and that. No, you never like Clarissa Shields, and that's okay. But don't lie to me. You ain't got to lie to kick it. You ain't got to lie. But that's something that had me rolling in the chat too. And then another thing that had me rolling was a gentleman that you had in your, he was actually making some good points. You and him were going back and forth, but you were more mad at him. You were more mad at me than you were mad at him. I think it was 503 or something like that. I don't remember, but he joined your call, and then he was like, dang, what'd he say? He said something that was also incorrect. He said, oh yeah, he said, I don't like how, no, he was saying a lot of good stuff too. Like, it don't really matter, but this is what I be poking fun at since we were talking about it, right? He said that Clarissa Shields is dangling the money in front of Layla Ali.
What?
How is she dangling the 15 million when Layla Ali is the one to put the money out there? She put the price point out there. Clarissa Shields just obliged. Now, once again, I don't think Layla Ali and Clarissa Shields should fight because I don't like the age disparity. But, you know, there were some people that she fought that was 48 when Layla Ali was 22. She didn't care about the age. That's a much bigger age gap. But like I said, I don't want them to fight, but I know that Layla Ali said that she'll consider it, right? But she's the one that's entertaining it. Now, regardless of what side you want to pick, let's keep things, let's not make up stuff. You see what I'm saying? There would be no offer if Clarissa Shields didn't receive a price point that was given by Layla Ali. Now, she was asked about it. Don't get me wrong. A lot of these things, a lot of the times, like with David Benavidez, you know I'm a Cinnamon fan. Cinnamon is my favorite fighter. But with David Benavidez, he gets on my nerves when he calls out Canelo, but never it gets on my nerves when it's unprovoked. But I don't ever get bothered when he answers a question. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of times they're working in the capacity of an interviewee, and the interviewer asks them a question. They can't help what they're being asked. You see what I'm saying? So a lot of times Layla Ali is asked about it, but Floyd was asked about Terrence Crawford too. And that's another thing that the young man said. He said that Floyd was asked about Terrence Crawford. You know, he's not calling out Terrence. I mean, he said Floyd is not. He said something about Terrence Crawford not calling out Floyd. Yeah, because Floyd didn't say that I'll fight Terrence Crawford or I'll entertain it for $20 million. He never said that. So there's a way that you can respond, but at the same time, let's not change what happened. Clarissa Shields made that $15 million. I'm not saying that she doesn't want to fight her, but she was obliging. She was responding to what was put out there when Layla Ali says, if the money right, Layla there every night. She's been saying that for over a decade. So she's the one that's been pump faking, not Clarissa. Now that don't mean you have to agree with everything else in the feud, but let's keep the facts of facts now. Shout out to my brother Tech Dumb Dad with the 5 gifted subs, man. He's coming through like Oprah with the gifted memberships.
1, 2, 3.
Yo, shout out to my brother Tech Dumb Dad, man. I appreciate you showing love, man. 5 gifted memberships. He told me it was coming at the beginning of the stream, but you know what I'm saying? I appreciate that love, man. Thank you for being a man of your word. Thank you for being a brother and establishing this fellowship with your brother. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to everybody else, especially the members. I got to show love to the members just because they go a little more. They do a little more. Shout out to Birdman for receiving that gifted membership. Stand on Biz, Aligos, Matua, and Bethany Thomas. Please, if you receive a gifted membership, consider renewing that membership upon expiration. It's only $3. It helps us to keep going and growing, keep the lights on, and help us keep doing our thing as a full-time content creator. You know what I'm saying? So I appreciate that. Shout out to my brother Tech Dumb Dad. Yeah, man. Let me see what else. I'm missing some messages. Shout Shout out to Tufo. So the first one I was on a point, and Doc gave you 2 extra points after we was done. And the second one I was up. Oh, y'all talk about the battle. Don't answer that, please. She was dangling the money. Yeah, we gonna pause that. We gonna pause that.
No, did he?
They jiggling, baby. They're dangling. Straggling that. What's it called for life? Jiggling. Out there dangling. But yeah, so like I said, I'm not saying that like I said, I don't think Layla Ali should fight her. You know, I really don't, honestly. But I even more so, I just think that she should stop saying like pretending like she's willing or she's willing to entertain the fight or consider the fight. Like, just don't even speak like that if you don't want it. You know what I'm saying? Because I do think that if Floyd said that, he would fight Terrence Crawford. I think Terrence Crawford would react in the same way. You know, they're competitors. I have no problem with Layla Ali saying that she's the best. She should feel, excuse me, she should feel like that. But you know, we have to remember. I'm not even saying Layla has to do this, because that'd be kind of counterproductive. But as boxing fans or people that are claiming to be boxing fans, I think that when we say, oh yeah, it's kind of hard to tell me that that Clarissa Shields is trying to pick on an old lady, when Layla Ali, like I said, Layla Ali fought Marjorie Jones, and if I can't tell you about Marjorie Jones, let Ty tell you, or let somebody else knows. I know we talked about, or let Kendrick tell you, or I don't know if Kendrick, I think Kendrick, yeah, or Clone tell you, right? I think we talked about it before too. Marjorie Jones was fresh out of rehab, and then Layla Ali at 22 years old brought the 48-year-old grandmother, literally, I'm not making this up, that was on drugs out of rehab, kicked her ass, and sent her back to rehab. These are facts. And 22 to 48, how many years is that? That's a 26-year age difference, right? Layla Ali and Clarissa is what, 16? So that's a whole decade difference. Their age difference is a whole decade difference. Because what? Clarissa Shields is 30, right? Layla Ali's 46 or 47, so 17 years. Maybe she's 48. I don't know, 18 years. So you know, like I said, I don't want the fight to happen, because I agree. I think the age gap is too big. But don't say it's because, oh yeah, man, like, oh, Clarissa just tried to beat up on an old lady. No, Layla Ali literally beat up on old ladies. She did that with Joe Frazier's daughter too. Joe Frazier's daughter was like, which is not her fault. I love the fight because that was dope. You know, it's kind of like the Conor Ben and Chris Eubank, you know, just with a bigger age gap. But, you know, the fathers fought, Eubank and Ben. And so now the sons fight. It's dope. So I thought that was dope that Muhammad Ali and Joe Frazier, rest in peace to both of them, their daughters fought. But that was a big age difference between them. Oh, she's 47 then? Okay, so 47, 48. So, yeah, 18 years. So, yeah, but Marjorie Jones and Layla Ali, that was a 26-year difference. So, yeah, man. So, it's just got to say, I'd have pappy. I'd have pappy. Jaggling, I'd have pappy. Shout out to life, man. That's probably the funniest sad movie ever. Like the whole time the movie's sad, but it's funny. But that's life, right? Life is hilariously sad sometimes. You just gotta laugh and go through it, man. Keep it moving. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of lessons learned in that movie, Life. Yeah. There's quite a few people that passed away in that movie, huh? Like in real life. Like I think obviously Bernie Mac has passed away. Shout out to Bernie Mac down there on the screen. That's my favorite comedian. Bernie Mac passed away. Rick James passed away. He was in that movie. I can't remember the actor that played the warden that was gonna free them, and he passed away on the toilet in the movie. He passed away in real life. What's the dude? I can't remember the dude. His name was Gold Mile. He had the gold tooth. And he fought the consequences and repercussions for trying to take his cornbread. He passed away in real life. There's a whole bunch of people in that movie that passed away, bro. It's crazy. We getting old, boy. We getting old. Where Dub at? I need smoke. Nah, I'm sleep. Oh, shout out to James, though. James asked about Zerto and Benavidez. I don't know if he was asking or he was just telling. I think he said something about the Zerto versus Benavidez make more money than Zerto versus Jai. I think so. I don't want it, but I like that fight, but I prefer Jai and Zerto. But I think without Turkey, if you're just saying like if they were on neutral ground, as far as like no Turkey backing, right? Yeah, I think the more attractive fight for the casual fan, the more recognizable names is Zerto Ramirez and David Benavidez. Yeah, so unfortunately, yeah, I do think that makes more money than job. Hell, I think Zerto and Benavidez make more money than any combination of Jai and Benavidez or Jai and Ramirez. I think Zerto and Jai make the least amount of economical impact, if you will. I remember watching Layla in her pride. Shout out to you. Tech Super Sunny. Doc hate Layla. I don't know what that's cap. That is cap. Now I hate Layla. That's crazy. I like Layla Ali. You can ask, bro, you can ask Ty. Me and Ty used to have discussions about who was better. You know, but then, you know, like, I think if I didn't know, if I'm going strictly off my fandom and not what I know, I probably would be going for Layla Ali. You see what I'm saying? But at some point, you can't compare Peyton Manning to Tom Brady no more, bro. You know, at one point, you see, at one point, you know, for those of you that watch, I don't watch NFL anymore, but when I used to, there was a time when you could compare Tom Brady to Peyton Manning. But then, as time progressed, Tom Brady widened that gap. That's what greats do. You see what I'm saying? So Clarissa Shields, she done been undisputed about four too many times to be compared to anybody else. She done been undisputed and 2 gold medalists, you know what I'm saying, too many times. You see, it is what it is. It's like MJ. You know, there's one point when you could compare Michael Jordan to Clyde Drexler. Remember that? And then MJ separated himself. And there was a time when you could compare MJ to even the greats, the Hall of Famers like Magic Johnson and Larry Bird. But then MJ separated himself. There was a time when people liked to play with MJ and Penny Hardaway and play with MJ and John Starks or play with MJ and Dominique Wilkins. No, they're great. Those are great players. But MJ separated himself. Tom Brady separated himself. Wayne Gretzky separated himself. You feel me? Clarissa Shields separated herself, man. There was a time when we compared Terrence Crawford to Errol Spence, and then Terrence Crawford separated himself. That happens, man. I think Clarissa Shields effectively separated herself from any, not just Layla, but any of her female contemporaries. This is what it is, man. Shout out to my brother Irony. Irony say he's in the court. All right, bet. I got you. To be fair, when Layla talked about fighting Shields, she said for 15-20 million, she would have to consider it. Didn't make any promises. Yeah, that's what I said. That's what I said, Dane. I agree with that. But that's the thing. She said that. You see what I'm saying? Like, okay, so Dane, let me make a scenario, right? Let me make a scenario. If somebody asks Dane, right, they say, hey, Dane, you want to fight? Would you ever fight Doc? And you'd be like, man, I'm retired. And then I say, hey, Dane, what about how much money would it take you to fight Doc? And you said, I bet I'll fight Doc for 15 million. You guys dang right. If I want to fight you too, I'm gonna get that money and offer it. So that's what she did. It wasn't like Layla Ali. Okay. I'm gonna show you something. I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you the difference. I'm gonna show you the difference right now. Hopefully I don't get copyrighted, Dane. Please pay attention if you can see this, man. Please pay attention if you can see this. I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you exactly what I'm talking about, my brother. Here it is right here. This is what you say when you don't want to fight somebody. This is Francis Ngganou responding to a Jake Paul call out, right? To replace Gervonta Davis. Listen to what he says.
I'm like, who's Jake? I was so
Of course it's gonna freeze.
confused. I'm like, no, bro, come on. Don't disrespect me like that. He sent out some number. I'm like, it's not about the number.
It's not about the number. What's so hard about that? Ego. It's ego. She put the number out there. So now if Francis Ngannou says, I don't want to fight Jake, and they ask him about a number, and he says, okay, well, I'll fight Jake for 50 million. What's wrong with Jake Paul going and get the 50 million? That's what he asked for. And if Jake Paul wants to fight Francis Ngannou, And Francis Nganou says, I'll entertain it. I'll consider it. I'll think about it for X amount of dollars. And I'm able to go acquire X amount of dollars and offer that. What's wrong? So yeah. So I never said that she said, oh, you get the money, I'm going to fight you. But she's the one that's dragging it out. She's the one that's saying, if the money right, Layla there air night. She's been saying that. That was like an 8-year interview on The Breakfast Club. She said this. When they ask her, would you ever fight Clarissa? She says, if the money right, Layla there air night. Just like she said with Ann Wolf. If the money's right, I'll fight Ann Wolf. She didn't fight her either. So this is what Layla, she does this habitually. So that she also later on said, oh, okay, for 15, 20 million, I'll consider coming out and fighting her. And then even with the videos that she dropped, didn't she play with you again? She said, oh, I'm going to let you know in the next video if I'll fight her or not. This is what she does. Come on, dog. If you don't want to fight somebody, and if it's no amount of money, this is what you say right here.
He sent out some number. I'm like, it's not about the number. I'm not just interested. He make no sense for me.
Is it flattering?
Right there. That's it. That's it. Just respond like Francis did. When Terrence Crawford was asked about Floyd, Terrence Crawford didn't say, oh, I'll beat Floyd. He said, it's different eras. And Floyd responded the same way. That's how you do it right there. I'm not knocking her. Let me be very clear. I'm not knocking her for responding like that. But don't knock Clarissa for responding how she responded. You see what I'm saying? I'm not knocking Layla. If that's how Layla wants to respond, she has every right to respond like that. But don't be confused when Clarissa Shields responds how she responds. That's it. Like, I don't get it. Like, I don't understand how Clarissa's not, no matter how you kick it, she's responding. She's reacting. She's not the one that's initiating this, right? So people make it seem like she's begging for a fight. No, she just obliged to the request of the quantity that was put out there. Now, if you want to question, if you want to say, oh, she shouldn't have called her bluff or she shouldn't have entertained it herself, say that. But no, I already said that. I don't think that Layla Ali and Clarissa Shields should fight. But I also think more than that Layla Ali shouldn't pretend that she wants something that she doesn't want. I mean, you keep calling for the wolf, that wolf gonna come. You see what I'm saying? You keep crying for the wolf, that wolf gonna come. So we ain't gonna act like there wasn't no funk behind her reason for the responses. No funk behind Chris's or Layla's or both. I love that you go this hard for Shields. Someone has dash crash. You know what's so funny? And maybe I'm delusional too, Shawa, because I don't feel like I'm going hard for Clarissa. I just feel like I'm telling the whole story. And maybe, hey, what they say about history, right? History is his story. So I could be wrong, you know. I guess it's dependent on perspective, but I just feel like I'm telling the whole story. I don't feel like I said, oh yeah, man, Clarissa Shields is right and Layla's wrong. I don't think I said she wrong yet. The only thing I said that she was wrong about was that I didn't like the All Lives Matter. I thought that was wrong. I thought that stance with the All Lives Matter was wrong without elaboration. Like when you talked about it, Shawa, you did it. There was a lot going on and you started responding to somebody else, but you even started to touch on it a little bit, but then you went somewhere else. But yeah, so like you understand, but everybody doesn't understand. And so that's why you just got to be careful, because when you say that, it plays right into the hands of people who think that people are saying that certain lives matter than more. No, that's never it. You see what I'm saying? So without further elaborate, I don't mind if Layla Ali feels that way. I can't tell somebody how to feel. I mean, I like Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan said a similar thing when, I don't know if you know the history of Michael Jordan, but when he was talking about his political stances, you know, which I don't like social subjects being thrown in with politics. I don't think humanity has much to do with politics, to be honest with you. But some people do. But Michael Jordan's thing was that he didn't do politics because he said that there's conservative. He said Republican. He famously said Republicans wear my sneakers too. Michael Jordan is still my favorite player, so I don't mind. Everybody's not going to have the same sense of responsibility socially or economically or whatever. Everybody has different. I can't tell somebody how to feel, you know, because hey, there's some times when I feel like I love my neighbors, but F my neighbors, you know what I'm talking about? Because sometimes, and sometimes family too. Like you think that people would do for you what you would do for them, and everybody's not like that. So I'm not judging. I just wish there was some more elaboration added. That's all. If you're gonna make a statement like that. I'm leaving. No, don't leave it alone. Let's talk. Yeah, I hear you. If you offer me 15 mil, I take it, especially if you name the price. Right. If I name the price, right, that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying, Dane. If you name the price, I'm just obliging. Like, and once again, I'm not saying she has to take it, but why entertain? Why keep putting it out there like you would think about it or entertain it or consider it? Why put it? Why? If you like, Layla knows she does, but we know why. Well, I think I know. I don't know. Now this is just me guessing. Now I don't know, but I think that she's playing with it because it's a cheap way to be to remain relevant, you know. And there's nothing wrong with that. I think you should do that, but don't play the victim. It's like Boots, and I talked about this the other day, right? I don't think I'm gonna be honest. I don't think Boots wants to fight Bud. I'm not saying that Boots is scared of Bud, but I just think that Boots listens. Like. And Terrence said that he has no reason to fight him, which I don't think he does. But I don't think Eddie Hearn, as his promoter, should let up on attaching Boots' name to Bud, because that makes him more relevant, right? That's what Errol Spence did with Floyd, right? Not saying that it was Errol Spence himself, but his team. It makes sense to do that because their relevancy is going to make you relevant off the strength of them. So that's like a marketing thing. So I'm not knocking her for that. But I just don't like how, I mean, I don't know. That's just part of the game, man. You know, people are going to, whoever you're a fan of or not a fan of, you're going to see that side. So I just think that people are just running with it like, oh, yeah, Clarissa Shields is trying to fight an old lady. I don't see it like that. Like, now, if you want to say that Clarissa Shields shouldn't be going as hard on her, that's cool. But I don't want to change the... You know what I'm saying? What she do? I thought Raquel was pretty. Hey, hold on now. Who talking about Raquel now? My boy Ty? What Ty said about Raquel? Hold on now. What's her name again? The Pretty Beast or Fine Beast? What's her nickname again, Ty? Raquel, is it Pretty Beast or Fine Beast? I can't remember. Pretty Beast, I believe. Tech said I saw Magic versus Bird. So I used to have that video. Who had that video game Magic versus Bird? I had that game as a JIT for the Nintendo, the regular NES. But she named the price. She clearly said, I'll think about it. But why name? That's the thing, Shaw. You playing right now. Why think about it? If you name the price, you don't think. Okay, so if I'm going to buy a car, Shawa. If I'm going to buy a car from Shawa dealership, Shawa La Ya dealership on 123rd, right? And Shawa La Ya tells me, I'm selling this car. You know, I consider selling this car for 5,000, and I bring you 5,000. You gonna sell me the car? Nah. Like, if you don't want to sell the car, cool. But why are you playing with me? Why are you telling me what you I'll think about selling it to you if you bring me $5,000. And then I bring you $5,000. You're like, oh, well, I ain't tell you I was gonna sell it to you for real. What? What's the point? Just tell me you don't want to sell it. Come on now. Like, what are we doing, man? It doesn't matter. Like, y'all playing with words. Y'all playing with words. Consider it, entertain it, think about it. It doesn't matter. She's the one that's putting the price point out there. Don't put it, if you don't want to do it, don't do it. No one's forcing you, but why are you playing around? I don't know how else to say it. Why can't she answer the dang reporter, Doc? I never said don't answer the reporter. But Francis Ngganou just, that's why I showed you the example with Francis Ngganou, right? Francis Ngganou just answered the reporter. Said when the reporter asked her the same question, said, asked him, excuse me. When the reporter asked Francis Ngganou, what price point would you fight Jake Paul? What did he say? He said it's not about the money. I'm gonna be honest. Well, I don't want to lie. Okay, I'm gonna say this. I used to think Layla Ali wasn't scared of Clarissa. And I don't think I don't know, man. I don't know. Let me just shut up because I don't want to be disrespectful. Shout out to Layla. What's wrong with Clarissa calling Layla bluff? That's it, clone. That's the part I have. I don't mind you saying she shouldn't fight her. But why are we mad at Clarissa for calling her bluff? If I say clone, hey, clone, hey, bruh, I ain't gonna play you, bro. But if you bring me $100, I'll play you. Sorry, let me say how she said it. I consider playing you for $100. I can't get mad at Clone for bringing me $100 if he really wants to play against me. That's all I'm saying. I don't have to take it. I don't have to play him. But we shouldn't get mad at Clone. Clone's like, okay, bet you said $100. I got that. The quote sleep. hey, yeah. Yeah, I agree, Tech. I agree. I'll be right back. Let me go use the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. And I'm gonna open up the Discord. I'll be right back. We gonna do one at a time though. Before I let everybody in, before it's a wild west. We go do ladies first, and then we go do irony, and then. But I'll be right back. Let me go use the bathroom real quick.
Yo, Doc here from your favorite boxing channel, Dr. Boxing Talk. And I want to officially welcome you as a member to the Boxing Talk family, aka BTF. So I want to thank you. Your support is greatly appreciated, and this channel is nothing without you. So what do you get? Well, there's a multitude of perks that you get access to, like special member shoutouts when you enter the chat, and some other additional alerts. Not to mention these fire emojis. Yeah, access to emojis like the GOAT, the GOAT, the face of boxing, the legend, the Ayo, and the no diddy. Not to mention, the GTD chain. You got to bring them out, and it wouldn't be the same if we forgot about these biscuits. And so many more. Not to mention, if you subscribe to some of the highest tier levels, you get to do things like pick the topic of discussion, and you get to have your very own emote. Yes, your ugly mug will be featured on the channel by yours truly. It's just another way for me to give back to my most loyal supporters. And of course, there's even more additional perks than that. But most importantly, you'll get the satisfaction of knowing you're a key, essential, imperative part to keep us going and growing. We get the hustle off the muscle. So it's important that we rock together, And remember, God is good all the time, and God is good. And you know that we prioritize facts over feelings, so that's why you rock with us. So big salute from Dr. Boxing Talk, and yeah, can't wait to see you in the next stream. Thank you for the support.
If I tell you I'm good, probably you will say I'm boasting. If I tell you I'm no good, you know one line.
Hey, I did my thing with the timing of my commercial. I timed it perfectly because as soon as I'm done using the bathroom, the commercial just be ending. I'll be coming back. The GOAT sleeps Ali. Talk to him, Tech. We gonna do Shawa first, and I'm gonna pull up irony, and then I'm gonna pull up Ty, and then it's gonna be a free for all. Not a free for all like that, but then we all could chop it up. Ooh, excuse me. Sorry about that. Whoa, that just jumped out of me. My bad. Excuse me. We're gonna pull up Shawa, and please, anybody could call in. I forgot to pin the link to the Discord in the chat, but it's in the comment. It's in the description. And if anybody wants to pull up, I will drop the link in the chat. If anybody new wants to pull up that doesn't have the link, but if not, then yeah, anybody can call in, man. I like to give people their time to talk. And pull up Shawa la ya. They updated the Discord. What's good, Shawa?
Doc.
Why you laughing? Oh Lord. How you doing? How was your birthday?
You just yanked me out of look.
Oh, you was talking?
I was arguing now. Dang it, y'all.
Oh, my bad. I'm sorry.
No. I don't want to argue with Ty because Ty was always right.
That's crazy.
Ty, you with me too, both of y'all.
No. That's crazy. Man. You just got to stand on your square with Ty.
I got all of y'all opinions. I didn't get to hear some of what you said.
Oh,
I was in here all the time.
Oh, I was asking how was your birthday?
It was just another day. I don't usually celebrate.
Soul Day, excuse me. Sorry.
Did you say Troll Day?
No, I said Soul Day. My fault.
Oh, yeah. I don't celebrate it generally.
That's what's up.
So
I think that's dope.
Usually it's just what it's another day, but it was kind of really out of character for me to even bring it up
Oh,
on the
okay.
live. Yeah,
I
and all
feel that.
that. So
May I
maybe
ask?
because
Oh, my bad.
I was gonna say maybe I'm just getting old and I felt some kind of way. Like
I feel that. I feel
Yeah.
that. I was gonna ask you if I could ask why don't you celebrate it?
because I'm an Israelite.
Okay. Shout out to you.
Yeah.
Okay. You know what's funny about that? Because the reason why I asked, because I don't really I'm just not a big celebration person. Like, I didn't even do nothing when I got my PhD, or like my birthdays. I don't really do nothing. Like, the last birthday party I had was when I turned 30. That's because my girl at the time, she threw a big old party for me. Shout out to her. But I also, though, it's funny because I was like, man, I'm stopped like counting. It's hard because it's so ingrained in me, like being American and stuff. But it's like I want to stop counting my birthdays and just live. I feel like it's another way to just be controlled, if you will. Like, I don't know, just like worry, like, you know what I'm saying, just go from day to day. You know, and the reason why I came to that is because I was listening to Prince one time. He was just talking about it in an interview, and I just thought that was interesting because I was thinking about it, and I just stumbled upon this Prince interview, and he mentioned it. I was like, wow. That's why I asked. I was just want to see if it was for some other reason. That's all. You seem like somebody listen to Prince.
It's like I do, but that
Okay.
no, I never heard that
Oh,
before from
okay.
him. But
Yeah.
at the end of the day, for me personally, all the glory has to go to the Most High, and
Amen.
birthday ain't nothing. I
Amen.
mean, I do celebrate like my anniversary, but
Dope.
that's because I feel like the Most High brought us together. So,
Hey,
and
talk to him.
we got our children, You're right? So, but me, I don't. Everybody got a dang birthday. Like, I don't, and I don't knock people who want to celebrate. You know, my kids will still tell me or something. My mom tells me
Right.
not to be like this. But
Right.
they don't knock me for not saying it. I just don't.
Right.
Yeah.
That's dope,
So it
though.
really was out of character. It really, really was.
Man, well, I think you should celebrate yourself more often, or do it daily. That's dope. So, I like that little cut that you did too. That was fire.
Yeah, I do another way. So
Yeah.
yeah. Maybe I gotta do a little cut for your birthday, huh?
Hey, I appreciate that. You know what I'm talking about? Hey,
When's
no
your
pressure,
birthday?
though. No pressure. Huh?
No pressure. I said,
Yeah, no
when's your
pressure.
birthday? When's your birthday?
February 8th.
February 8th. Okay.
Mhm.
So you
Aquarius.
Aquarius?
Yep. I
got
don't
two of
do
them.
zodiacs. What you say? What you say? What you say?
I know. I just said I got two of them, and I said, who?
I hear that a lot. I'll be doing the zodiacs and astrology, right? Astrology, and I don't really do that,
Yeah,
but
I know, but
yeah, I know a lot of people that do. So,
it is some qualities we all have that
Mhm.
kind of be on point, man. and
right. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, now I understand.
I do
Why are
it.
you so animated? I love it.
Shout out to Shower. Hey, that's funny. Yo, that's funny as heck, man. Shout out to Rick Timms in the building. Oh, that's there you go. That was my partner in crime in Shaw stream the other day. Oh, you missed it,
Rick
Rick.
Timms?
Yeah, Rick was my partner in crime that day. You should have been in here a little earlier, Rick. But Shaw about to get into it now, I think. So go ahead and talk to me. Whatever you want.
I don't want to get into it because I feel like this has been droning on, to be
Yeah.
honest. But
I agree.
I'm still just gonna say it.
Absolutely.
The woman said she thought about it. Okay, she said, "I will think." And the thing is,
Mhm.
she didn't address that to Clarissa. So I almost feel like people was ear hustling and it felt like they needed to get up and do something. Somebody else outside of the situation asked her.
True.
And it seems to me like every time she would say something that she's been asked,
Mm-hmm.
and she's entitled to feel however she wants to
Facts.
as a human being, as an individual. Why does somebody always get triggered? And it's not necessarily even directed at nobody. She just answering the stinking question. Clarissa always get triggered. Why is she so sensitive, Doc? Please, sir. I know you love her. You love her.
I don't want to get too deep with my answer. I mean, I don't know, of course, right? But I think it's just because I feel like, and I'm not trying to give her an excuse either. I'm just trying to answer the question. I think because, I feel like it's a defense mechanism. I think it's like, I think it's like she overlooked. Like even with, I don't want to go back as far as like, you know, the when she was a kid, but even with that, but like even with like Floyd, right? Like, you know, the situation with her and not getting signed by Floyd is like she feels like she always got to step up for herself or speak up for herself. Excuse me, like ESPN talk about the gold medalist and coincidentally not like even maybe sometimes it's a mistake, but it's like, you know, so I'm not saying that she should, because once again, I do think that her personality is off-putting, but I think I'm good at compartmentalize or not compartmentalize, but just ignoring it, I guess. It's like with Tank, you know, I ain't gonna lie, y'all. Maybe it's me though. Maybe I like toxicity because I like Tank too. He a toxic some joker too. So he a toxic little joker too. So maybe I don't know, but I like Canelo, and you know, that he ain't look good this year, man. It's been rough for my favorite fighters, man. I ain't gonna lie, man. Canelo lost. Gosh dang, Tank had that draw. Now he got his case, but Clarissa Shields, yeah, I just think it's just like I just think if she doesn't speak up for herself, that she doesn't get spoken for, and still though, to your point, I don't think she should respond to everything, you know. But I do think she should respond to Layla. I do think she should respond to Amanda. I do think she should respond to Alicia. I do think she should respond to her contemporaries, I guess is what I'm saying. But I agree with you. She don't have to be beefing with.
Depending on the topic, I agree.
Yeah. But
because some of that stuff was racist, and she
come on now.
That.
And like, and I don't want to always point that out, but I feel like to ignore it and not be telling the whole story. Like, I don't know if you remember that caricature that person drew.
Yes.
Then we all know AB didn't draw it, and I'm not even gonna say she co-signed
talking
it.
About the Serena Williams when they did that.
Serena Williams, they did the Serena too. Yeah, it was very similar to the Serena Williams one. But it's like, and then like Alicia Baumgartner, and I don't want to hold Amanda Serrano, but she's a person. We're all people. We should know better. But I think Alicia Baumgartner should have known a little bit more to comment in any type of positive fashion to that. Like, I think that does kind of play into her. Yeah, her lashing out. Thank you. That's what I was looking for. Her lashing out. And once again, that don't mean you can't be the bigger person, overlook it. But I thought that was weak. But I like Alicia Baumgartner too. But I thought that was weak. And AB's defense too. Maybe when she I can't remember. She just put like laugh out loud or something, like she put something to go out of her way to comment on it. And I'm not saying that she was agreeing, but it might come off like that to some people who want to see it like that. You know, I just think it's her. She just saw somebody talking trash, somebody she don't like, so she co-signed it. You know, I don't think it was like, oh yeah, she's calling her ugly like that post was doing, or calling her less than human and stuff like that. I don't necessarily think that, but you just gotta be a little more careful, I think. But yeah, so I just think it's a defense mechanism that she's been accustomed to.
I agree with that situation, but she's always been funny style to me, which is why I've really never been crazy about her. I really lost a lot of. I stopped following her and everything when she started going on the Keith Thurman rant.
Oh yeah, I remember you said that.
I'm done. Yeah. So I mean, but I've always felt like she was still a toxic person, and even with the Amanda's situation, I didn't follow it really because I don't like drama,
right?
In general, and even my brother Kano was talking about Amanda, and he was saying he felt like he's Puerto Rican. He said he felt like she a little racist, and definitely her manager. So, you know, I didn't want to follow that situation.
Right.
I know her and AB had smoke before all that.
Right.
So I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know why I can't. Me and you.
Yeah, and you know it's so wild because I'm not gonna lie. I would have thought that. I'm just trying to think of everything we talk about. I did not see this one coming. I ain't gonna lie. like for me, you not to agree on this. I think that's so fun. This one came out of nowhere, but I like it though because I like the discourse and I mean the discussion. But you know what I would say too, to follow up what you said about the Amanda stuff. And I don't even want to put that on her. I don't doubt it what you just said, but I want to put that on her. But even with her, like, are you familiar with what she just did with the Layla Ali and Holly Holmes picture that she posted?
No.
Okay, so and good for you. But this is just an example of her character, what she does when it comes to Clarissa. Like, so obviously Layla Ali and Clarissa Shields going back and forth. So then Amanda Serrano posted a picture, it might have been 2 days ago. the same day that the second Layla Ali video dropped, and she put classy and beautiful. She said something about her. It was a picture. She posted a picture of her, Holly Holmes, and Layla, and she said, "We're always keep it classy and beautiful." Something. And it's like, I'm not saying that you can't call yourself classy or beautiful. I'm not saying that Layla Ali, Amanda Serrano, and Holly Holmes aren't classy and beautiful.
Somebody caught wind of that.
You feel me?
Yeah.
It's just like, bro, you
But you
cannot
know-
think that's coincidental. Like, come on, dog. Like,
This is the thing that Connor was telling me about Amanda, and he says she don't run her social media, which I'm questioning though still. Because
that's interesting.
Because if you ever seen her be interviewed, she'll be like, "I don't know what you're talking about."
Yeah,
Which,
yeah, but I don't.
and that's why he was like, "That's why she don't know." He's like, "But some of that stuff she knows."
Okay,
So
I never thought about that.
Me a man put that picture up and said classy, beautiful?
Come on
like,
now, come on now.
It could be.
It could
He
be.
said that the manager's a D head, so maybe
It could be. You know, what's the name wrote some of that? Well, who was writing some of dang, what's her name, man? Offset was writing some of Cardi B freaky lyrics, so you never know. You know what I'm saying? That's what they say. They say, and what's his name? What's my Lil Yachty? Lil Yachty wrote some of the freaky music that the City Girls put out. So hey, maybe yeah, you never know these days. Yeah, I wouldn't put it past them, but oh no, man. I just think, to me, they just come off as like when I say they, I'm talking about Layla and Amanda and AB. When it comes to Clarissa, I feel like they just come off as like mean girls, like
mean girls.
Yeah,
well, they
yeah.
all are, and that's what pissed
and
me
Clarissa
off
might
about
be too. Yeah, Clarissa
Christina.
might be too. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what pissed me off about her saying we. I tried not to talk about black women. It's like, girl, all y'all talk about each other and be behind the scenes squabbling and
that's true. That's true. You're right about that. Shout out to Rick. Shout out to my brother Clone dropping that bread, that cheese, that butter.
These biscuits.
I can't stand this man. See, he said, this is what he said, Shower. He says, Shower enter the court and Doc asking about birthdays, man, be ducking smoke. That's because he said last time you were in here, you were cooking me. This man Clone a hater, bro. He said you was cooking me.
Me and Rick be going at it sometimes about certain things, but I love Rick Timms too.
Yeah.
You know, I got love for all y'all.
Absolutely, likewise.
But you know, you my favorite because you be giving me a hell of a.
I appreciate it. You're my favorite too. I ain't gonna lie.
Business. I was talking to people in the chat. You know, I be up there reading that shit, trigger like. Doc is coming for me.
No, I never. I would. Let me never say never, but I promise I was not even. Some of the stuff I wasn't even responding to you. I was responding to some people that said some stuff I responded to you, but I was mostly responding to calling the what I consider inconsistencies of other people in the chat. But I mean, yeah, you got your stuff. So they don't rock with me. They don't like me, man. Don't nobody. You were rarity. You the only one that like me. I promise.
No, I'm not the only one that like you, but like Nick definitely gonna argue with somebody. But remember, there was a lady in there that was agreeing with you, and I felt like you and her was throwing daggers. You
for real?
And Bella Faith was in there too talking.
Oh like, yeah, no, really? I saw. I think it was Bella Faith that because she said something. I was like, right. So yeah, you're right. I do remember that. I do remember that. I do remember that. Well, we was outnumbered though. It was only me, Rick, and her, if I remember right. Unless I missed somebody. 5. Yep. Yeah. The person. Yeah, he called in. Yep. My mom reminded me of that.
My grandbaby done came down here, and I don't want to disturb your live. Throw me back in there so I can argue and fighting, scraping, scrap with
Ty. All right, bet. I appreciate you. Yeah, and I don't mind it though. But yeah, I'll bring up irony now. I'll probably jump in there with y'all. So it don't bother me. All right, but you already know it's love. You already know it's love, so love and respect. I appreciate you. So thank you for joining. And I apologize too if I make it see. I'm coming for you. It's all jokes, you know. I don't.
You really don't. I love this interaction, and you said you wanted to bring it out of me. Now you got it.
Come on now, that's what I'm talking about. Because you be making some good points. Yes, I remember. Because you be making some good points, and I feel like, sometimes, so it happens to me too. Like sometimes people think that it's a different opinion, so it don't really make sense. But I can't say you don't make sense. I just disagree, but I can't say you don't make sense on how you feel because I think Clarissa was me, bro. There's sometimes when Clarissa says stuff. My bad. I know you said you got to go. My fault.
It's okay. I'm listening. She's quiet, right?
I was gonna say, let's think that what Clarissa says, I don't rock with either. Like, so it's not like I'm like all for Clarissa. I definitely understand. It's like Floyd. I like Floyd. I can understand people don't like him too. But yeah. So I get it. I just think that some people are made to always be. I'm not saying you're doing this. But in general, like sometimes some people are made that everything they do is just hyperanalyzed and made to seem like they're doing something bad. And no, I be trying to shed some light on that a little
try
bit.
not to do that, but
Yeah,
I feel like
I don't
when
think you do that
said
either.
That to me about sometimes we shouldn't agree all the time. I a lot of times I do safe, and I don't always speak my full mind, but maybe I should more
Hell
often,
yeah,
you know?
hell yeah,
I appreciate you
hell yeah,
bringing some feistiness about him.
hell yeah, hell yeah, absolutely. I swear you be, especially with your breakdowns too in your lives, like when you doing the commentary. Oh man, you be killing that joint. You be making me see. I be seeing stuff I don't be seeing.
That's good.
Heck
Maybe I need
yeah.
to get really busy then, huh?
Heck yeah. Heck yeah. Like some of the patterns and stuff you be calling out. Or like I don't even remember what it was. Something with Ozzy Iglesias. You made me realize that. I didn't realize. I don't remember what it was. Him. I don't know if it was dropping his hand or something. I can't remember what it was. I peeped. I was
He's
like,
just he's a one track pony, but yeah, jab. What is it? Like a jab, a two, and it's something else he does. If I seen it again, I'll be like, there you go.
Right. Yeah. And it's funny because everybody don't see that stuff, so it's good to. I know sometimes I don't see. I didn't see it until you called that one out. I remember that. I remember I was watching that fight with you. It was against Shishkin, right? Vladimir Shishkin, I believe.
Yeah, that was on the channel. Well, yeah, it was me and my little folks up on there. So
yeah, they do a good job too. I think it was Stormy something. Yeah, he was doing a good job. Yep, he did a good job. Yeah, I'll be killing it. Oh yeah.
Yeah, well, I just film study, but either way, I do. I appreciate you so much, and you came to my channel, and here we be.
Here we be. Amen.
Javi doing what he do.
Yes, ma'am. Shout out to Techno Dad. I appreciate you, bro. But I'm gonna pull up Irony, and I'm gonna join back with y'all. I appreciate you, Shawa. Thank you.
All right, Doc. I'll holler at you.
All right.
Shout out, chat.
Hey. Irony in the building. What's good, my brother? Rick Timms. Tech Dad said birthdays on the day we celebrate ourselves, but our mothers did all the work. That's a fact. That's a fact. Bud's my favorite. He's in a good spot. I rock with Bud. He's not my favorite, but I rock with him. He's one of my favorite. Amanda is petty. I agree. Amanda is petty. Shout out to her though. She be kicking butt, except for Katie Taylor. That's it. But she be kicking butt. Shout out to her. She is complacent to get the bag. My brother Irony in the building, man. What's good, brother?
What's up, bro? God bless you.
God bless you too, man. Check out my brother Irony as well, man. Irony Boxing 1 in the chat right now, man. What's popping, bro? Talk to me, man. Dios te bendiga, mi hermano. Sorry.
Igualmente.
Lo siento. Gracias. Yes, sir.
Doctor. Are you there? Doctor. I have a message for you. Doctor, are you doing what schedules are you doing for these debates now? Are you doing the same like Thursday? What was it, Thursday night?
Yeah.
And,
I haven't really been doing it, man, because no one's been signing up, and I'm not gonna lie, I haven't really been adamant about it. And but yeah, we can definitely bring it back, man. I enjoy it, man. I just need a little bit of time, a little heads up to prepare and put it in the Discord. Then yeah, I'll try to schedule it. But you know, I made the thing in the Discord for people to put times that they're available, and I'll definitely try to oblige. I think I put Tuesdays and Thursdays though to answer your question. I have to go back and look at the schedule myself again, but I think it's Tuesdays and Thursdays I was trying to do.
The thing is, bro, that I get off from the pizzeria like 9:30, maybe.
Bro, ain't no way you just said that, bro.
Yeah, like that.
You tell me not to eat pizza and you working at a pizzeria, bro. I'm gonna not eat pizza. When I go see Irony, the first thing we doing is going to the pizza parlor, bro. What are we doing, bro?
I knew that was gonna come back and bite me.
Man tells me not to eat pizza and ice cream, and he works at a pizzeria. That's crazy.
I literally make pizzas for a living, bro.
That's crazy, bro. We gonna have. I'm talking about. I want the works. I want gosh dang pineapples on my pizza, spinach, tomatoes, sausage, pepperonis. I want everything, bro. I need the works, bro. That's crazy.
Yeah, but hey, I mean, you can't knock me for giving you good advice. You see,
That's true. That
I
is
give
good
you good
advice.
advice.
All right, bet.
regardless.
I'm gonna get the pizza with the
But
salad then. Well, I'm gonna get the side salad on it. You know what I'm talking about? There we go.
listen, man, we're getting a pepperoni double cheese pizza courtesy of me, bro.
That's what I'm
a
talking about. That's what I'm talking about. If the
listen,
pizza, if the pizza there, if the pizza right, Doc there every night. You know what I'm saying? If the pizza right, Doc is there every night. Like Layla with the money, you know.
I ain't gonna lie, bro. I'll get my pizzas with ice cream every now and then. I don't do it every single day, not like you do.
Yeah, I got to tighten up. You're right. You're right about that. I appreciate you holding me accountable.
Anytime, bro. But listen, that's the thing. Like, I hope I'm not like on weekdays, Fridays and Saturdays. Forget it. Like, we're over there until God knows how, maybe like 11 or some shit like that. But on a Tuesday or on a Thursday, I could get out at like 9:30 or something. So if you could hold me for that, I mean, I could definitely do the debate against Duckster.
Okay, Ducks. Well, you know, I'm not. I'm pretty flexible too. I was just trying to bring more structure to it. But yeah, I don't want you to feel like you have to rush or anything. Doc, no, what I say? Oh, so he said no Diddy. Oh Lord, what I say, bro? I'm gonna take your word for it.
No Diddy.
I don't know what I said, but I'm gonna take your word for it. But yeah, you just let me know it. I'll try to accommodate you, man. You know what time it is.
What about tomorrow night?
Tomorrow's what, Tuesday? I'm down. What time? What time? Like the 9:30, I guess you said.
I mean, if I'm lucky. I mean, not lucky, not lucky. It's a Tuesday. It's a Tuesday. Okay, it's a Tuesday. So not lucky, but shit could go down. But I don't see us. I mean, excuse me, Duckster. I don't see Duckster saying anything in the chat. So that's a sure sign of, palms are sweaty, knees weak.
Hey, arms are heavy. Come on now.
Arms heavy. There's vomit on the sweater already. I can see it now. It's mom's spaghetti.
It's mom's spaghetti.
What the hell is wrong with you, Austin?
Shout out to Eminem, man. He
and
cooking you right now. He cooking you right now, O. Or Duckster, my bad. Not Oster, Duckster.
Listen, I got a message for Ty as well. Okay? I have a message for Ty as well. Otherwise known as the champion that never defends his title.
That's crazy.
Sits on his high horse, looking down on people. I don't like it. Coming for you. Keep my belt warm. But Oster's gonna be my tune-up. I'll appreciate him.
Hey, I'm not mad at that. Yes, sir.
And we were talking off the live, and I told him, listen, bro, you and I both know I was kicking Kendrick's ass, and then you had to help him. So he started laughing. And
Shout out to Kendrick.
Right, bro. I apologize. And I was like, no need to apologize. Nah, I'm fucking around, bro.
Hey, I already got the extended clip. Everybody getting fired all today. That's funny, man. Shout out to you, man.
Listen, who do you got? I think you answered this like a million times, but who you got on Virgil Lubin?
Man, I actually haven't really answered it too many times. I think I need to be held to the fire now because I think it's a good fight, man. I'm leaning towards Virgil, but man, I think it's a good fight, bro. But I'm going with Virgil. I'm going with Virgil. What about yourself?
Do you see stoppage before I give you mine?
I think stoppage is the only way, man.
Yeah,
I just don't see because if Virgil beats him how I think he's going to beat him, I don't think I think Erickson Lubin can stop him too. I just don't see that. What I say is the only way. I'm saying even if I pick Lubin, I think it's a stoppage. You know what I'm saying? I don't think that this is going the distance for either one. I'm thinking deep though. I'm thinking like 9-10 round stoppage, but I'm thinking Virgil.
Do you see it being like a hell of a fight?
While it lasts, yeah. Yep.
That's what I'm thinking.
I'm thinking a classic while it lasts.
Yeah, I'm thinking like multiple knockdowns type thing,
Yep. Me too.
I got Lubin, bro, but that's just
because you got Lubin?
Yeah, but I'm not gonna lie. That's most of that is because I don't like Virgil.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
I mean,
maybe I did, but I don't recall that.
Yeah, I didn't really emphasize it too much, but yeah, he ain't my cup of tea, bro. Not outside the ring, not inside the ring. It's not that I don't think he belongs there or anything like that. Don't get me wrong, okay? It's just that. Nah, it doesn't. Nah. sometimes it's hard to even explain. Some people just don't, you know,
Facts.
they're not
No,
just
that's a fact. Yeah, some people just don't. Yeah, I don't want to say what I want to say because I'm gonna get paused, but. I'm just saying, some people don't rub you the right way. You know what I'm talking about?
Right.
We gonna pause that.
Listen,
No, did
that
it?
doesn't have to stay like that forever. You know,
Right.
I mean, we can change that or whatever, but as of right now, not so much. So, I don't think there's any way in God's green earth that Lubin gets a decision in this fight. I don't think there's any way that that happens because I mean, Virgil is the golden boy, is the quote
Mhm.
unquote undefeated. He's had the big fan base, blah 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 blah. Right.
Right.
So he's got all the ingredients for the 3 Adelaide birds there ringside. You know,
Facts. The 3 of them.
3 Team Cheetahs, you know.
Or Tim. Yep. 3 Tim Cheatham's is crazy.
But nah, I just wanted to. I didn't even have Hey, Oster, I see a lot of things, but I don't see a yes. Right?
Talk to him.
I don't. He's saying everything, but let's do it. You know how telling is that?
Right.
How telling is that?
Right. Hey,
Doctor,
Kendrick
put the
said.
DuckTales for me, just for me.
I got you, bro. I got you. Let me get you. He call you Duckster. Oster.
He's saying everything but what he needs to say. So that to me is, you know, case closed right
Hey,
there.
why this for shower right here? Oh, Oster pulling a Layla Ali, huh? He pump faking her. No, I'm joking. Hey, shout out to Thomas in the building. What's good, Mr. Thomas Hill in the building? What's good, Thomas?
God bless.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Rick Tim says, Doc, I don't do the Zodiac stuff either. Because what one can say about one side, you can say about all of them. That's how I feel too. No disrespect to anybody who rocks with it. But yeah, I feel like you could just take one thing and apply it to everybody. You know, so there's such general statements as it could be applicable wherever you want to put it. He said it mostly do with the individual upbringing and experiences that mold us. I agree. Far from what a sign folk are. I agree. But I no disrespect to the people who do believe that. I have the similar sentiments, Rick Timms. But no knock on who feels that way, but feels differently. Oh, we got breaking news, chat. Sean, you ready for this already? Yeah. I think we have confirmation that Ryan Garcia is fighting
Mario Barrios.
Yep. So this is another coincidence, chat. Ryan Garcia has made a statement. I'm officially unbanned from the WBC. I want to thank the WBC for seeing my efforts of change, and making this decision. I'm ready to put that green and gold belt on and representing as a true champion. Get the freak out of here.
That's Ryan talking?
Yep. That means he's going to get the Barrios fight. Yep. It says King Rai has recently been linked to a possible fight against WBC welterweight champion Mario Barrios, expected to take place early. So it's not, but I think this statement is saying it. I mean, you know, he just conveniently was unbanned around the time he's conveniently going to get a fight. You know, potentially, going to get a fight with Mario Barrios. So, I mean, you got to connect the dots there. That's not too hard to connect there. So he got unbanned just in time to get the title shot. So we'll see.
I ain't gonna lie, bro. When you said, "Are you ready for this irony?" I swear to God, I thought you were gonna say you were gonna confirm Xander versus Abbas, bro.
Oh, you just got to hear, man. I think that's confirmed. Irony. I'm not gonna lie.
That's confirmed. Oh,
It's not confirmed, but I showed on Abbas's Instagram. He said that his hunting. He said it's time for me to do it again, and he showed a picture of him when he was walking to the ring to fight Jonas Tellis, and you know he upset him, right? I said history tells it, and then he said hunting season. So he says it's about time for me to do it again. I mean, so who else will he be an underdog against? And that'd be a Xander Zayas or Jerome Boots. We know it's not Boots. Boots is talking about going to Virgil Ortiz fight, the Ortiz and Lubin fight. So he's been in talks with Xander Zayas, and then according to the reports that I read, it was going to be finalized at the WBO convention in Bogota, Colombia, and that's over with now. So I think we're going to get the official news shortly, man. The unification, WBA, WBO, junior middleweight, versus Xander Zayas and the Bass Burrell, man. That's going to be great.
I'm seeing the post that you're referring to now. Yep.
Oh, you see it? Yeah, man. That's going to be great, bro.
On Ryan, bro, like, listen, not for nothing, and you know, nobody wants to be the asshole. Nobody wants to say it, so I'll be the asshole and say it. Outside of Brian Norman, bro, 147 is pretty much right there for the taking, bro.
Facts.
Like seriously.
Facts.
Lewis Croker, Rolly Romero, no disrespect, bro.
No disrespect, but yeah. I mean,
Start looking at the history of 147. You're like, seriously?
yeah.
Like,
I mean, and like you said, no disrespect. We got to add that, but because I like Rolly, I like Norman. You know, Norman to me, he's the one that's the clear best. And no disrespect to him, but it's not really saying much because of the current climate, you know, the current landscape. But and I like Mario Barrios a lot too. But I would have to say 147. If I had to pick the weakest champions, it might be 147, man. And I'm not saying Brian Norman is weak, but just collectively speaking, like you said, Lewis Crocker, IBF, nobody really knows him. Not saying he's bad, but we don't really have much to go off of. WBA, Rolly Romero. I rock with Rolly, but you know, in WBC Mario Barrios, I rock with Barrios. I'm picking Barrios to beat Ryan Garcia. But if you was gonna get Ryan Garcia a championship, it would be at 147.
it is a winnable fight for him, in my
Yeah,
opinion.
absolutely is winnable. Absolutely.
I mean, Lewis Croker is also another winnable fight, but there's no money in that. Let's be honest here. Lewis Croker gotta see, as I understand. I mean, for what I hear, you can confirm or you know, correct me. It's Liam Paro versus Paddy Donovan, and are gonna fight for the right to fight him. If
Yep.
I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I saw that too. It's finalized or?
I didn't see that.
Oh, okay,
I didn't
okay.
see that. I didn't see
Okay.
anything official or complete, but that's the like Paddy Donovan was talking about Liam Paro. That
Yep.
so it's
Mm-hmm.
it's pretty clear that they're gonna fight.
Yeah.
The question is whether the winner gets Lewis Croker next or not. You know, that's the question here. 'Cause if Paddy wins, I mean, seriously, you're 0-2 against the man. You know.
Yeah, no, you're right. Yeah. Paddy wins, yeah. Because people say that he should have won the first one, and then some people say he got robbed the second one. So
I mean, the first one he blew it, bro. He won
Yeah.
Andrew Golota. He did the
Andrew Golota, I haven't heard that name in a minute, man. That's a good one there.
Bro,
That's
he
a
was
good
winning
one
on all
there.
3 scorecards and decided to just punch Riddick Bowe in you know, in the family jewels all the
Yep.
time.
Yeah. Can't do it. Got to control yourself.
And Paddy thought he was in the UFC or something. He hit Boy with an elbow, bro. That would make Tony Ferguson proud.
Facts.
Like damn.
Yep.
And then and here's the bummer. You were winning the fight. What?
He
It
was
isn't supposed to
winning
be
the
a look.
fight, bro. That's crazy.
Like, and I can understand Lewis Croker pulling some shit, but you, like, what's the
Yeah.
point?
Yeah, that was insane, bro.
He got too big for him, for sure. It's gotta be. It's gotta be the reason because it don't make no sense whatsoever. How do you see that fight? How do you see Paddy and Paro?
Man, you know I'm rocking with Paul, man. I think it's a tough fight though because this will be his debut at 147, or was his last fight at 147? His last fight was the debut at 147, right?
I think he fought over in Australia.
It's
He beat,
Australia, yeah.
I can't remember the name of the guy, but it was a domestic fighter though.
Yeah. Jonathan I don't remember. But
It starts with an S. I'm looking at the box rec right now.
Okay,
It's,
appreciate it.
no. He fought David Papot, but before that, he fought Jonathan Navarro.
okay, yeah, before that, okay, Jonathan Navarro, yep, and then David Pepper. Okay, yep, thank you. Yeah, yeah, man, I got Liam Paul, but you know, I'll be honest, I only seen Paddy Donovan fight 3 times. I saw 2 against Crocker, and then I saw another fight. Yeah, so I think the biggest issue would be how Liam Paul stops from bullying him, I guess, up around the ring, but I think he'll be all right. Also say, can you please pull me up? What up? Nah, I gotta pull up Ty first, man. It's an order the things, man. Ty's next, and then you're next.
Yeah,
After
he took
I already-
forever to come up, and then
Right.
he comes up and he wants to cut the line.
Right, you want to cut the line, bro? What's wrong with this man,
What's going
bro?
on here?
Come on, bro.
Hey,
No
are you
decorum,
Bubu
bro.
Andrade? Bubu Andrade, you want payday?
Payday. Oh man, yeah, man, exactly.
Hey, bro,
So
that's all I got. Really.
I
don't
appreciate you,
have
bro.
anything else.
I appreciate you pulling up, man. Thank you, man.
Appreciate you. You already know.
Yes, sir. But yeah, man, let me hit some of this chat, man. I think I missed something. I didn't miss anything. No, I didn't miss anything. I think I missed something. Somebody said something I want to address. But yeah, Patty will be a setup man moving forward. Yeah, I think so too. Like I said, I don't really have a true reason. I'm going with Liam Paul, but yeah, I just got Liam. I got Liam Paul in that fight. Also, too, I wanted to mention this, chat. Did y'all remember about did I mention the The Chris Eubank ambulance situation. I made a video about that. Go check it out if you haven't done so already. Like the video. Don't forget to like this video. And then also too, the Chris Eubank ambulance video he posted footage. There's something else I want to talk about. This John Real Casimiro scandal, man. They got John Real Casimiro apparently fixing fights. Like, I don't think he's fixing fights. But he just lost to Kiyonosuke Kameda by unanimous decision, and his brother, his trainer, manager, brother, dropped a statement saying that him losing was part of a bigger plan. So naturally, he's under investigation. That just wasn't very smart by the Gaming and Entertainment Board, or no, not Gaming and Entertainment, Gaming and it's a GAB. What's the A for? Gaming Administration Board, something like that. I don't know, Gaming and something. I don't remember. Gaming and Amusement Board, I believe, the GAB. So they're under investigation now with John Real Casimiro potentially facing more trouble. You know, who already had a troubled career. I just think it might be time for him to call it, man. You know, he's been kind of slowing down, and the Inoue train and dream has been gone. I would have loved to see John Real Casimiro against Naoya Inoue some years ago, but now I think that's just a ship that has already sailed. You just need to let it go. Let it go. If they wanna, then let it go. Treat him like Pete Rose if Casimiro did it. If not, leave him alone. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, man. I think he should definitely be punished. I just don't see him losing. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't see him. I mean, I feel like, and this is just me now, I don't know, but I feel like his brother said that to kind of save face, like, because he wasn't expected to lose, and since he lost, he's like, oh yeah, it's part of a bigger plan. Because I think he's just trying to distract people from the fact that his JRC didn't look too good. You see what I'm saying? I think it was more so harmless, but it's still not too smart, right, to do. And then of course Sean Gibbons and Manny Pacquiao Promotions came out talking trash about John Real Casimiro, saying that this is typically what they do. They're just a bunch of dummies, and he was going in. It was funny, but shout out to John Real Casimiro. I like him, but he's got to do better, man. I want to see that. Yeah, I want to see that too in a way, and I want to see Casimiro fight. Oh yeah, yeah. What's his name again? Rasim Aleem. I always mess up his name. My bad. But yeah, Aleem, that'd have been a good one as well. Don't do Oster like that. Y'all, you know I rock on Oster. Oster funny, man. Let me bring up Ty real quick, man. I don't know if they talking in the back. If Ty wants everybody to come up with him, then we'll do it like that. But my brother Ty, man, we about there chopping it up. Yeah. My fault, bro.
Aleem, I mess up his name, man. But...
Yo. All the Ty there. Yo. Ty's not there. Okay, I'll pull up Oster. My brother, Oster in the building.
Oh shit, what's going on, Doc?
What's good, bro? That's good, man. Appreciate you pulling up, man.
Yeah, I'm glad I'm here.
Yes,
now,
sir. God is good.
Back to Irony. Let's get to that first. Let's get to that first. We can clear that right up.
He said you ducking, bro.
Irony. I know. I hear him. But like I tell Irony, Irony, tell him, man, put the transcripts up there, man, from the texts I send you, man. You know what I call. Doc is in your current shit, because I call Irony if it walk like a duck and quack like a duck, it's a duck.
Facts.
That's why I be talking to. I know I'm talking to him. I said, Irony, we got 3 channels now to do this little squabble war. We could pre-squabble war, me and yours, and then go on the big stage. I've been telling, man, I done had 9 dates with Irony on his channel. Doc, you see me on his channel?
Yep.
I said, he said, yo, he just told me in the back. He's like, oh, I got to pump the fight up. I said, oh, so you a real promoter now. That's what we doing? That's what we doing? Okay. Okie dokie. Cool.
You promoting the fight? Hey, yo.
Yeah. I said, okie dokie. The things that go on in the back, right? You know, Doc, in the back room after the fight, you know, back there where they had the riot after Keyshawn and all that on the back. Yeah, that's what he just did. That's what he just pulled on me. I said, okie dokie. But we're going to bring it to the forefront, though. You got them calling me Duckster online. Okay, I got a trick for you.
I already said he pumping the fight, bro. It's crazy, bro.
I'm like, yo, he over there saying Ducks. I'm sitting there saying, oh, this guy here. You would it again.
He promoting, bro. He got his promoter hat on, man.
I know. I said, yo, Doc. I just told him, I said, yo, you know, from now on, I'm getting up there before you. I'm getting pulled up.
There it is. That's a fact, man. That's a fact, bro. Palms are sweaty, knees weak, arms are heavy. That's crazy. Vomit on the sweater already. Hey, yo, Mom Spaghetti is crazy, man. Oh, so talk to me, man. Talk me how you feel about this Cruiser Shield stuff, man. I know you was talking in shower stream. I was reading it and
Yeah.
here, man. How you feel about it, bro?
Yo, to be honest with you, like it's a funny take, man. But you know, I gotta go with. I'm going. I'm going on Layla's side on this one here.
Mm-hmm.
On this one here, and it's not based on my opinion. It's not based on Carissa and Layla thing that they got going now.
Mm-hmm.
It's based on a little bit of the history of Carissa prior to a bunch of things. You know what I mean? Just she snapped at a lot of things, and you know a lot of people do that. You know, she been through this, she been through that. Like I say, we all boxing come from the street, so we all been through that. They're just fortunate enough to be in a place where they can tell it to the world. Everybody can't tell it to the world because they ain't talented like that. You know, beyond their problems. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Some people could carry it, but I just don't think that y'all should get to this level. And then every time it's something that go on, you go back to this. They say, you know, this is where it's coming from and this and that. That to me is more of an agenda. You know what I mean? And I feel that Carissa one, and I got another take of this, and y'all might think I'm crazy with this take, but it fits her. It fits her mentality. Carissa is one of those females. That's a whole female, look like a female and all that. Nothing, no disrespect like that.
Right.
But she got like man mentality. Like she really thinks like a man. You know what I mean? That's why I think that she challenged men. You know, and things like that. I think that she got a little problem with men. I don't know what's up with her and her father and how they been raised or whatever. But a lot of these females today, they have a problem with men because a lot of them wasn't raised by men, and they have an issue with the issues based on what men, you know, prior. And when they get to this stage, you know, sometimes it slip out when they on stage. You know, everybody don't mean to be like that, but sometimes that shit slip out. You know, sometimes you could be someplace out and somebody could move you out your character and it slip out for me. You be like, whoa, hold up.
Yep.
You get what I'm saying? So I think that's what happened to Carissa sometimes. I think, and then she try to PR herself. You know what I mean? And help it up herself. Like that backup video, that's like a kid. I wouldn't even made that video because that's just a different form of, you know, debating, you know, and going back and forth, keeping the engine running. And they both is great in what they do. I don't even see why they both great at what they do, to be honest with you. But I gotta go with Carissa with this one because you're more vocal and you're more out there and you want to fight. So it kind of looked like more of an agenda coming on your end. You know, to string it along in a way. But it ain't bad either way. I just don't like that. They too good to me, man. Two sisters, they both great, man. And you know what I mean? I got a sour taste with that one, man. But if I had to pick a side, or the very like who would I sway with, I would definitely sway with Layla with this one.
Yeah.
That's just my take, you know.
Yeah, I don't wrong with it. Yeah, I think I personally feel like Clarissa, like I said, I mean, I don't really have much to add, to be honest. I just think that I do have something to add. Like with Clarissa, I feel like sometimes, like you said, I didn't like the Keith Thurman either. I didn't like Ronda Rousey calling out Floyd either. You know, I don't really like that. You know, but and maybe I'm guilty of this. I feel like she says that, and I could be wrong. It could be an issue with men, like you said. But I always looked at it. I never took her seriously with that. I always looked at it as just a way. Same with Ronda Rousey. I didn't like Ronda Rousey calling out Floyd, but I looked at it as her just calling them out to stay relevant. That's how I feel. Like I just looked at that as like, you know, I never looked at it as like, oh yeah, she really thinks that she could beat. I mean, well, maybe they do think that they could beat him, you know, because that's like you said, and that's like they're fighters. And number one and number two, they may have a mentality like, if you want to say like a kind of mannish mentality, whatever. Like they're the best and they can whoop everybody. But I just looked at it as her saying, yeah, man, I could whoop Keith Thurman like same way Ronda say I could whoop. Even I think Ronda's was worse because it was not only was it a dude, but it's another sport. You know what I'm saying? I thought that was worse, more disrespectful. But yeah, I just looked at those the same. Like I never took them seriously. First of all, I don't want to see no dude punch on no woman anyway. So that's why I don't even really entertain it. But now I feel it though. I can see I could be seen as arrogant as well. So nah, I'm with you and Shaw on that because I didn't like it either. Even if it's just for the cheap attention, I don't like it either. But I do think that I feel like people be picking at her, and a lot of times people look at it when she's defending herself as her being the aggressor just because she is more aggressive what I'm saying? I don't think that being aggressive is always synonymous with being the aggressor. Like to me, I think like Amanda Serrano is an aggressor a lot of times. And as just that she does it in a way that she'd be like, oh, well, I don't know what you're talking about. But like Shawa said, maybe it's somebody else handling her media account or whatever. But I just find it very hard to believe, man. I don't know, man. It just seemed funny. But it could be. You know, we got Kendrick, we got KD out there, you know what I'm saying, using a. But see, and that's the thing though. Well, KD's using a burn. KD be using burners. Well, you never know, man. Maybe somebody else could be, you know, got my boy KD out there using burners. So yeah, but go ahead. What you saying? Sorry.
You know, this is you know, a lot of people, they be at war with themselves, man.
Mm.
You know what I mean? A lot of these people be at war with themselves. I'm telling you, that should be slipping out. You know what I mean? On that spotlight. And but I think Carissa good though. She good. She just gotta get a PR. See, the thing about Carissa that I don't see, you know what I don't see with Carissa, Doc? I see Carissa with a lot of mailboxes, mingling with a lot of mailboxes, and you know, and it's like is you trying to like not like punk them, but it's like you trying to pick one. You know, like what Shaw was talking about with the Keith Thurman thing came out of nowhere, and I'm like, Keith would kick your ass. To be honest with you, Carissa.
Yeah.
I mean, to be honest, I don't think it'd be no type of fight.
No,
I mean?
So, I don't think so either.
And it reminds me of a typical female in the house. You know, like your girlfriend see you work out every day, Doc. Every day see you work out. Know you was an amateur boxer. Know all of this. She ain't got a chance in hell with you, but she still throw her hands up to you. You get what I'm saying? She still tried and throw her hands up to you. You be sitting there looking at it and swinging on you too. And you like, here we go. Like, come on,
swinging on you. Let me ask you this though. And now I'm going to defend her because I do feel like in her defense, you don't think that's just the tomboy in her though, like the hanging out with dudes and stuff like that. You gotta remember that she was the only girl in the gym. A lot, Katie Taylor too. Like I wouldn't be surprised if Katie Taylor hang out with a whole bunch of dudes. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't know. I don't know that though. I'm just saying that. Like, you don't think that's like that's the environment that she was kind of accustomed to, being in the gym. You know, not being a boy sport. And Carolyn Dubois probably hang out with a lot of dudes. But go ahead.
But no, I was saying it in terms of the women boxing, because you're good and you're really good, but I don't see you around women boxers. I never see you around women boxers like women boxers. You know what I mean? Not saying I see a lot of them, but you is a different one. You got accolades, and you could be around women boxers and inspire them, but you're always around men boxers. Like you always around men boxers. I never see you around unless you arguing with one of them. You get what I'm saying? None of them. I don't see you. You know what I mean? With none of them. So I mean, it's kind of, you know, that's my girl, Chris. I love Chris. That's my girl.
No, I'll say that she be with Cruz sometimes and a couple other ones too. Yeah. But I would say that I see pictures like for example, like I know she attended some Amanda Serrano fights. I don't think Serrano has ever attended any of her fights, but I know like especially people from like Michigan and stuff. I feel like the only one in that area that she don't really rock with anymore is AB. But go ahead with your point though. So I'm still listening.
And you know, the funny thing too that, and I think, I don't know, I heard this, and you know, you hear something, I'm like, oh shit, damn, that is true. And I don't know if it was on this channel or Shawa channel, or it could have been a random channel that I was listening to, you know, on thing. But they made a point though. They said, and I thought about it, and I was like, damn, that is true. Every time, if you ever noticed that when Carissa is there, and every time, like say if she was with Crawford, remember she was with Crawford. Remember Crawford beat Errol Spence when he came 2 times. Didn't you notice that every time when Carissa is with them and there's something with them, she speak on her accolades? You ever caught that? Remember her and Crawford was walking out there, because when the dude said it, I don't know if it's this channel, somebody was randomly saying it, but it didn't come from me. I just
I was you. I think I think. Like, to me, I don't see it like that, but yeah, I know stuff. Like, for example, like with Terrence Crawford, when they were together, somebody said that he was the first 2-time, and she was like, no, I'm the first. But I don't have a problem with that, because I feel like if she don't say it, then it's like with Gabriella Fedor, right? That's why I try to make it I always try to make it a point. When I say Devin Haney's the youngest undisputed male champion, I always say, well, no, he's the youngest undisputed champion in the 4-belt era. I always try to correct myself and say, no, you know, it's actually Gabriella Fedor, because I think that we don't look at them as much. So I do think that she should say something, but I will say this though. I don't have a problem with that, but I can understand how somebody would. But to me, I feel like if she doesn't do that, how I see it is that I don't think she'll be acknowledged. But I will say this. I'm so glad you said it because I think Shawa made a good point with this one though. I didn't like when she said it about Angel Reese though, because I think Angel Reese won an award and she was like, "Oh, I should have won it." I didn't like that. Like, I'm not saying that you can't say that. Simply like what Layla Levy said, she can say that she's the best. You can say whatever you want. But I thought that was kind of not kind of. I thought that was whack. You know what I'm saying? I think I even commented on her Instagram or Twitter about that too. I was like, it's like you got to let some people shine too. But in the boxing realm though, like when it comes to like, I think that she's right to do it because she won't get. They won't say that. You know, like it's like Oster. Like if you have a restaurant, right? It's like somebody say I'm neophyte. I just got a restaurant, and they're like your restaurant, you broke the record for having 1,000 people or something in your restaurant, and then me and you walking by each other, and I just won an award or I just did something good, and they said, oh well, yeah, Doc is the first 1,000 to seat 1,000 people in this area or something like that. I don't know, and then you'd be like, hold on, bro, you know I did it first, and now I'm not gonna lie. I would probably like I would understand if I felt like, dang, you kind of took my shine, but. So if Terrence Crawford felt like that, I would understand it. But from the outside looking in, remove yourself from being me or you. It's like, dang, I could kind of understand because the person that asked that kind of, maybe it was inadvertent, but you still kind of shit on your accomplishments. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's like, nah, Oster was the first to do it. So I don't really have a problem. No, go ahead. My bad.
No, I was saying. No, what you saying is 1,000% correct. If it was posed, if the question was posed the way you said it, because remember you said when I speak about Devin Haney, you said you correct yourself. That's 100% because that's not Gary or Fedora. Like if somebody's sitting and they say Devin Haney, you know, such, and if she said, you know, no, I'm the first one. But the question wasn't even opposed to her. So that's why I say with Clarissa, it's a Clarissa thing. It got nothing to do with nobody. It's a Clarissa thing. You know what I mean? She's the only one that believes that she got to remind people, and everybody know what you got and who you are. Trust me. That ain't your problem. Your problem is not your accolades. Your problem is recognition. And this is what bothers you. And this is why sometimes you slip up and you do this. I hope you don't slip up one time at that media post and start missing your career, because that's where you headed. You know, you headed in that direction because when you do these little perk things like that, good as you are, you can't. You see, Carissa, you really good, but you're not respected the way you good. So you ain't got the leverage that everybody else got to be slipping up too many times. You get what I'm saying? That's just me, Doc, because you could lose off the ring too. You ain't got to just lose in the ring.
That's a fact. No, that's a fact. You're right about that. But I'm a to me, who do you think was more well received, Ronda or Clarissa, publicly?
I think
like Embrace. I agree. And
yeah, I think Ronda.
And I asked that to say, to me, there's not much of a difference between Ronda and Clarissa as far as how they. I'm not talking about accomplishments because obviously Clarissa's more accomplished, but I'm saying how they handle themselves and how they talk, and you know what I'm saying. So I don't know if her lack of embrace is because of. Like maybe like I'm not down, like for you it is, for Shawa it is, maybe for some other people it is, but I think the majority of people just don't. They just don't receive her because of who she is, or where she's from, or how she looks. Like even if have you ever watched her movie? She talked about it before, but have you seen her movie though?
No, I didn't see the movie. I didn't watch the movie.
But okay, so even without the movie though, are you familiar with her saying like how she was asked to change her image and then she initially rejected. Yeah. So it's like if somebody's constantly trying to change who you are and want you to be like this girl, even though you're more accomplished, even though you've done more, you won more, you fought more, you challenge yourself more, but they still want you to look like this other girl. It's like, gosh dang, bro. It's like I don't know how much of her lack of embrace from the public is really her. Like, I think it's easy because of who she is and how, like I said, how aggressive she is. But I think sometimes we confuse her personality will be an aggressive as her always being the aggressor. And I'm not saying that she's not sometimes, but I don't want to say there's few times, but I think there's more times where she's not the aggressor, but she comes off that way because she's aggressive. Like with the Amanda Serrano thing with that picture. Like, there's nothing wrong with Amanda Serrano calling herself beautiful and classy and Layla Ali beautiful and classy. But it's like, it's a timing, bro. Like, only a fool wouldn't see that she's being petty. You see what I'm saying? But because she does it in a mean girl way, like throw the stone and hide your hand, like, oh, that wasn't me, I'm innocent. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's like, but if Clarissa would do the same thing, she won't do it like that. She'll just say, "Oh, F Amanda Serrano. See, she ain't classy like me." You just like you said, like she's more abrasive with it. So it's more like there's nothing that she does is really subtle. Like, she's gonna wear her emotions on her sleeve, if you will. Like, she's not gonna conceal nothing. Like, if she says, basically they both say it. They're both saying the same thing. They're both saying "F you," but one is just saying "F you." The other one's going about it, you know what I'm saying, in a slick way, or and that's what I think is the difference, in my personal opinion. I just think that she don't really,
but you know how it go, like. And so my thing is this: when it comes to celebrities, and I tell celebrities this, and I tell the rumors this all the time, man. Yo, look, all this integrity, all this criticism, all this comes with that check that you get for being a celebrity,
That's
check
true.
you get for being a champion. It all comes with it. This is not nobody's fault. So what I'm saying is that when it comes to Clarissa, now, first of all, with Clarissa and Rhonda, first of all, it's two different skin colors. So that's one reason Rhonda could say. Now, my
that's
question
part
is
of it.
this,
I
though.
agree with you. That's
Yeah, my
that's
question
a
is
big
this.
part of it. I agree.
Imagine this, Doc. Imagine if Clarissa would have said that about Floyd instead of Keith. What if she said exactly what Rhonda did to Floyd? How you think that would have impacted? They would have probably crushed Clarissa. They probably would have crushed the whole career. She probably wouldn't be able to do nothing right now. If she attacked Floyd like Rhonda attacked Floyd, you get what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying, that to say, just Clarissa being great as she is, and as a black woman, this is her main problem. This is her main problem. And she's very vocal. You know what I mean? She's very vocal. She straight up, there's nothing wrong about what she doing, how she act, because everybody got their own character. There's a bunch of people up there, like, like when they say that she been through all this stuff in boxing, they wanted her to change her look and this and that. But I could go with a dude. I could say they did the same thing to Bud. So I'm telling Carissa, like, if they doing it to you on a female way, they not telling you to muscle up and man up and look like a man. They telling you to, slim down or whatever it is for your PR. That's part of your thing. That's part of your what you would call it, because you come to a certain point in this game where people want to see you outside now. And you listen to them because you change your way. You looking pretty now. You doing all that stuff. You doing it your way though. So you cannot be mad. You doing it your way. You ain't doing it their way. And that's whenever you do it your way like that, vocal like that, it be, you're going against the tide. It's cool though, because your talent could get past it. But sometimes I say, and I always say, it's certain names in these sport histories, certain family names, you need to just stay away from. Because when you say these names, you just wake up the beast sometime. And I always give an example about LeBron. When LeBron did the same thing, when he said, "I'm the king," you woke up Jordan beast. You woke up everybody just by saying that. It ain't like you did nothing. You just said the wrong thing. And people didn't feel that. People like, no, whoa, you going crazy. But that just happened. That's today. That's just happening today, man. So that's why I say ain't nothing going wrong with that. Clarissa just need a good PR team. You know what I mean? Somebody to talk for her before she talk. Don't let her get up there and talk. You know what I mean? Treat her like they treat Booth Ennis, man. For real. Don't let them do no interviews no more, man.
I do. No. I agree with you in a roundabout way, because I dropped a video on it, and I don't know if you saw it, but I talked about that. I said that I think that Coach Shields needs to go with Eddie Hearn. And for part of the reason, it's slightly different, because I don't think that she should ever stop talking. If she gotta make people uncomfortable, then so be it. People, you gotta be who you are. You know what I'm saying? Be happy with yourself, because you try to please everybody, you ain't gonna please nobody, and you gonna be mad at yourself. But I think I agree with you though, because look what Eddie Hearn does, bro. Eddie Hearn, for better or for worse, whether you think he's a good promoter or not, I don't think anybody could disagree that he puts on for his fighters. He gonna make you respect their accomplishments, their accolades. He gonna let you know who they are. So that's why, the same reason why I thought Shakur was perfect for Eddie, because what similar thing. What does Shakur struggle with? People get mad at Shakur, call him Shakira Tweederson and all that stuff. They say that he's off-putting because he's always defending himself on Twitter. Eddie Hearn's gonna do that for you. That doesn't mean that Shakur should stop being who he is. But Eddie Hearn is gonna speak for Katie Taylor. Eddie Hearn is gonna speak for Conor Ben. He's gonna speak for AJ. He's gonna speak for whoever else. So I think that I agree with that. That it would behoove her to go with somebody like an Eddie who's more vocal, because not saying that Salita's a bad promoter, but he's not vocal. He only got the voice like Eddie. You know what I'm saying? Very, very few people do. I would say who would you say speaks like Eddie? Al Heyman don't speak for PBT. Bob Arum don't speak like that. So probably just Oscar for Golden Boy and Eddie Hearn, right? Because Frank Warren don't speak like that. So yeah, so just say maybe those two, you know. So go with Eddie or Oscar.
Hey Doc, you should do a combination on every time Eddie Hearns promoted one of his fighters. You just say the same thing. You just want to combinations back to back to back to back to back. You're like, listen, this is the best. He's the best.
He's the best. Everybody the best. Everybody the best. That boy Eddie Cole with it. 2 Cents says these men want to control Shields, and they are mad because she is not trying to conform to what the men want. Hey, that's a good opinion there. 2 Cents. Shout out to 2 Cents. Y'all check out 2 Cents as well, man. 2 Cents boxing, dope streamer. One time for the ladies. Shout out to 2 Cents in the building. Yeah, man, check out her channel. I always enjoy her channel. She lets people talk and get their thoughts off too, and you know, and she keeps the conversation going, man. So shout out to 2 Cents, very patient and dope too. Dane says Shields isn't disliked because of her skin tone. She's disliked by some because she's absolutely obnoxious most of the time. Some people think that, yeah. Some people think she's obnoxious, and I agree. Like I said, she is off-putting, excuse me. But I will say this too in regards to that, Dane. I don't think, I'm not going to say it's just that, but we do have to acknowledge that boxing, maybe I'm reaching, but I don't think there's ever, she is definitely the first dark-skinned woman. I'm trying to think. I don't want to miss anybody. Help me out, chat. Yeah, I'm thinking. I think she is the first. Yeah, no, I'm trying to think if there's somebody else. I'm saying, I think she is the first. I'm not saying that she's disliked because of that, but she is the first one. And we've seen stuff that, like, let's say Serena Williams went through. I don't know if you remember too, Dane. And like I said, I'm not accusing anybody or making anybody be the victim. I'm just saying it's what it is. Like, and sometimes it comes from other black folks too. So I'm not, like I said, I'm not pointing any fingers. But I don't know if y'all remember. Y'all remember who Gabby Douglas is? Y'all remember Gabby Douglas? She was the Olympian, the gymnast. You remember? Not Simone Biles, but before Simone Biles. She was like, I think, don't quote me, but I think she was like the youngest. Yeah.
You talking about a gymnast? Okay, I'm
the
tripping.
gymnast.
I was about to tell you, only Gabby I know is a gymnast. I thought you
yeah, that's what. No, gymnast. And I think she was like the youngest one to win a certain medal, whatever, something like that. Yeah. Right, and then. And when she won, this girl backflipped about 30 gosh dang times. She did so many gosh dang tumbles and all this stuff. She won a gold medal for America. And one of the biggest topics was that her hair wasn't done. And that may not seem like a big deal, but it's like, bro, it's like, she don't want a gold medal. You talking about her hair, bro? So, and remember, Serena went through a lot of backlash too. So it's just, I'm not saying that is the sole reason why she's disliked, because she also can be seen as obnoxious, but I think it would be criminal to act like that is not a factor. Because if we think about the top women, right, in boxing, it could be just a coincidence too, right? Because she is a beast, and women's boxing not big, but we have Amanda Serrano, we have Layla Ali, we have Seniesa Estrada, maybe, right? We put it up there. We have Katie Taylor. We have, and probably just Clarissa Shields, right? Am I missing anybody? I don't want to disrespect anybody. I don't want to miss anybody. Gabriella Fedora's on her way. You know what I'm saying? The youngest undisputed champion in the 4-belt era in all of boxing. She's on her way, but I wouldn't say she's up there yet. I'm trying to think. But anyway, like, Clarissa Shields is the only one. And like I said, I'm not saying that I'm not giving her an excuse, but a lot of times when people do attack her, or I mean, I'm not saying she's a victim. I mean, to be fair to everybody, when she gets into it with people, I don't think it's a coincidence that she don't never really be going. The ones that be going hard at her, it don't be the Franson Cruzes, it don't be the O'Shea Jones, It be the Amanda Serranos. It be the Alicia Baumgartners. It be the Layla Ali's. It be the, you know what I'm saying? It be's the ones that look a different
But
way.
I don't
And
know.
I'm not putting it on them either. I'm just saying that is what I'm not blaming anybody. I'm just saying that's what it is. You know, those are the ones that, and you know, they definitely
Yeah,
not
I don't
dark
mind Bumgarner. What you think about this? I think if I was to say, like, I know what she need work with, right? But if I was to say, like, if try to pinpoint like her problem, I think right now her issue is because it's been going on. She's been turned up for like probably like a year and a half.
Mm-hmm.
She really turned up this last year and a half. She changed the whole look and all that. I think that I think that uh Clarissa feels she need like a big fight, a big money fight, not a big fight. It's a money fight, and I think that's her whole purpose of saying something to Layla because she knew that was a money fight. If she could caught Layla slipping and really get back in that ring, that's why she went and got that money. And I'm thinking that's Carissa's issue. I'm thinking that she got a lot of accolades and there's a lot of money flying around, and she ain't getting a piece of this pot. She's not getting it. In that last fight, you know, with who just fought on Jake Paul card and they got paid and all. I think this
Talking
is
about
Carissa's
Serrano
problem.
and Taylor or somebody else?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, the last one. Yeah, I think this is her problem. It's not like she broke. I'm not saying she broke.
Right.
I just think that she want that attention with that big fight with big money. You get what I'm saying?
Oh.
Like a big fight. And that's why I think that she was messing with Layla because she knew that was big money. She knew for a fact that was big money. You know what I mean? She went and got that money real quick and called her right out. It was kind of funny the way she did it, but I mean, I get it. I'm just saying like her calling out Layla for the money. You know what I mean? It could have been anybody else that's actually boxing now. You know what I mean? For the money. That's why I ain't got no problem with Bungada and I'm talking shit. I ain't got no problem with none of that because they active right now. You know what I mean? They actively in there fighting. So I ain't got no issue with that.
I feel that, but at the same time, like, and like I said, this is where we differ. I don't see her as calling out Layla. I feel like Layla is not, granted, sometimes she's asked, but she's always the one that's playing around like she'll come back. You see what I'm saying? Like, so Clarissa Shields is like, all right, bet, I'm gonna oblige. You said you put up this price point to make you consider it, entertain it, play with it, think about it. Okay, bet, I'm gonna go get this money. So I don't really see it as her calling her. I don't see her as her calling her out at all. I just think she's like, okay, bet, you this is what you want to do. Then okay, let's do it. I'll get my end of the bargain. I'll come up with that amount of money. But I also want to say this too. Alicia Baumgartner, and this is the thing too, Oster. I feel like, once again, like with Alicia Baumgartner, like those fights aren't even realistic. Like Alicia Baumgartner fights at one. Yeah, okay, so you know, okay, she fights at what 135 or something. It's like the lowest Clarissa Shields been at was at the beginning of her career. She was at 154. So the smallest she's been was 3 divisions above where Alicia Baumgartner currently fights at. And that's the thing too, you know, and I feel like this would be distractions. And this is where I blame Clarissa too sometimes, because sometimes you just got to ignore it. I do agree with you, but I do think that the way that people already ignore it is hard. But like Katie Taylor, I like Katie Taylor. I'm not comparing Katie Taylor and Clarissa Shields, don't really beef, but I like Katie Taylor. But she gets away with a lot of the other girls get away with, a lot of the other women get away with not fighting the people that they should be fighting. Katie Taylor should be fighting Chantel Cameron for the trilogy, not Amanda Serrano. That's the one that we need a trilogy. They're 1-1. Amanda Serrano, Alicia Baumgartner been calling her out for how long? Sky Nicholson, before she lost to Tierra Brown, was calling out who? Amanda Serrano. So Amanda Serrano and a lot of them, they be getting away with not fighting who they should fight. Carolyn Dubois wants to fight Alicia Baumgartner right now. These are realistic fights that even Michaela Mayer calling out Clarissa Shields, that yes, and we get so distracted with Clarissa Shields and everybody say, oh, I want to fight Clarissa Shields, me, or whatever. But it's like, bro, Michaela Mayer could be fighting Lauren Price. I'm not blaming Michaela Mayer. I'm not blaming Lauren Price, but you know, that fight didn't happen because I think there was some type of issue with Lauren Price availability or something like that, or with Scott or with Boxer not having a deal where she signed or whatever it was. But that's why she moved up to fight Mary Spencer, another woman that Clarissa Shields already beat. It was in the amateurs, but she beat already. But she just fought Mary Spencer. So Michaela Mayer, yeah, you can entertain fighting Clarissa Shields, but Michaela Mayer, if you want to get undisputed, you have 2 chances to get undisputed. And she addressed it too, but right now, Michaela Mayer has a WBA, WBO, WBC at 154. O'Shea Jones has an IBF. So you can go get undisputed. And then she still has her belts at 147. She still has her one belt, excuse me, the WBO, I believe, and Lauren Price has the other three, the WBA, IBF, and WBO. I mean WBC, so she could go get undisputed. She has 2 places to get undisputed. Go fight one of them. Like the Clarissa Shields is just not realistic to me, at least for me. Some people think she can move up, move down. I like the Shadeja Green fight though. I do like that fight, so I want that fight to happen with her and Clarissa Shields. I think that is a realistic fight. Whether Clarissa Shields comes down to 168, which I think I actually want her to do that because she can get another undisputed, or Shadeja Green goes up. Yeah, I like that fight. I think Clarissa Shields beats her. You know, they have a couple fights in common. You know, they both beat Savannah Marshall, and then they both fought Francis Cruz. Cruz beat Shadeja Green, and then obviously Clarissa Shields beat Cruz. But I still think that's a great fight. Shout out to Shawa. She said she didn't say that to Clarissa. Just because Clarissa feels away don't mean she has to speak to everything people say. That's facts. She not ignoring nothing. That's how she is. Yeah, I don't really knock her for not ignoring anything. I do think that some things should be ignored. Everything doesn't deserve your attention. But I just think that she is confrontational, you know, and I know some people that are, I think I'm like that, you know. It's hard for me to ignore some stuff, you know, you got to work on yourself too, but you know, but I'm also not in the spotlight like that to that capacity to what Oster was saying, so that part is true too. Oster said something, you said something that reminded me, I want to say something, bro, speak on it. It was with the women and Serena, or maybe it was 2 cents. Shout out to 2 cents. Yeah, hey, I saw what you said too about Serena. That's a good point. Yeah. You know, we be here. There was something about, dang, I can't remember, bro.
What?
I cannot remember. You said something that reminded me I wanted to add to it. You said you made a good point. I can't remember. I wanted to add to it. But yeah, man. But yeah, no. At the end of the day, I'm not here to say that, oh, you should like Clarissa or anybody should like Clarissa. I get it. She's off-putting, but I just feel like sometimes the attention that she gets is a little.
Oh yeah, Chris. No, that's.
Oh, that's what you said. That's what you said. Oh, so you made a good point. Sorry to cut you off. With the Katie Taylor and the Amanda Serrano being on the undercard of Jake Paul, like, and even that, like when she says something about that, I don't really see it as her being jealous, right? I see it as her just, and I guess you can see it as jealous too. I can see it, but I think once again it's like them undermining what the respect that she should have, like even with that fight, right? Exactly. On the undercard, like you said, with Katie Taylor and who was it? Amanda Serrano on the undercard. What you said that they were on the undercard, right? Yeah. You know that. I know that. We all know that. But they say that Katie Taylor and Amanda Serrano was the most viewed women's fight. We never count the views for an undercard, bro. But when they do that, why do they do that? Because then that puts them over the record that who has? Clarissa Shields with Savannah. You see what I'm saying? Like, so it's like they do little stuff, and then when Clarissa Shields corrects them, then it seems like, oh, she's just being petty. No, bro, she's being accurate. Like if she does it and she's wrong or incorrect, then I get it. But like I've never heard once, like it's like who was on the undercard of Tank versus Frank? What was it? Benavidez, right? Benavidez and Vazdik. I never heard we count the views for Benavidez. Because he wasn't like, we never count the views for an undercard. I've never heard this in my life, bro. For a co-main, like it goes to the main event, bro. That's how I don't know, bro. So people just be playing with stuff and playing with situations and then when she says something, they be like, oh yeah, she just being no, bro. They bull jiving, bro. The only one, that's why they're all calling her out, even if they're 10 divisions below, because she's the person.
Because if you remember, Doc, I forgot who we was talking about. It was one of those fights, and we was talking about the same thing with the undercard, and we was talking about the views, and you was like, yo, you said it. You was like, yo, so you telling me it's 5 fights, and just cause one person is fighting, everybody come to see that one person. So now what you saying now is right, because how can you say that and they the undercard, and now all these viewers come see the undercard, and so nobody come to see the main thing?
Come on now.
It's just like they just move it around and they move it around. Yeah. And that's my point with Clarissa, because they know Clarissa care about this type of shit.
Yes.
They know that it's certain things that we care about. And so when you say that, that's why I say
it's triggered.
A PR team,
right?
Yeah, it's triggered.
That's
right. Why she had a PR team to come in front of her.
Yeah.
And then she come say her one little minute thing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They clear the air because you know you're not good at that. So you got to get help with that. You know you're not good at that. So don't stop trying it, because the public ain't buying it right now. They got you as an angry black woman. It's just a fact. They just got your signal like that. And so anything you come out your mouth, they're gonna have something to say. So if you get a PR right now, you'll change the game. I'm telling you, you'll change the whole game. You'll change the whole game right now on them.
Yeah, if she
I
could,
swear to God,
I would love
hey
her to
Doc,
go there.
they waiting for you to come out and say something crazy,
Mm-hmm.
and you got somebody else to come out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, you're right. No, yeah, you're right. That's what I'm saying. You're right because it's like with other I'm trying to think other controversial personalities that people don't really like too much, no matter how great they do. It's like it's like, oh, I don't know if you're in here. It's like Floyd, right? There was this. I think I don't want to put. I think he's from the UK, but don't quote me. There was this guy boxer from the UK. Floyd came out and regardless of your views, but he came out and he spoke at like an Israeli convention. And it was about the current war and stuff like that. Especially the conflict, I should say, over there. And somebody came out and he was like, "Oh, this is why I hate Floyd, and I hope Floyd is he's so trash, he's a weasel, he's a scumbag." And actually, I'm not saying you can't feel that way. People get serious about their religion or their affiliation, whatever it is. So I'm not knocking that. But then he said that he hopes that Pacquiao ends him, and there's a problem with that because Pacquiao shares the same sentiments as Floyd does when it comes to
I heard you talking about that earlier.
Yeah, so it's just like, bro, like, why is this? I think it's a form of cowardice, bro. Like people. I think sometimes they look at the person who's an easy target to talk trash about, and it's just like, oh, and then when I pointed it out, no, he didn't respond to me. Somebody else pointed it out because I pointed it out, and then somebody else pointed it out. They probably pointed it out before me. I didn't see, but he responded. You know what he said? His response was, "Oh, yeah, well, forget Pacquiao too. Then, if that's how he is, this is what he said too. He said, I know Pacquiao's like this, but I'm gonna pull it. I don't want to put a word in nobody's mouth. Hopefully he didn't delete. I'm gonna pull it out and read it to you and tell you how crazy this man is. This man didn't say, "Oh, I didn't know." He said, "Oh yeah, but Pacquiao's a little more subtle with his disrespect." What? He's subtle.
You know what I told him, Doc? I'd have said, how you gonna send somebody who already lost to get rid of him?
That part too. That part too.
Crazy,
that part too.
Crazy,
Let me show you what this man said. Let me see what this man said. Let me see if I could find it.
Doc, he lost 20 years ago. You gonna send him 20 years later to beat
Come
him.
on, bro.
What's wrong with you, man?
Come on, bro.
What's up with you, homeboy?
Come on, bro. Okay, here it is right here. Okay, so look. So I'm not the only one that knows this. So let's read. This man, Lee Gormley, said, I really can't make this any clearer. F. Floyd Mayweather. That's okay. That's your opinion, And no matter what side of the fence you stand on, this is just about this guy isolating somebody and being hypocritical. He said, a complete scumbag of a man, human trash, horrible, rotten sellout, hoping this genocide backing weasel comes back for Pacquiao to end him. And then this guy says, Pac-Man isn't any better, bro. And he showed him this. Right, where it says Manny Pacquiao is also a supporter of Israel, having visited the country many times, whatever. Like I said, it doesn't matter what the point is, the hypocrisy. And then this guy, he responds and says, "Hey, I've seen this before with him too." So what is it? So you've seen it with Pacquiao, but you only got mad when Floyd said it. But his reason is that I seen it with him too, but he's been more subtle. And then he says, "F any of them who backs the scumbags though."
But you just said he'd been more subtle.
Yeah, right.
So what is it?
Come on, bro. Come on, bro.
You with him or you not with him?
Come on, bro. Come on, bro. And people have like selective outrage, and I'm not saying that this is the same thing. These are two different situations. But what I'm saying that I think that sometimes two people could do the same thing, but one person is just it's easier to get mad at one person. So that's why I brought up and I'm not targeting. I'm not applying this to you, Oster. But that's why I asked the Ronda Rousey question. Because to me, Ronda Rousey and Clarissa are very similar in how they act. I didn't really care for Ronda like that, but I also didn't really get offended by her calling out Floyd. I thought it was stupid, but just like with Clarissa, I think it's stupid, but I didn't really get too offended. But what I'm saying is I think that they act similarly, but one is an easier target, being Clarissa, than Ronda. Floyd was an easier target for whatever reason. Floyd is an easier target. I'm not saying it's a racist thing, or I mean I kind of think it is, but for whatever reason, I would say it for you. Yeah, I would say it for you though. Yes, it is. Whatever you think it is, whatever you think it is, we just know that it's clear that it's easier to two people could do the same thing and have two completely different responses.
It's 100% fact.
The man's not even smart enough to be like, "Oh, I didn't know that." The man said he knew.
Yeah, he he biased.
At least he was honest about that part.
Yeah, well, Ronda, and another thing, and all this is the same thing. It's nothing different, Doc. It's all the same. It come from different people, but it's all umbrella under the same thing because we're talking about Pacquiao and Floyd. We know Pacquiao not black, but Pacquiao, he's not white, but he's not black. So yeah, I just had a whole I just posted a video and I told you, listen, this is for real, for real. We are the highest commodity. No matter what you want to do with us, if you want to degrade us, if you want to lift us up, it doesn't matter. You're going to use black people. Period. No matter, or like the dude, he just did it. He know what it is. So you just put Floyd with thing and just use it just to throw it out there for what? Just I don't know. You just and you know that's crazy. And you know,
Yes,
but it's
bro.
just ironic that Ronda Rousey and Carissa, they put them together, but they are not the same. Ronda
No,
Rousey
no.
picking at people. Clarissa is trying to express herself about her accolades and why she's not getting her, why she's not getting what she deserves. She doesn't know how to express herself. It's the
I
whole
agree.
Ronda
Yeah.
Rousey was over there poking buttons and because she had the card that she can just say what she want to say. You get what I'm
Yeah.
saying? And still do what she do into another one of her card, laid her ass right out with that kick, and
Yeah.
she was cooling. She
Yeah.
was cooling. I'm so
Yeah.
happy
Oh,
with the
what's the
same
name?
people that
Yeah.
did it. I'm so happy with the same people that did it because it was cool after that. they let Ronda Rousey just chill on out.
Shout out to Holly Holmes, man. Shout out to Holly Holmes, man.
Yeah,
Holly
shout out
Holmes
to
did the
Holly
thing,
Holmes.
man.
That was my
Hey.
girl, Holly Holmes. That's
I
right,
rock
baby.
with
Shout out
Holly,
to Holly
man.
Holmes.
Yeah. I ain't gonna lie. It's so crazy. It was so cool because I liked Holly before she beat Ronda, but when she beat, I ain't gonna lie though. I'll be honest. I was nervous. I thought Ronda was gonna win. Right? I ain't gonna lie. I was like, please,
No, I
I
like
was like,
Holly.
please. I knew she had it because
No,
she's
I
a
like Holly
boxer.
for
You know what
other
I'm
reasons,
saying?
though. I
Right.
ain't gonna hold you. I like
Mhm.
Holly for those legs. I ain't gonna hold you. When I see, I ain't know nothing about it until she kicked in the motherfucking face. You know what I mean? I like those legs since then.
Shawa said, read Jake Paul's statement. I didn't see it. What statement? I missed it. My bad. I did not see it. Shawa, sorry about that. I'm just seeing your
Oh
message.
yeah, let's tap on that, Doc. Let's
Yeah.
tap on. I
What did he
want that. I
say?
want it.
Facts. And shout out to Jay Sharp, aka Wango, said, "Indeed, we are the most sampled, exampled people." Yeah, and like I said, everything isn't about that, but I think in order to tell some of the stories, you have to include that. I know some of these conversations make people uncomfortable, but so we got love for everybody around here. But we can't conceal these things or hide these things. Yes, sir.
Everything is about that. I'm gonna say it again for you, Doc. I'm gonna say it. Everything is about that. That's me. They got it on transcript. It's on me. It's definitely about that for sure.
Yeah, a lot. Yeah.
That's why all these examples is always.
Come on.
For some reason, there's always like I say, and one. Let's put it this way. Forget our people. Do you ever hear in boxing, especially in boxing, do you ever hear this much controversy when two people other than darker color people is fighting? It's never that much controversy at all. It be steroids involved and all that. It don't be no controversy at all. Like at all. No. But when a darker king come in there, man, listen, boy, to make a fight, this when they make the fights. This when they make them.
Yeah,
this when they make them.
Yeah.
This when they make the fights. I'm telling you, this when they make the fights.
Shout out to Shawa. So you're gonna leave? Okay, thank you. I can't find. I'm trying to find what you were talking about. My bad. I didn't see the message in time. Thank you. But yeah, I just think people are just like I said. You don't like, say how you feel. If you with what I'm saying, our Palestinian brothers and sisters, you with our Israeli brothers and sisters. That's up to you. I'm not. That's not the point I'm making. I'm just saying the hypocrisy of it all. There's a lot of hypocrisy going around, and a lot of people just don't keep the same energy. It's like it's easy. It's like look at with Gervonta, what he said about what did he say about rest in peace Victor Conte. I think that was wrong. I'm a Gervonta fan, but I think that was whack. You see what I'm saying? But you could go to my video, and now granted these people aren't popular, but I'm saying you could go to my video that I made about Victor Conte saying rest in peace, people saying worse things than what Gervonta said. So whatever, man, because it's gonna sound like I'm defending. I'm not defending. I said it's wrong, but some people are easier. Go ahead.
I want to put some light on it. I'm gonna put some light on it. I'm put some light on it, so we can get the comments, so we get they comments out. We gonna put some humor to it. You know what I mean? So they can get them out. Everybody gonna say what they say because I understand the people that's mad at Victor Conte for whatever reason they may think. You know what I mean? Because he had 75 years to live, and none of y'all, he had some other shit going on, but he had 75 years to live, so none of y'all, so y'all can feel the way you want to feel now. It's fine. However, I think my reasons for your reasons for feeling that because Victor Conte, in your mind, might have you know, got your little ass kicked and
Come on now.
say it was some snack. So I can understand
But
everybody. Those probably the people that lost, the people that they say was with snack.
bro,
You know what I mean? So
ain't no problem, bro. You are absolutely right. And what do they say? And that's another thing. Like, if you ignore this, bro, and this is what I tell people all the time, bro. I'm just not scared to talk about it. You feel me? Like, I know people might hear it and get turned off, but bro, that's on you. But like you just said, Victor Conte, I ain't even bring it up. Shout out to my brother Oster, who just brought up this part about the fighters. You probably don't like him because he's affiliated with some fighters that you lost to, right? Even with Snack though, you only hear about Snack's suspicion and allegation when it comes to Terrence Crawford and Devin Haney. You think it's a coincidence that they're both Black Americans? No, because you know there's Caleb Plant. He's American. He's a white American. He's on Snack. You don't hear nothing about Snack's suspicion when it comes to. And Caleb Plant is one of my favorite fighters, just like Terrence Crawford too. Devin Haney, you know, he's all right, but I'm not a big fan of his. But what I'm saying is Mario Barrios is also a Snack related fighter. When he fights, you don't hear people have suspicions of Snack. Bam Rodriguez, Virgil, almost every fighter that's affiliated with Robert Garcia, you will see the Snack logo on their hat or their chest. That means Mikey Garcia, Robert Garcia's brother. That means Bam Rodriguez. That means Virgil Ortiz. Even go back to Josito Lopez, you could say Ivan Redcash. Now, don't get me wrong. There's some guys that go overlooked that are Black as well that are on there. Like, people don't talk about Snack when it comes to Boo Boo Andrade. That's another guy that's on there. But I think it's like what Oster just said. He's not as accomplished as Devin and Terrence either. So he's not whooping people onto the level. And like I said, it's not just coming from non-Black folks. It's coming from Black folks as well. Like Errol Spence fans accuse Terrence Crawford of being on Snack, right? So the Errol Spence has Black fans, white fans, brown fans, all types of fans, right? So I'm not saying that this is just coming from one people, but I'm saying that it's always the easy target being the Black American. They're the easy targets, whether it's coming from other Black Americans, or it's coming from white Americans, or it's coming from brown Americans, or it's coming from English men or women or Australian men or women. They're the ones that we point out. All you have to do is go to the Snack website, and it'll show you all the affiliated fighters, all the sponsored fighters. Like I said, Mikey Garcia, Josito Lopez, Clarissa Shields, she's on there. Boo Boo Andrade, Ivan Redcash, Sean Porter, who else? You know, Caleb Plant, Terrence Crawford, Devin Haney. There's so many, bro. There's so many, bro. But we focus on Terrence Crawford and Devin Haney. Like,
it's ironic that the two that's up there is the two that's undisputed, right? It's ironic, right?
Right.
The two that's just on top.
The two that's under. Hey, come on now. Come on now. Come on now.
It's ironic. Right?
Come on now.
Y'all just pick them. That's crazy, man.
Come on now.
Yo, okay, I hear you.
Right. So I think that is that I don't think that's coincidental. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, no, I'm not saying that everybody who doesn't like them, just to be clear, I'm not saying that if you don't like Devin Haney or don't like Terrence Crawford, that's why. I'm just saying that the people that have Snack suspicion, when does it come up? Mario Barrios just fought. We didn't hear about Snack when he fought Manny Pacquiao. We didn't hear nothing. Bam Rodriguez is about to fight. You hear anybody saying, oh, Puma Martinez might be in trouble because Bam Rodriguez is on Snack. Virgil Ortiz is about to fight Erickson Lubin. You don't hear nobody say, oh, well, Erickson Lubin, he better be careful because Virgil Ortiz is with Snack. You don't hear it. And even, to be fair, too, right? To be fair, Clarissa Shields just fought. You didn't hear people saying, oh, Daniel Perkins or Lanny Daniels or Vanessa LePage, Joanisi needs to be careful because Clarissa Shields on Snack. So, yeah, so I'm not just saying that, you know, I'm just highlighting that Caleb Plant just fought Resendez, and nobody said Resendez needs to be careful because Caleb Plant's on Snack. You didn't hear it. You only hear it when it's Terrence Crawford and Devin Haney.
I'm trying to tell you.
That's it.
That's it.
You don't hear it from nobody else. And shout out to Jake Paul. Shout out to Shawa. We about to read a message from Jake Paul. Oh yeah. Oh, he about to go. He going crazy. It's already disingenuous. I'm gonna point out the flaws, but shout out to Shawa. It says Gervonta Davis. This is just an announcement now, since it's definitely off now. If there was any question, it's for show off now. Gervonta Davis is the actual walking human piece of garbage. Damn. Working with him is an absolute nightmare. Damn. The unprofessionalism, the bizarre requests, the showing up hours late to shoots. I ain't gonna lie. The showing up hours, he got tightened up with that. That's another reason why I ain't go. He right about that.
You gotta talk about that, Doc. I knew it.
Hey, he right about that. I ain't gonna lie, bro. I do. If you show up to a Gervonta Davis press conference on time, God bless you, because you don't know better. So I'm with him on that. That's a fact. That's another reason why I didn't go to the press conference, because that's true. You show up to a Gervonta Davis press conference on time, God bless. It's like going to a Lauryn Hill concert. expected her to be on time, if it or even show up at all. So no, I'm with him on that. But he said to the numerous arrests, that's a low blow, and related accusations and lawsuits, another low blow. If you support this man, you support the most vile sin a man can commit. Yeah, he wilding. No, I mean he's right, but I'm gonna tell you why he's wilding.
No, he's not right. He's not wilding either. He's just being genuine. He's just being him. That's how he felt. But listen, you finish it?
No, not yet. Almost. I'll let you know.
Yeah.
He said, I didn't want to give this woman abuser a platform. See, and this, I'm glad he acknowledged it because that's where he's lying. I didn't want to give this woman abuser a platform to grow his fans and to grow his bank account. My company champions women. I'm so sorry to everyone involved, mostly to the undercard fighters. I agree with that part. To my team at MVP and to my team who worked so hard prepping for this fight, sacrificing time with loved ones and kids just for this fool to lose his unintelligent mind again. It's scary and devilish. It's scary that devilish men like this can rise to the top of culture and sports, including in positions of power. I hope you people moving forward look beyond this fake streetwear pieces swag and search for something deeper to be a fan of. Yeah, he
Oh
wildin'.
my God.
As for me, it's
Stop,
on to
stop.
the
You
next
killing me,
one.
Doc. I can't take no more.
He said, as for me, it's on to the next one. As always, anyone,
Oh, God.
anytime, any place, Jake. So before Oster goes, 'cause I know Oster about to go in, I want to say that the reason why I don't like this is because he's completely disingenuous. Gervonta Davis, this is bad. He's wrong. I already said that if this is true, which I think is true, and even if it's not true, he's wrong because this is too many times, too many women. You know, it's different women, different times is wrong. But the different times and different women is the key where I'm going to tear this down, is because Jake Paul, Gervonta, if he wholeheartedly felt this way, then why would he work with Gervonta in the first place? This is the latest situation, but it's not the first. So if he was really standing up against for righteousness and men against and against men that abuse women, which we all should, but he put that to the side for money as well. So he's just as he's not the same as hitting a woman, but he wasn't opposed to working with a person that was accused of hitting women, because this is not his first accusation. You see what I'm saying? So that's why that's just a lie right there. You see, and saying that, oh, he was showing up late, but you were okay with him showing up late before. So this is nothing new. I mean, I never worked with Jake Paul. I mean, with Tank, and I knew he shows up late. So that is wrong. That is unprofessional. But then when you go down and you say, oh, sacrificing this and for the fighters that prepped, bro, you had fights canceled before too. So I just think that when you say that devilish men rise to power, you are right. He's right to not. I don't ever want to say that he's wrong to not criminal acts. That's always wrong. But to make it seem like, oh, you just had some type of epiphany and you are enlightened. No, bro, these are, if you felt this strongly about women's rights and stuff like that, and not working with people that violate those rights, then you wouldn't have worked with him in the first place. So no, you came out with this because you cannot work with Gervonta Davis because of the pending investigation. It's not because you are altruistic and you're righteous and you're standing up for women and you're saying that you won't do it. No, you would do it. It's just that you probably found out that you can't proceed. So yeah, I think this statement is trash. Yeah, I think this is trash. But go ahead, Oster. And then with the swag, with the streetwear and stuff like that, you wear streetwear. Well, what are we talking about? Like you are emulating the urban culture, or you are part of it. I mean, he's part of it. I'm not taking that away from you. You do wear whatever you want, but there's no difference between how the clothes that he wears and the clothes that Gervonta. What's the difference? They wear the same type of clothes. But once again, it goes back to two people could do the same thing, and one person be considered this way, and another person they wear the same type of clothes. What's the difference between their clothes? So yeah, so I don't know, whatever.
Listen, I'm about to be...
Dana White slapped his wife too on New Year's Day. I just thought that was important to point out. So I need the same statement. Yeah, but go ahead, Oster.
No, go ahead, finish.
No, that's it. I'm done.
Cause I'm bursting right now. I just been shot. I swear to God, I feel like I've been shot.
I got you, Shaw.
Like what I'm saying,
Know your fucking place, trash.
I got a couple of things to say, but I just got to jump to the end of that because he said a bunch of shit before that. But the you people, I knew it was coming. I knew it was coming. I swear to, and I think somebody said it inside the chat too. But I knew it was coming because It
What
was
do you mean,
too
you
many
people?
times.
I see it now. My fault. I see it was 2 cents.
No,
Said, yeah, 2 cents said it. Yeah. What you mean, you
no,
people?
no. I ain't want to.
Yeah,
Yeah,
go
I ain't
ahead.
want to cut you off because you was talking. You know what I mean?
Mm,
When you read that, I was like, whoa, hold up. Come on, dog.
mm,
I'm over here sweating. I'm like, yo, I gotta get in here.
yeah.
So with the you people, okay, so cool. I knew I was gonna get what I wanted. That's what I
Mm-hmm.
wanted. I ain't even
Mm-hmm.
gonna hold you because that explained everything to me, for me,
Yep.
and it explained everything that we just was talking about.
Yep.
Here we go again. I'm trying to
Yeah.
tell you, here we go again. Devilish people, this and that. I'm not thinking about the devilish because you're trying to find new words to put in front of the words that you want to put in there. But like you
Talk to
said,
him.
based on what you just said, it wasn't like that before. So now I want to go back. Right? I want to go back to the press conference.
Uh-huh.
Remember the press conference they had?
Mm-hmm.
Everybody was talking about, and he got up and he was trying to antagonize Tank, and he was looking at him, and he's like, you know, the Mohawk and all that.
Mm-hmm.
If you seen the energy in the press conference now, you got to remember now. Let's not forget, Jake is not a boxer first. Let's not forget this. He's not a boxer first.
Nope.
So this ain't playing out for him because Tank ain't responding. He being late. Tank is a boxer. Tank is the face of boxing. Tank is doing Tank shit.
You pointed that out too.
Tank is doing Tank.
This
This is what Tank doing.
Mm-hmm.
This ain't in the contract. You said I gotta be here. I'm gonna be. You never said I gotta be on time. I mean, whatever it is, but this Tank is
I ain't
doing
gotta
legal.
entertain. I ain't gotta go back and
I
forth.
don't gotta do all that.
Okay.
You ain't got that in there. You said I gotta be here. You don't know me. So cause you media. I'm a boxer. And so if this wouldn't have happened, Tank, I mean, Jake been waiting for something to happen because he knew from that. Remember what he said? Remember what he said at the conference? Remember what he said? He said, "Man, you boring, man.
Yep.
Yo, you whack, man. Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Out of all that stuff, maybe he said, yo, because he couldn't get him hype.
Yeah.
No, Jake.
His pops came out and said something too. Yeah, his pops came out and said something about him being I don't want to put words in his mouth, but something about him having low intelligence, like they kind of said here. His father said that. I remember.
So now you want to degrade him. You say devilish men. You want to do all that because he opened the door for that. You get what I'm saying? He opened the door for that. If that wouldn't have happened, Jake been trying to get out of this for the longest. And so now you can get out of this and say all this and say all that based on him with the girl and this and that. Nah, you can't do that.
Yeah.
You can't. I feel you. I feel you with that, but it's going to expose you because you shouldn't have put that on the internet because everybody don't feel the way you feel. Some of us is, you know, be real to our skin color.
But you know what?
Real to our culture.
Yeah. My bad. I mean that. Go ahead, bro.
No, go ahead.
Okay. I was gonna say, you know what? I think that you onto something too. It's like, and this is why I had an issue, right? Like this is why I don't like exhibitions. You know me. I don't. Floyd's my favorite fighter. I have never seen an exhibition. The first exhibition I watched, as God's my witness, was Jake. I think it was Jake Paul and Mike Perry, because I had a boxing channel and I feel like I'm obligated to give out the boxing as part of the boxing news right now. I don't like exhibitions. I don't care if it's Floyd exhibition. I don't care if it's Jake Paul exhibition. I don't care if it's a Tank exhibition. I don't care if it's an Oscar De La Hoya exhibition. I don't like exhibitions because I feel like, number one, I'm a boxing enthusiast, right? Pugilist enthusiast. I like to see fights at the highest level. I don't even watch collegiate sports. So I want to watch the NBA. I don't really, no disrespect to it. I just don't really care for it. I like to see at the pinnacle of the sport from a competitive standpoint. So I don't get going. I don't get hyped up for exhibitions. And then with these exhibitions, the reason why I don't mind exhibitions, let me rephrase that. I don't mind exhibitions. I just don't partake. But the reason why these exhibitions are annoying to me because they are blurring the lines. And shout out to what Osher just said. It's like, Tank is a boxer. Jake is a social media star. And it may not be that big of a deal when it comes to certain things, but I think that's important because now it's like 2 cents said in the chat. Now we're expecting Tank to accommodate the clown show. But that's Tank's fault. That's why at the beginning of the stream, I said, shout out to Francis Ngganou. He said, there's no amount of money that I would do this because I'm not replacing anybody. And then if you go back and watch that whole interview in its entirety, the guy says, oh, why not? Is it, he said, don't you feel like it's a proud moment that you were considered? He said, proud. He said, I don't want to sound arrogant here, but he said, why would I feel proudful? Why would I feel prideful that they contacted me? He said, yeah, I think you're misunderstanding. He said, I'm a fighter, man. Then he said, I
Yeah.
fight, I fight for legacy and stuff like that. That's why. So like, I never watched Floyd versus Tenshin Nasukawa. I didn't watch Tenshin Nasukawa until he was boxing. You see what I'm saying? Like, I would watch him if he fought Floyd now, but it's like we're blurring the lines. Like, I was also the same one that also said I didn't think Floyd versus Conor McGregor should have been a real fight. Because why would I think if Manny Pacquiao's a Hall of Famer, he couldn't beat Floyd? Juan Manuel Marquez, a Hall of Famer, couldn't beat Floyd. Oscar De La Hoya, Saul Canelo Alvarez, Sugar Shane Mosley, Zab Judah. I could go on. All these guys couldn't beat Floyd, but we're going to expect a guy who never really boxed seriously to beat Floyd. Like Miguel Cotto couldn't beat Floyd, but we think Conor McGregor. So I don't think that should have been a real fight. I also didn't think Tyson Fury and Ngannou should have been a real fight. I also didn't think AJ and Ngannou should have been a real fight. But if you're going to make those real fights, then I'm not saying to retroactively change them, but I just think that right now, with Tank, you got to remember, Oster, like you said, this was a state line away from being a professional fight. It was originally supposed to be a professional fight in Georgia. It's just they couldn't get the sanctions, so they moved to Miami, and they still didn't get it, but they stuck with Miami. So this was on the fringe of being a real fight, and this is like 30 different weight classes separating the two. You know what I'm saying? Like just a cruiserweight and a freaking lightweight, 135 to 200. Like this ain't boxing, bro. So outside of the circumstances, I'm sad. Go ahead.
You know something though? I think that because remember, because I never forget that Jake is social media, so this is what he go by. This is where his money is at. This is his pride and joy. It ain't in boxing. It's in social media. You know what I mean? So it's in the clown show. You know what I mean? Because it's a fake fight. It's in the clown show. Like we gotta keep it 100.
Yeah.
So he picked real boxers, which, like you said, they blurring the lines because you letting them grab real boxers. So this is why he grabbing top-notch boxers. You know what I mean? Every now and then he go get a Chavez, but he going to get Tank. So at the time when he wanted to get Tank, it was it. I don't think Jake Paul wanted this from the beginning. I think he was stuck in it, on a dateline or something like that, because it just ain't feel like any of his bullshit fights. Because all of them is BS. You know what I mean? It just ain't feel like none of them. And after that media, I swear to God, I was like, yo, I don't think Jake want this fight at all. I don't think that he really want this fight. So now when and the words that he used, and that little thing that you just said, all those words, it was nothing nice. He could have just said, it ain't gonna be no fight, such, and we gonna see what happened. When because that's what everybody else say. Anytime anybody get in trouble or get hurt or whatever it is, do training, they just be like, yo, we gonna see what's up, such. They don't do everything that you did. I don't know why you did it like that and why they allowed you to do it like that. I don't know why. I just don't know why, because this is Tank. This is the face of boxing. So I don't know if it was the draw or was it because he's dealing with you and you're dealing with Netflix. I don't know, but I don't really understand how they even let that go, because he said you people. I don't know who he... No, it's not funny.
No, it's not funny. It's just the way you said it. I didn't catch it until you. Yeah. You're right.
You played it, and he said you people, and I'm like, whoa.
Yep.
I said, oh, okay, cool. You devilish man, this, and that. That remind me of you just saying black man. Because listen, Jake, let me explain something to you, Jake. You're not a boxer, homeboy. Like, for real. One, I'm telling you, don't worry about it. The boxing god is going to get you. You're going to get in this ring, and you're going to get right in the middle of that Netflix sign. You think it's a game. Watch. Just from that, what you said, you think it's a joke. Watch. I'm telling you, they on you. I guarantee you ain't got to call for no fights no more, Jake. I guarantee you ain't gonna see nothing but African American fighters trying to fight you from that you people. You think it's a game? Watch.
Hey, Osa Close said I was halfway asleep, but I heard someone say you people. Who talking crazy, brother? This man Close a joke. Shout out to Golden State. He says Tank ain't the face of boxing. I mean, well, he's one of the faces, and I think Cinnamon's a face of boxing. You know what I'm saying? And until we'll see what his next fight looks like, right? Shout out to Terrence Crawford. Terrence Crawford should be the face of boxing if everything went. If we lived in an idealistic utopia world where you get stuff based off merit. But Canelo, to me, he's the face of boxing. But what Oster is saying, and you can't argue with this, he is the face as far as what he could get, right? Jake Paul, it's not a coincidence that Jake Paul targeted Cinnamon first, right? And then we know Turkey Al-Sheikh intervened. Then his next target was who? The second or third biggest is Anthony Joshua, right? And then he couldn't get that because of the exclusivity deal between DAZN and, Anthony Joshua has to exclusively fight on DAZN and, Jake Paul fights on Netflix. And then where'd he go? He went to Tank. He didn't go to Nick Ball. He didn't go to Espinosa. He didn't go to Hamza Shiraz. He didn't go to Jabatai. He didn't go to Zerto. He didn't go to Dimitri Bivol. He didn't go Beterbiev. He didn't go whoever, Gary Anton Russell. He didn't go Teofimo. He went to Tank. So Jake Paul, who he targets, literally shows you who's the biggest attraction. And I think, and no disrespect to Anthony, whether you think Anthony Joshua is 2 or Tank is 2 and Anthony Joshua is 3 or Tank is 3, it doesn't matter. But the point is that you notice he went all the way down to Tank at 135. Exactly. That shows you that he didn't go for Naya anyway, right? He went for Gervonta Davis. He tried to go for Canelo, is the face of boxing, the biggest revenue generator. Then he went for AJ because I think AJ, whether he's bigger than Tank or Tank is bigger than AJ, the fact that AJ was closer to his size, he was really ready to risk that. But when he couldn't get AJ, he's like, okay, forget all the rules. I'm going for Tank, and I can do what I want. And that's what it is. Shout out to Valor. Valor says, if Jake Paul really liked that, tell his ass to fight Zerto. Yeah, he ain't gonna fight the cruiserweights, man. And like I said, and one thing I want to say this too, outside of this comment, I'm gonna be honest. I rock with Jake. I'm not from a social media standpoint, but I'm saying I like what he's doing for women's boxing and boxing as a whole. Because if you watch boxing, you know that Daniel Dynamite Dubois, who's a former IBF champion, he's been on Jake's undercard. You know Bruce Carrington, Mario Barrios been on Jake's undercard. Katie Taylor, Serrano. So I think he's good from a eye standpoint because, like Oster said, he is a social media star. So I think he brings more eyes to the sport. Let's face it, whether you like it or not, a lot of people have their first time watching boxing was a Jake Paul fight, probably Jake Paul versus Mike Tyson. Facts. I've heard people say, bro, I have family that literally call me, God's my witness. They don't call me for Errol Spence versus Terrence Crawford. They didn't call me for Terrence Crawford versus Canelo. They didn't call me for, give me another big fight, Beterbiev and Bivol. They called me for Jake versus Mike Tyson. They called me for Jake versus Gervonta Tank Davis. So what I'm saying is that he does garner the eyes and gain the attention of other people. So I think from that standpoint, bringing more eyes to the sport is good because not everybody, but some people might be like, okay, I rock with boxing. I might go watch I don't know, Gary Anton Russell versus Andy Hiroko. I might go watch Jabataya versus Hussein Sankara. So I think he's good for the sport from a promoter standpoint, but as a fighter, I think he's actually bad for the sport because he's fighting guys like Mike Perry, Nate Robinson, you know what I'm saying? People that aren't boxers. And if he does fight a boxer, he's going to fight a guy that's 1,000 pounds smaller than him and Gervonta Tank Davis. He's going to fight a 60-year-old geriatric Mike Tyson. You know what I'm saying? So I think from that point, he's watering down the product. Because we're not drawing a distinct, he's watering it down because we're not drawing a firm line on this is not boxing. Like even with like Oster said, it's a circus, it's a show, right? With Celebrity All-Star Game, nobody watches Kevin Hart play Taylor Swift and we think that it's real basketball to the capacity in which LeBron and Luka and Giannis and Steph are doing. But for some reason, when it comes to celebrity boxing matches, whether it's Misfits or Jake Paul, we think that it's synonymous with what Shakur versus Teofimo would be or what Jabataya versus Zerto would be. We even have Boxing Rec, the official stats keepers of boxing, making another column and another category to include hybrid boxing pro match. Like, what are we doing, bro? Like, what are we doing, bro? It's nonsense, bro. Go ahead.
No, listen. Based on what you just said, the reason, though, I could kind of tell you the reason that I feel is just me, and the chat can believe it, but I feel is that, you know, basketball, you know, Kevin Hart don't playing, Taylor Swift and all that, we can look at that like you be laughing and joking. But when you get punched in your face, that shit get real. You know what I mean?
Hey, they said the Shakur and Keyshawn and Ray Ford and them boys is putting that pressure on them. Montana Love, that's what they say, but I don't know.
Yeah. But to what you said though, that is real. And this is why Jake did what he did. He picking the people. Now, you know what's the elephant in the room?
What's that?
After the Tank fell out, then you seen his real choices. This is where you're seeing the real. These are the first choices before you're supposed to even pick AJ and all these other people.
Come on now.
The people you said after Tank. Now all those names you said.
Yep. Nate Diaz, Nick Diaz, Francis Ngganou. Yep.
That's what you're supposed to be doing first. That's what you've been supposed to be doing. See, it's gonna come out. Like I just told you. Every now and then, the crazy come out, Doc. When he said you people, every now and then, I'm telling you, it slips out. It just slip out. In the middle of your conversation, you be like, oh, fuck. I done Damn, it slip out. I'm trying to tell you, hold it in, but it come out.
It's
I'm
like,
trying
yo,
to tell you.
people. Hey,
The way
yo, bro.
you
Hey, also
the way you
funny as
feel is
hell,
gonna
bro.
come out. If you keep talking, it's gonna slip out. Shut up. That's why your mama told you keep your
That's
mouth
a
closed if
fact.
you ain't got
That's a
nothing nice
fact.
to say.
That's a
That's why
fact.
she say that.
Mm-hmm.
But you done said a whole bunch of stuff. You done gave us, 5 and 6 devilish men and this and that, and women beater and get the
Mm-hmm.
girl and this and that and this and that. And the big bang, that was light work. That was the smoke. That was
Mm-hmm.
the smoke before the fire. That was
Yep.
light work. At the tip of the end, you said, "You people." I want to know who was interviewing him. It couldn't have been. It couldn't have been a brother. It couldn't have been you people. I'd have said, "Whoa, hold up."
No, no. It was a Instagram post or Twitter, something like that.
Yeah, so that's why
You
I
just type
say
that shit.
with Jake Paul now, I got to treat you Jake Paul like I'm gonna treat my own brothers. You know what I mean? Because those are my favorite fighters. I got some brothers that's my favorite fighter, but all the brothers is my favorite fighters. And all the people is my favorite fighters that I like boxing. You know what I mean?
Right.
But when y'all come start talking about you people, Jake Paul, so I could say what I want to say now is my black brothers, and this is mine. So to you, I want you to go fight one of the ones, you know what I mean, on my skin color. Because since we
Not gonna
you
do that.
people, no, he gonna do it. He
Think
ain't got
so?
no choice.
Mm.
Yeah, you know why? Because he put it in the universe. He playing with the wrong people.
Mm.
He got no choice. I guarantee he ain't got no choice. You might just slip this one, but that next one, yes, sir. I guarantee you his phone gonna blow up. He ain't crazy. You wanna be a superstar?
Hotline bling with the
Yeah, you want to be, you want to be a social media star. You about to be a social media star. You think it's a game, right? You say you people. You don't think nobody caught that? You
Hey,
crazy.
nah, yeah, you're right about that.
I'm
I
about to
think
look for that, Doc, because I swear to God, I didn't see the interview or nothing until you played it. But I
Mhm.
swear to God, when we get off this live, that's what I'm on you people tonight. That's what I'm on tonight. I'm on you people tonight.
Yeah. Wilder versus Paul. Man, Wilder is supposed to have a fight coming up. AJ's supposed to have a fight coming up. Like I said, man, I just don't like the blurring of the lines, man. Exhibitions, do your exhibitions, bro. But and I want to say this too, something that you said, and I maybe 2 cents later, I think you said it too. Also, it's like there's a reason why Jake Paul's fighting boxers now too. If you notice, this is not the norm, right? First, Canelo would have been the first boxer he fought, right? And if you remember the Canelo talks, he was trying to get Canelo even before Mike Tyson. But the reason why, remember the Jake Paul versus Mike Perry didn't do that well. I think somebody in the chat mentioned that the tickets weren't selling. Yeah, I think I'm hoping. And like I said, it's not because I'm a hater. Like I said, Tank's one of my favorite fighters. You know, I like a lot of fights. Canelo's one of my favorite. But I'm hoping that either they do what Oster says and clean his clock and knock him out, or they don't fight, because like I said, I don't like exhibitions, but this is a good sign that it's not selling, because like I just don't really want to see these type of fights, man. Like, to me, like this is why we're talking about potentially getting. I don't know if y'all heard, if you were here, but earlier I see the rumor talk about Tyson Fury fighting Logan Paul. Now Tyson Fury retired, do your thing. You know what I'm saying? We saw Oscar De La Hoya, Shaquille O'Neal fight at exhibition. You know, they're retired. You do your thing, but don't hit me with the Tank versus Jake or potentially Ja Battaglia versus Jake. I know. We want to see. We think Ja Battaglia and Zerto would beat the hell out of Jake, but I don't even care. You see what I'm saying? Like I wouldn't mind seeing it, but I'd rather see Zerto and Jai. I don't care about knocking Jake Paul. Like, bro, like, give me the real fights, man. Like, you know, I'm just. I don't know. I ain't trying to see it, man.
You gotta save boxing, Doc. I'm telling you, you gotta save boxing because,
Yeah,
like you said, that blur the lines. That's a fact. That blur the lines,
bro.
man. And now you know what's crazy though?
What's that?
Because like with Jake Paul, I want to know who gonna be the next one. Because the next one is definitely coming from social media. There's too much money in Jake Paul, so they damn sure looking for another one. And I'm strongly to see that, but I'm thinking that Jake Paul, like everybody else that pick a cherry pick, I think he picked a cherry pick, and he got the same effect that Tank got. I think that he knew that he was losing because, first of all, it didn't respond the way he thought it would. It would have responded better if I just believe if Tank would have knocked Roach out. You know what I mean? And yada yada yada. Remember, they was beefing. They was beefing hard before then.
Yep.
When you know what I mean? They was beefing hard. You know what I mean? So he was like, "Yo, such such such," and so now, I just believe that when that didn't happen, I don't think, like you said, the sales, the numbers, they wasn't right. It
Right.
wasn't a Jake Paul number.
No,
You know what I mean? It
no,
wasn't a
yeah.
Jake
Jake
Paul
Paul,
number.
Mike Perry did not do good, but Mike Tyson and Jake Paul did good, you know. So he
Yeah, but
needs
when it comes to Tank and Jake Paul, I'm talking
yeah.
about Tank and Jake Paul.
Right,
The
right, right.
prelims, you know what I mean? The
Right.
prelims is like it wasn't like it supposed to be.
Right.
You know what I mean? If you just came from Mike, it wasn't like that. It's like, yo, I'm fighting Tank now. Like, what's up? But like I say, I really believe that weight disparity,
Mm-hmm.
it really played a part and woke people up. It was a
Yes, bro.
different
That,
effect that
yes, bro.
Yeah,
That
I
weight,
think it,
that weight disparity, man. That weight disparity definitely did it. I'm glad. Hey,
yeah,
let me hit the chat real quick. Clone said he couldn't
yeah.
even beat Tommy Fury. Like, what are we doing? That's a fact. Rick Tim said, did boxing gods intervene? Maybe. Hey, Big North in the building, man.
sir.
Shout out to my brother Ryan Frazier, Boxing Talk Up North. And shout out to Valor and shout. I see similar sentiments in the chat. Hey, we love all opinions right here. Alex and Valor and Gold Star say, I don't think the you people was racially motivated. He said, I think he was speaking to Tank fans, Tank supporters, etc. But noted, I will keep an ear to the concrete for old boy. Yeah, I will say this. You know, and even if it was, you just got to be careful. You see what I'm saying? But because I don't know that's plausible too. He could have been talking to Tank fanboys, Tank supporters, and you know the Tank maniacs, what people say. So I'm not mad at that assessment, but I'm not mad at Oster's assessment either, because you just gotta. And then when you talk about the swag thing and like I said, I don't want to make it seem like I don't think you're reaching by saying it's not. But I definitely don't think Oster's or anybody else with similar thoughts are reaching, because he left the opportunity for that to be, you know, for somebody to perceive it that way. So that's why you just got to be careful. And like Oster said, was it from Bambi? You know, if your mama didn't tell you, go back and watch Bambi. She'll tell you. She said, hey, what did your mama tell you, Thumper? Or what your daddy tell you, Thumper? If you don't have nothing nice to say, don't say nothing at all. I learned that when I was 5 years old, man. So sometimes, hey, if you just let somebody talk, they gonna what Jackie Chan say, hey man, when somebody's full of trash, when someone's full of crap, you just let them keep talking. You see how full of crap they are. That's it. Sometimes you just gotta let somebody talk and they'll expose themselves. So yeah, so I agree that that's a good point. I think that should be said as well. So shout out to Valor. Who else said it? Golden State and Alex. Yeah, that should be said as well. We don't know his intention. But you gotta tighten up and not make it some things you shouldn't leave up to interpretation. Because
yes, that's wide open.
That's wide open.
I mean, listen, when I say I hear commentators, I mean not commentators, I hear like, moderated, I hear like creators, talking on channels and stuff like that, and they always specify what they say, like Tank fans.
Come on now.
You hear that.
Come on now.
Canelo fans, Crawford fans.
Come on now.
This is regular boxing talk.
Come on now.
Nobody say you people. Nobody. Not in the boxing world. Nobody. I've never heard that. I've never in my life heard you people in the boxing world. Because you people is something that they say outside the boxing world that defines racism. It just defines it. I mean, it ain't me. I'm not the one that say you people, but you people outside of the boxing world
don't put that on me.
defines racism flat out. Like, it is what it is. When you say you, that's like me walking up saying you people to my own people. I'm like, y'all different than me. Like, for real. It happens though. People really say it. Your own kind say you people. You be like, you people. Like, hold up. So when it's just that was just after all that derogatory stuff that you already said, and then at the end you just got hype. I tell you, with the mic and the video today, Instagram, whatever it is, you get hype. You ain't gotta go to the gym. Just get a mic and get a video camera, and you be hype. Like you in the gym. Trust me. You say some of the craziest shit in the world. But that you people, I feel you, and I understand everybody's sentiments. I get it, and I'm not knocking it. I respect that, you know what I mean? But me personally, I just take the you people different from anybody that say you people to me. Any motherfucking body you say you people. Like, what the hell? We all got heartbeats and we all got the same guard. Like, what talking about you people? What do you mean? Like, you people. But anyway, that's just my take, Doc. That's it. You know what I mean?
No, I appreciate it though. I appreciate it. Like I said, this conversation, man. That's what drives it, man.
Yeah, that's what it is.
And shout out to Valor. Valor agrees. He said you right. He said you people use with racial undertones. That's true. Context matters. Yeah, like I said, I can't turn around and say that somebody, if they take it like that, I can't say you wrong, because You know, but at the same time, like I said, hey, I understand if somebody didn't. We're all different. We have different ways that we interpret things, but try not to leave those things up for interpretation, which is most important. You know, I can't sit here and say that. Oh yeah, I think Jake Paul is this or that, but I'm not going to defend it either. If you show me that,
That's like somebody coming up to the whole crew. Say if the whole channel we went to a fight, and somebody come up and say, "Yo, all you bitch ass," you know what I mean? You like everybody, like
what I do? Me too. Come on, dog.
What's up?
You feel me, brother, man? I'm about to go get me some food, man, and take my dog outside. It's late. I didn't even realize it's 12:30. Late.
We be kicking it, man. It's all love, though. It's all love.
Absolutely, bro. I appreciate it, man. I'm gonna try to go take my dog outside and try to get me a little snack for take me a shower and call it, man. I appreciate you pulling up as always, man. Sharing your thoughts. Shout out to Oster. Shout out to Shawa. I missed Ty, man. I guess Ty had to dip off, and then Irony as well. Who else? I think that's about it. So I appreciate y'all, man.
Yo, let me give you a little closing, Doc, real quick.
Yes, sir. Yeah, do your thing, please. Yes, sir.
It was good. It was good talking to you people. Yes. I'm just fucking.
He said it was good talking to you people.
What do you mean by that?
He said, what do you mean by that? That's a perfect time. I wish you were saying that, Jay. I could play the what do you mean by that? That you people, what do you mean by that?
You can catch it on the replay. You catch it on the replay, Doc. You got it on the replay.
Facts. I might make a video about it and read it and pop that up. What do you mean by that?
What do you mean by that?
Nah, I got you.
Oh, man, well, yes, sir. I appreciate you, my brother. Yes, sir. God bless, man.
God bless, my G. Peace.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Smoochie, I gotta hit him with the what do you mean by that? don't let him live it down. Also, hey, facts though, Shaw. Hey, like I said, sometimes we gotta stand on business, and that means everybody. You know, like I said, you just gotta get better and do better. I want to be very clear though. At the end of the day, no matter how you take what Jake Paul said, if you take it with sincerity or not, we know we know that he's full of crap. He was gonna go through it because we saw the discrepancy in the weight. The weight disparity was huge. You know what I'm saying? And they had no problem. So, but I do want to say this though. I'm a Gervonta Davis. He's one of my favorite fighters. You know, Saul Canelo Alvarez, Gervonta Davis, Terrence Crawford, Junto Nakatani, Caleb Plant. Those are my favorite fighters. I like a lot of fighters though. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Mario Barrios. But I have to say that Gervonta Davis is to blame. Because not only did he take this fight before the nonsense happened, but then after he takes the fight, he has a nonsense with his girlfriend, I guess, and it's not right for any man to hit a woman. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, it's still allegations. There's no video footage to my knowledge or anything like that, so she could be lying. But just get yourself out of those situations and don't, even if whether he did it or not, nobody should be hitting a woman, man. That's wrong. I can say that. Regardless of who I root for in a boxing fight, don't be beating on a woman, man. If you can't, just get yourself up out of there. You know, it is what it is, man. Great show. Thank you, Valor. I appreciate you, man. He's a great channel, man. I appreciate that, man. Thank you, everybody in here. Don't forget to smack that like button. Shout out to my brother Clone, dropping that bread, that cheese, that butter. Shout out to my brother Clone dropping the graffiti on the chat walls with that $5. He said, "You people is crazy, but Oster got me beat up in Undisputed, so I don't know if his word is bond." I need to play it, bro. I have Undisputed and never even played it yet. Shout out to you, Clone. I appreciate that. Let me go back through the super chats that we received. I appreciate that. Shout out to Tech Dumb Dad renewing the membership for 16 months. At the Boxing Talk graduate level, man. Shout out to him for that. Shout out to Tech Dumb Dad with the $10. Shout out to Tech Dumb Dad with the 5 gifted memberships. Oh my goodness, you went crazy. Shout out to Clone for the $5 and shout out to Clone for the another $5, man. I appreciate that love. Shout out to all the members. If you're not a member, consider becoming a member. Starting at $3 a month, man, helps us to keep going and growing as a content creator full time, like we do our job. Yeah, feel me? So I appreciate that for real. consider that. It means a lot, goes a long way to keep us going and growing and keep the lights on. And for your listening pleasure, we are also on Spotify. We're also on Facebook. We're also on Instagram. We're also on Twitter. We are also on Blue Sky. What other social media platforms are there? TikTok, all under Dr. Boxing Talk, man. So hit your boy with a follow and like and all that good stuff in bonbons, man. And we're going to catch you on the flip side. I should be back on live tomorrow, Tuesday, good Lord willing. I should be back live tomorrow, especially if we have some new topics to talk about. If not, you know, go check out the videos, man. We dropped 3 videos today. We dropped a couple shorts and we went live. Now we getting it in, man. So I appreciate y'all. Shout out to my brother Rick Timms. Before we got up out of here, he says, facts, Doc, Tank need to stay out of his own way. Yeah, man. Would this have happened if he took the immediate roach rematches? Come on now. Come on. And shout out to Shawa. She says nope. She says nope. You know what I'm saying? Quickly, with the quickness, said nope. Accountability. I heard there is footage now, by the way. Oh, wow. Like I said, you never hear me defend. Like, some stuff is bigger than our fandom. You know what I'm saying? There's things where there's a clear right and wrong, and that is wrong. You see what I'm saying? I don't care if it's Tank punching his lady. I don't care if it's Dana White slapping his lady. I don't care if it's whoever else slapping and yeah, just don't do that, man. You know, now in rare cases, of course, you know, somebody might be putting that pressure on you. You got to defend yourself. That's different. But so I'm not advocating for women to hit men or anything like that. Everybody keep their hands to themselves, but it's always worse it should be worse. I don't want to live in a world where it's not worse for a man to hit a woman. It's going to be worse, man. You could you could restrain her if you can and just try to get up out of there. You know what I'm saying? Unless it's impossible, you know, certain situations, certain things. I can't speak on this one because I wasn't there. I didn't see the footage or nothing like that, but at the end of the day, man, don't be beating on a woman, man. Especially habitually, too. If it's not your first time or second time, stop that. You got to go, maybe you got to go to therapy. Maybe you got to, whatever it is, but it needs to be reprimanded if it's true. And if she's lying, then she needs to be punished as well. You know what I'm saying? So we don't do no liars either. You know, I don't like liars. But yeah, man. So let's try to do right by each other, man. Rest in peace, Victor Conti again. Whether you agreed with how he lived or whatever, we can always, that's up to God. You know, God judges, and you live your life to be judged by the Most High at the end. You know, let he who has sinned or she who has sinned cast the first. Let he or she who has not sinned cast the first stone. We're all sinners. So, yeah. So I'm not agreeing with what Victor Conti was known for, especially with the Balco scandal and all that stuff. But at the same time, I don't wish. Most importantly, I don't wish death on nobody. That's outside of my jurisdiction, my authority. So I appreciate y'all rocking as always. Don't forget to smack that like button. But most importantly, remember, with God, we can do anything. Without God, we're nothing. The doctor's out. Peace. From the hood to college, both worlds they had to meet. 6 degrees between us, so cold, we're about to freeze. But we're Florida boys, hot takes, we bring the heat. We're moving the culture, the engineers to the streets.